6 Crimson Cranes by Elizabeth Lim. The Map. Chapter 1. The bottom of the lake tasted like mud, salt, and regret. The water was so thick it was agony keeping my eyes open, but thank the great gods I did. Otherwise, I would have missed the dragon. He was smaller than I'd imagined one to be. About the size of a rowboat, with glittering ruby eyes and scales green as the purest jade. Not at all like the village-sized beasts the legends claimed dragons to be, large enough to swallow entire warships. He swam nearer until his round red eyes were so close they reflected my own. He was watching me drown. "Help," I pleaded. I was out of air, and I had barely a second of life left before my world folded into itself. The dragon regarded me, lifting a feathery eyebrow. For an instant, I dared hope he might help. But his tail wrapped around my neck, squeezing out the last of my breath. And all went dark. In hindsight, I probably shouldn't have told my maids I was going to jump into the sacred lake. I only said it because the heat this morning was insufferable. Even the chrysanthemum bushes outside had wilted, and the kitebirds soaring above the citrus trees were too parched to sing. Not to mention, diving into the lake seemed like a perfectly sensible alternative to attending my betrothal ceremony, or, as I like to call it, the dismal end of my future. Unfortunately, my maids believed me, and word traveled faster than demon fire to father. Within minutes, he sent one of my brothers, along with a retinue of stern-faced guards, to fetch me. So here I was, being shepherded through the palace's catacomb of corridors on the hottest day of the year, to the dismal end of my future. As I followed my brother down yet another sun-soaked hall, I fidgeted with my sleeve, pretending to cover a yawn as I peeked inside. "Stop yawning," Hasho chided. I dropped my arm and yawned again. If I let them all out now, I won't have to do it in front of father. "Shirori, you try being woken up at dawn to have your hair brushed 1,000 times, I countered. You try walking in a god's ransom of silk. I lifted my arms, but my sleeves were so heavy I could barely keep them raised. Look at all these layers. I could outfit a ship with enough sails to cross the sea. The trace of a smile touched Hasho's mouth. The gods are listening, dear sister. You keep complaining like that, and your betrothed will have a pockmark for each time you dishonor them. My betrothed. Any mention of him went in one ear and out the other, as my mind drifted to more pleasant thoughts, like cajoling the palace chef for his red bean paste recipe, or better yet, stowing away on a ship and voyaging across the Taijin Sea. Being the emperor's only daughter, I'd never been allowed to go anywhere, let alone journey outside of Jindara, the capital. In a year, I'd be too old for such an escapade, and too married. The indignity of it all made me sigh aloud. Then I'm doomed. He'll be hideous. My brother chuckled and nudged me forward. "Come on, no more complaining. We're nearly there." I rolled my eyes. Hasho was starting to sound like he was 70, not 17. Of my 6 brothers, I liked him most. He was the only one with wits as quick as mine. But ever since he started taking being a prince so seriously and wasting those wits on chess games instead of mischief, there were certain things I couldn't tell him anymore. Like what I was keeping inside my sleeve. A tickle crawled up my arm, and I scratched my elbow. Just to be safe, I pinched the wide opening of my sleeve shut. If Hasho knew what I was hiding under its folds, I'd never hear the end of it. From him or from father. Shirori, Hasho whispered. What's the matter with your dress? I thought I smudged the silk. I lied, pretending to rub at a spot on my sleeve. It's so hot today. I made a show of looking out at the mountains and the lake. Don't you wish we were outside swimming instead of going to some boring ceremony? Hasho eyed me suspiciously. Shirori, don't change the topic. I bowed my head, doing my best to look remorseful, and covertly adjusted my sleeve. You're right, brother. It's time I grew up. Thank you for... Another tickle brushed my arm, and I clapped my elbow to muffle the sound. My secret was growing restless, making the fabric of my robes ripple. For escorting me to meet my betrothed, I finished quickly. I hastened toward the audience chamber, but Hasho caught my sleeve, raised it high, and gave it a good shake. Out darted a paper bird as small as a dragonfly and just as fast. From afar, she looked like a little sparrow with an inky red on her head, and she flitted from my arm to my brother's head, wildly beating her slender wings as she hovered in front of his face. Hasho's jaw dropped, his eyes widening with shock. Kiki, I whispered urgently, opening my sleeve. Come back inside. Kiki didn't obey. She perched on Hasho's nose and stroked it with a wing to show affection. My shoulders relaxed. Animals always liked Hasho, and I was certain she would charm him the way she'd charmed me. Then my brother swooped his hands over his face to catch her. Don't hurt her. I cried. Up Kiki flew, narrowly avoiding his clutches. She bounced against the wooden shutters on the windows, seeking one that was open as she darted farther and farther down the hall. I started after her, but Hasho grabbed me, holding fast until my slippers skidded against the whispery wood. Let it go, he said into my ear. We'll talk about this later. The guards flung open the doors, and one of Father's ministers announced me, Princess Shiorianma, the youngest child, the only daughter of Emperor Hanryu and the late Empress, inside, my father and his consort, my stepmother, sat at the head of the cavernous chamber. The air hummed with impatience, courtiers folding and refolding their damp handkerchiefs to wipe their perspiring temples. I saw the backs of Lord Bushian and his son, my betrothed, kneeling before the emperor. Only my stepmother noticed me, frozen at the threshold. She tilted her head, her pale eyes locking onto mine. A chill shivered down my spine. I had a sudden fear that if I went through with the ceremony, I'd become like her, cold and sad and lonely. Worse, if I didn't find Kiki, someone else might, and my secret would get back to Father. My secret, that I'd conjured a paper bird to life with magic. Forbidden magic. I spun away from the doors and pushed past Hasho, who was too startled to stop me. Princess Shirori, the guards yelled. Princess. I shed my ceremonial jacket as I ran after Kiki. The embroidery alone weighed as much as a sentinel's armor, and freeing my shoulders and arms of its heft was like growing wings. I left the pool of silk in the middle of the hall and jumped out a window into the garden. The sun's glare was strong, and I squinted to keep my eyes on Kiki. She wove through the orchard of cherry trees, then past the citrus ones, where her frenzied flight caused the kite birds to explode from the branches. I'd intended to leave Kiki in my room, tucked away in a jewelry box, but she had flapped her wings and knocked against her prison so vigorously I was afraid a servant might find her while I was at the ceremony. Best to keep her with me, I thought. Promise to be good? I'd said. Kiki bobbed her head, which I'd taken as a yes. Wrong. Demons take me. I had to be the biggest idiot in Kyoto. But I wouldn't blame myself for having a heart, even for a paper bird. Kiki was my paper bird. With my brothers growing older and always occupied with princely duties, I had been lonely. But Kiki listened to me and kept my secrets, and she made me laugh. Every day, she became more alive. She was my friend. I had to get her back. My paper bird landed in the middle of the sacred lake, floating on its still waters with unflappable calm, as if she hadn't just upended my entire morning. I was panting by the time I reached her. Even without the outer layer, my dress was so heavy I could hardly catch my breath. Kiki. I tossed a pebble into the water to get her attention, but she merely floated farther away. This isn't the time to play. What was I going to do? If it was discovered I had a talent for magic, no matter how small, I'd be sent away from Kyoto forever, a fate far worse than having to marry some faceless lord of the third rank. Hurrying, I kicked off my slippers, not even bothering to shed my robes. I jumped into the lake. For a girl forced to stay indoors practicing calligraphy and playing the zither, I was a strong swimmer. I had my brothers to thank for that. Before they all grew up, we used to sneak to this very lake for summer evening dips. I knew these waters. I kicked toward Kiki, the sun's heat prickling against my back, but she was sinking deeper into the water. The folds of my dress wrapped around me tight, and my skirts clung to my legs every time I kicked. I began to tire, and the sky vanished as the lake pulled me down. Choking, I flailed for the surface. The more I struggled, the faster I sank. Whirls of my long black hair floated around me like a storm. Terror rioted in my gut, and my throat burned, my pulse thudding madly in my ears. I undid the gold sash over my robes and yanked at my skirts, but their weight brought me down and down, until the sun was but a faint pearl of light glimmering far above me. Finally, I ripped my skirts free and propelled myself up, but I was too deep. There was no way I would make it back to the surface before I ran out of breath. I was going to die. Kicking furiously, I fought for air, but it was no use. I tried not to panic. Panicking would only make me sink faster. Lord Shariman, the god of death, was coming for me. He'd numb the burning soreness in my muscles and the pain swelling in my throat. My blood began to chill. My eyelids began to close. That was when I saw the dragon. I thought him a snake at first. No one had seen a dragon in centuries, and from afar, he looked like one of my stepmother's pets. At least until I saw the claws. He glided toward me, coming so close that I could have touched his whiskers, long and thin like strokes of silver. His hand was extended, and above his palm, pinched between two talons, was Kiki. For an instant, I bubbled to life. I kicked, trying to reach out, but I had no strength left, no breath. My world was shrinking, all color washed away. With a mischievous glint in his eye, the dragon closed his hand. His tail swept over me from behind and encircled my neck, and my heart gave one final thud. Chapter 2. A snake, I heard Hasho stammer. He wasn't a very good liar. She saw a snake, so she ran all the way to the lake. That doesn't make sense. Well, Hasho faltered. You know how much she hates snakes. She thought it might bite her. My head hurt like a thunderstorm, but I blinked an eye half open, spying my 2 eldest brothers, Andahai and Benkai, at my bedside. Hasho hung in the back, chewing on his lip. I closed my eye. Maybe if they thought I was still asleep, they'd all go away. But, curse him, Hasho noticed. Look, she's stirring. Shirori, Andahai said sternly, his long face looming over me. He shook my shoulders. We know you're awake. Shirori. I coughed, my body scrunching up with pain. Enough, Andahai said Benkai. Enough. My lungs still burned, greedy for air, and my mouth tasted of dirt and salt. I gulped the water Hasho offered, then forced a smile at my brothers. None smiled back. You missed your betrothal ceremony, Andahai chided. We found you on the banks, half drowned. Only my oldest brother would scold me for almost dying. Almost dying, I repeated to myself, my fingers flying to my neck. The dragon had wrapped his tail around it as if to choke me, but I felt no bruises, no bandages either. Had he saved me? The last thing I remembered was seeing 2 ruby eyes and a crooked grin. I didn't remember coming up to the surface, and I couldn't have floated up on my own. Wings fluttered against my thumb, and I became suddenly aware of my other hand, hidden under my blankets. Kiki, thank the eternal courts. She was a little soggy like me, but alive. What happened, Shirori? Andahai prodded. Give her a moment, said Benkai. He crouched beside my bed, patting my back as I drank. Ever gentle and patient, he would have been my favorite brother if only I didn't see so little of him. Father was training him to be the commander of Kiata's army, while Andahai was the heir to the throne. You worried us, sister. Come, tell old Benvin what you remember. I leaned my head back, resting against my bed's rosewood frame. Hasho had already told them I'd run off because I saw a snake. Should I endorse such an atrocious lie? No, Andahai and Benkai will only ask more questions if I lie, I quickly reasoned. Then again, I can't tell them the truth. They can't find out about Kiki. The answer was simple. When a lie wouldn't work, a diversion would. A dragon saved me, I replied. The corners of Andahai's lips slid into a frown. A dragon. Really? He was small for a dragon, I went on, but I'm guessing that's because he's young. He had clever eyes, though. They were even sharper than Hasho's. I grinned playfully, hoping to lighten everyone's mood, but my brother's frowns only deepened. I don't have time for tall tales, Shirori, Andahai said crisply. He was the least imaginative of my brothers, and he crossed his arms, his long sleeves as stiff as his waxed black hair. Of all the days to run off to the lake, you missed your ceremony with Lord Bushian's son. I'd completely forgotten my betrothed. Guilt bubbled to my chest, my grin quickly fading. Father must be furious with me. Father is on his way to see you now, and Hai continued. I wouldn't count on your being his favorite to get you out of this one. Stop being so hard on her, said Benkai. He lowered his voice. For all we know, it might have been an attack. Now I frowned too. An attack? There's word of uprisings, explained my second eldest brother. Many of the lords oppose your marriage to Lord Bushian's son. They fear his family will become too powerful. I wasn't attacked, I assured them. I saw a dragon, and he saved me. And Ahai's face reddened with exasperation. Enough lying, Shirori. Because of you, Lord Bushian and his son have left Jindara utterly shamed. For once, I wasn't lying. It's the truth, I swore. I saw a dragon. Is that what you're going to tell Father? Tell Father what? Boomed a voice, resonating around the room. I hadn't heard my doors slide open, but they rattled now as my father and my stepmother strode into my chambers. My brothers bowed deeply, and I lowered my head until it almost touched my knees. And I was the first to rise. Father, Shirori is... Father silenced him with a gesture. I'd never seen him look so angry. Usually, a smile from me was all it took to melt the sternness in his eyes, but not today. Your nurse has informed us that you are unharmed, he said. That I am relieved to hear. But what you have done today is utterly inexcusable. His voice, so low the wooden frame of my bed hummed, shook with fury and disappointment. I kept my head bowed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. You will prepare a proper apology to Lord Bushian and his son, he interrupted. Your stepmother has proposed that you embroider a tapestry to reverse the shame you have brought to his family. Now I looked up. But, Father, that could take weeks. Have you somewhere else to be? What about my lessons? I asked, desperate. My duties, my afternoon prayers at the temple, Father was unmoved. You have never once given a care about your duties before. They will be suspended until you have finished the tapestry. You will begin work on it immediately, under your stepmother's supervision, and you will not leave the palace until it is complete. But I saw Hasho shaking his head. I hesitated, knowing he was right. I shouldn't argue, shouldn't protest. Unwisely the words spilled from my lips anyway. But the summer festival is in 2 weeks. One of my brothers nudged me from behind. This time, the warning worked. I clamped my mouth shut. For an instant, Father's eyes softened, but when he spoke, his voice was hard. The summer festival comes every year, Shirori. It would do good to learn the consequences of your behavior. Yes, Father, I whispered through the ache in my chest. It was true that the summer festival came every year, but this would be the last with my brothers before I turned 17 and was married, cast off to live with my future husband. And I'd ruined it. Father observed my silence, waiting for me to beg for leniency, to make excuses and do my best to change his mind. But Kiki's fluttering wings under my palm compelled me to stay silent. I knew what the consequences would be if she were found out, and they were far worse than missing the festival. I have been too soft on you, Shirori, Father said quietly. Because you are the youngest of my children, I have given you many liberties and let you run wild among your brothers. But you're no longer a child. You are the princess of Kyoto, the only princess of the realm. it is time you behaved like a lady worthy of your title. Your stepmother has agreed to help you." Dread curdled in my stomach as my eyes flew to my stepmother, who hadn't moved from her position in front of the windows. I'd forgotten she was there, which seemed impossible once I looked at her. Her beauty was extraordinary, the kind that poets immortalized into legend. My own mother had been acknowledged the most beautiful woman in Kyoto, and from the paintings that I'd seen of her, that was no exaggeration. But my stepmother was quite possibly the most beautiful woman in the world. Striking opalescent eyes, a rosebud mouth, and ebony hair so lustrous it fell in a long satin sheet against her back. But what made her truly memorable was the diagonal scar across her face. On anyone else, it might have looked alarming, and anyone else might have tried to hide it. Not my stepmother, and somehow that added to her allure. She did not even powder her face, as was the fashion, or put wax in her hair to make it shine. Though her maids grumbled that she never wore cosmetics, no one could disagree that my stepmother's natural beauty was radiant. Rikama, everyone called her behind her back. The nameless queen. She'd had a name once, back in her home south of Kyoto, but only father and a handful of his most trusted officials knew it. She never spoke of it or of the life she'd led before becoming the emperor's consort. I avoided her gaze and stared at my hands. "I am truly sorry if I have shamed you, father. And you, stepmother. It was not my intent." Father touched my shoulder. "I don't want you going near the lake again. The physician says you nearly drowned. What were you thinking, running off outside the palace in the first place?" My mouth went dry. Hiki fluttered under my palm, as if warning me not to tell the truth. "Yes, I thought I saw a snake. She said she saw a dragon inside," and I said in a tone that made it clear he didn't believe me. "Not inside the palace," I cried. "In this sacred lake." My stepmother, who had been so still and silent until now, suddenly stiffened. "You saw a dragon?" I blinked, startled by her curiosity. Yes, I did." "What did it look like?" Something about her pale, stony eyes made it hard for me, a natural liar, to lie. "He was small," I began, "with emerald scales and eyes like the red sun." The next words were hard for me to utter. I'm sure I imagined it. Ever so slightly, Rikama's shoulders dropped. Then a careful composure settled over her face again, like a mask that she'd inadvertently taken off for an instant. She offered me a pinched smile. "Your father is right, Shirori. You'd do well to spend more time indoors and not to confuse fantasy and reality." "Yes, stepmother," I mumbled. My response was enough to satisfy father, who murmured something to her and then left. But my stepmother remained. She was the one person I could not read. Flecks of gold rimmed her eyes that ensnared me with their coldness. I couldn't tell whether their depths were hollow or brimming with an untold story. When my brothers teased me for being afraid of her, I would say only of her snake eyes. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. Though she never said it or showed it, I knew Rikama hated me. I didn't know why. I used to think it was because I reminded father of my mother, the light that made his lantern shine. He would say, the empress of his heart. When she died, He had a temple erected in her name, and he went there every morning to pray. It would make sense that my stepmother resented me for reminding him of her, a rival beyond her grasp. Yet I didn't think that was the reason. Never once did she complain when my father paid homage to my mother. Never once had she asked to be named Empress instead of consort. She seemed to prefer being left alone, and often I wondered if she would have favored being called the nameless queen to her official form of address, her radiance, a nod to her beauty and title. "What is that under your hand?" my stepmother asked. My bird had crawled almost to the edge of my bed, and I only now realized how awkward I looked still trying to cover her. "Nothing," I said quickly. "Then put your hands on your lap, as is proper for a princess of Kyoto." She waited, and there was nothing I could do but obey. "Stay still, Kiki. Please." As I lifted my hand, Raikama plucked Kiki from atop my blanket. To my relief, Kiki didn't move. Anyone would think she was only a piece of paper. "What's this?" I bolted up. "It's nothing. Just a bird that I folded, please. Give her back." "A mistake." Raikama raised an eyebrow. Now she knew Kiki meant something to me. "Your father dotes on you. He spoils you. But you're a princess, not a village girl. And you're far too old to be playing with paper birds. It is time you learned the importance of duty, Shirori." "Yes, stepmother," I said quietly. "It won't happen again." Raikama held Kiki out. Hope flared in my chest, and I reached to retrieve her. But instead of handing her over, my stepmother ripped her in half, then half again. "No!" I cried, lunging for Kiki, but Andhai and Benkai held me still. My brothers were strong. I didn't wrestle against them as a sob racked my chest. My grief was overwhelming. To anyone who didn't know what Kiki meant to me, it might have seemed too much. Raikama regarded me with an indecipherable expression, her lips pursed, those cold eyes narrowing into slits. Without another word, she tossed Kiki's remains onto the floor and left. Andhai and Benkai followed, but Hasho stayed. He waited until the doors were closed. Then he sat beside me on the edge of my bed. "Could you do it again?" he asked in a low voice. "Could you re-enchant the bird to fly?" I'd never meant to bring Kiki to life. All I was trying to do was make paper birds cranes, since they were on my family crest, so the gods might hear me. It was a legend all Kiotans knew. If you made 1,000 birds, out of paper or cloth or even wood, they could carry a message up to the heavens. For weeks I'd labored alone, not even asking my brother Wande, who was best at all sorts of puzzles and constructions, for help coming up with the folds to make a paper crane. Kiki was the first bird I'd succeeded in folding, though to be honest, she looked more like a crow with a long neck than a crane. I had set her on my lap and painted a red spot on her head, so she'd look more like the cranes embroidered on my robes, and said, "What a waste to have wings that cannot fly." Her paper wings had begun to flutter, and slowly, hesitantly, she lifted into the air, with the uncertainty of a nestling just learning to fly. In the weeks that followed, when my lessons were done and my brothers were too busy to see me, I would help her practice in secret. I took her out to the garden to fly among the prune trees and stone sanctuaries, and at night I told her stories. I'd been so happy to have a friend that I didn't worry about the implications of having magic. And now she was gone. No, I whispered, finally replying to Hasho's question. I don't know how. He drew a deep breath. Then it's for the best. You shouldn't be dabbling in magic you can't control. If anyone finds out, you'll be sent away from Kyoto for good. Hasho lifted my chin to wipe my tears. And if you're sent away, far from home, who will watch out for you, little sister? Who will keep your secrets safe and make excuses for your mischief? Not I. He smiled at me, a small, sad smile. So be good. Please? I'm already going to be sent far away, I replied, twisting from him. Falling to my knees, I picked up the scraps of paper my stepmother had flung onto the floor. I held Kiki close to my heart, as if that would bring her back to life. She was my friend. She was a piece of paper. I was going to wish her into a real crane. My voice faltered, my throat swelling as I glanced at the pile of birds I'd folded. Almost 200, but none had come alive like Kiki. Don't tell me you believe the legends, Shirori, said Hasho gently. If everyone who folded 1,000 birds got a wish, then every person would spend their days making paper sparrows and owls and gulls, wishing for mountains of rice and gold and years of good harvest. I said nothing. Hasho didn't understand. He had changed. All my brothers had changed. My brother sighed. I'll speak to Father about your coming out to the summer festival when he's in a more charitable mood. Would that make you feel better? Nothing could make me feel better about Kiki, but I gave a small nod. Hasho knelt beside me and squeezed my shoulder. Maybe these next few weeks with stepmother will be good for you. I shrugged him away. Everyone always sided with her. Even the servants, though they might call her Raikama behind her back, never had anything ill to say about her. Nor did my brothers. Or Father. Especially Father. I'll never forgive her for this. Never. Shirori, our stepmother isn't to blame for what happened. You are, I could almost hear him saying, though Hasho was too wise to let the words slip. He was right, but I wouldn't admit it. Something about the way she looked when she'd heard I met a dragon left me cold. It can't be easy for her, being so far from her home. She has no friends here, no family. She has Father. You know what I mean. My brother sat beside me, cross-legged. Make peace with her, all right? If anything, it'll make things easier when I ask Father to let you out for the festival. I gritted my teeth. Fine, but that doesn't mean I'm going to talk to her. Must you be so petulant? Hasho prodded. She cares for you. I faced my brother, taking in his creased brow, the twitch of his left eye. All signs he was truly exasperated with me. Quietly, I said, "You don't believe me, do you?" About the dragon. Hasho waited too long before answering. Of course I do. You don't. I'm 16, not a child. I know what I saw. Whatever you saw, forget it, he urged. Forget Kiki. Forget the dragon. Forget whatever it is you did to make all this happen. I didn't make it happen. It just happened. Make peace with our stepmother, Hasho said again. She is our mother. Not mine, I replied, but my words trembled. I had thought of her as my mother once. Years ago, I'd been the first to accept Rikema when father brought her home, and back then, she had been fond of me. I used to follow her everywhere she went. She was so mysterious, I wanted to learn everything about her. "Where is your scar from?" I had asked her one day. "Why won't you pick a name?" She'd smiled, patted my head, and straightened the sash around my waist, tying it into a neat, tight bow. We all have our secrets. One day, Shirori, you'll have your own. Magic. Magic was my secret. What was hers? Chapter 3. I hated sewing. Hated the monotony of it. Hated the needles, the thread, the stitching, everything. Not to mention, I pricked myself so many times the maids kept having to wrap my fingers until they were thick as dumplings. I almost missed my lessons. Almost. The days crawled by, slower than the snails that clustered outside the papered window screens. I embroidered crane after crane, spending so much time on them that they began to haunt my dreams. They'd peck at my toes, their cinder-black eyes glittering, then suddenly turn into dragons with pointed teeth and mischievous smiles. I couldn't stop thinking about the dragon and the expression that crossed Rikema's face when Aunt Hai had mentioned him, like she wished I had drowned in the lake. Who knew what went on in my stepmother's head? Like me, she had little talent for embroidery, but unlike me, she could sit and sew for hours. Sometimes I'd catch her staring vacantly at the sky. I wondered what she thought about all day, if she had any thoughts. I ignored her as best as I could, but when I made mistakes in my tapestry, she'd come to me and say, "Your stitches are uneven, Shirori. You'd best redo them." Or, "That crane is missing an eye. Lady Bushian will notice." Bless the eternal courts, her remarks never required a response, at least until today. Today she visited me with a strange request. "The gold sash Lord Yuji gifted you to wear for your betrothal ceremony. Do you know where it is?" I shrugged. It must have fallen into the lake with me. My answer didn't please Rikema. She didn't glower or frown, but I could tell from the way her shoulders squared that it wasn't the answer she'd wanted. "When you find it, bring it to me." I lied that I would. Then she left, and I promptly forgot about the sash. The morning of the summer festival, adults and children alike sauntered along the imperial promenade, clutching kites of every shape and color. I longed to go. Today was the only day that Aunt Hai let loose, that Benkai wasn't busy training to be a commander, that Reiji and Hasho weren't stuck studying with their tutors. Even the twins, Wande and Yoten, who were different as the sun and moon and always argued about everything, never argued on festival day. They came together to design and construct the most brilliant kite. All 7 of us would help, and when we flew it across the sky, it would be the envy of everyone at court. And all the food I'd miss, rabbit-shaped cookies filled with sweet red beans, skewers of rice cakes stuffed with fresh peaches or melon paste, sugar candies shaped into tigers and bears. How unfair it was that I had to stay inside and sew with Rikema. Finally, when my stomach couldn't take it any longer, I worked up the courage to ask, "Stepmother, the festival is beginning. May I go? Please? You may leave when your embroidery is finished." I wouldn't be finished for another month. It'll be over by then. Do not sulk, Shirori. It is unbecoming. My stepmother didn't look up as her needle swam in and out of the cloth. We had an agreement with your father. I crossed my arms, indignant. I wasn't sulking. Don't you want to go? She turned and opened her sewing chest. Inside were hundreds of neatly wrapped balls of thread, yarn, and embroidery floss. Rikama started putting away her threads. I have never enjoyed such things. I attend only out of duty. Outside the window, drums pounded and laughter bounced. Smoke from the grills spiraled into the sky. Children danced in their brightest clothes, and the first kites of the morning flitted high against the clouds. How could anyone not enjoy such things? I sat back in my corner, resigned to my fate. My brothers would bring me some of the best food, I was sure, but I wouldn't get a chance to talk to the visiting cooks or watch them at work. The only dish I had mastered was my mother's fish soup, but I expected to cook more, or at least supervise the kitchen, once I had to move to the north, region of the blandest cuisine. I was so busy wishing I were at the festival that I didn't hear my father enter the room. When I saw him, my heart skipped. Father, I have come to invite my consort to attend the festival with me, he said, pretending not to notice me. Is she ready? My stepmother stood, holding her embroidery chest. Just a moment. Allow me to put this away. When she disappeared into the adjacent chamber, Father turned to me. His expression was stern, and I put on my best apologetic face, hoping he'd take pity on me. It worked, though what he said surprised me. Your stepmother says you've made good progress on the tapestry. She does? You think she does not like you, Father said observantly. His eyes, mere mirrors of my own, held my gaze. He sighed when I said nothing. Your stepmother has suffered many hardships, and it pains her to speak of them. It would gladden me greatly to see you think well of her. Yes, Father. I will do my best. Good, he replied. Lord Bushian and his son will return in the autumn for Andahai's wedding. You will present your apology to them then. Now go and enjoy the festival. My eyes lit up. Really? I'd hoped staying inside would calm your restless spirit, but I can see nothing will tame you. He touched my cheek, tracing the dimple that appeared whenever I was happy. You look more and more like your mother every day, Shirori. I disagreed. My face was too round, my nose too sharp, and my smile more impish than kind. I was no beauty, not like Mother. Yet every time Father spoke of her, his eyes misted, and I yearned to hear more. There rarely was more. With a quiet exhale, he drew back his hand and said, Go. I didn't need to be told twice. Like a bird that had finally been released from her cage, I flew out to find my brothers. The summer festival was packed with hundreds of revelers by the time I arrived, but I found my brothers easily. They were lounging in the park, away from the manicured pavilions, the vermilion gates, and the white sand squares. The twins had crafted a brilliant turtle kite this year, and my other brothers were helping to paint the finishing touches. The turtle's 4 legs jutted out of its shell, which was a patchwork of scraps from old silk scarves and jackets. Against the clear blue of the afternoon, it would look like it was swimming in the Imperial Garden's azure ponds. I hurried to join them, Every year since we were children, we'd flown a family kite together during the summer festival. My brothers were all of marriageable age now, and I already engaged, and the rest soon to be. It was our last time doing this together. "You've outdone yourselves this year, brothers," I greeted. "Shirori." Wande spared me a brief glance, a measuring string in his hands as he checked the kite's final dimensions. "You made it." Just in time, too. Jotun was about to eat all the food we saved for you. Only so it wouldn't go to waste. Jotun wiped the green paint from his hands. "You make me sound like a glutton." "Shiori's the glutton. You're just the one with the big belly." Jotun harumphed. "It's only these ears that are big. Same as yours." He tugged at his twins, which, like his, did stick out a little more than everyone else's. I stifled a giggle. "Is there anything good left?" Jotun waved at a tray of food they'd carried from the stalls. "All the best dishes are nearly gone." He winked and leaned close, letting me in on the stash of glutinous rice cakes under his cloak. "Sure, don't show the others." I had to bribe the vendor just to get this last plate. Winking back, I popped a rice cake into my mouth. My shoulders melted as my tongue savored the chewiness of the rice dough, the powdered sugar dusting my lips with just enough sweetness. Greedily, I reached for another before Jotun could hide the stash again. "Save some for the rest of us," Reiji complained. "I just got here," I said, snatching another cake. "You've had all day to enjoy the food." "Some of us have been working on the kite," he replied testily. As usual, my third brother's nostrils were flared with discontent. Besides, there's not much to enjoy. No monkey cake stall, no grilled fish balls. Even the sugar artist isn't as good as last year's. "Let her eat," said Ben Kai. "You always have something to complain about." While my brothers bickered and I feasted, my attention wandered past the magnolia trees to the lake, where I'd almost drowned, where I'd seen the dragon. Part of me itched to go and look for him. "Come, let's hurry before the best food is gone," said Hasho. "Pick up more grilled fish, will you?" Jotun called to us. My other brothers decided to stay back and help the twins with the kite. The competition started in half an hour, just enough time for Hasho and me to explore. Children in masks squeezed between us, squealing as they ran toward the gaming tents to win porcelain dolls and silver-finned fish in glass jars. Back when I was their age, the games were what excited me most too. Now it was the food. I inhaled, taking in the aroma of fried mackerel skewers and tea eggs, of battered shrimp and pickled bamboo shoots, of glass noodles dipped in peanut sauce. For a so-called glutton like me, heaven. "Princess Shirori," the vendors exclaimed, one after another. "What an honor it is for my humble stall to be graced by your presence. Don't you think we should head back?" Hasho said after I'd gobbled up a plate of noodles and battered shrimp. "The competition's starting soon." Father and Raikama were already strolling toward the central courtyard, where the kite competition would be held. On his way to join the Emperor, Lord Yuji waved to Hasho and me. My, you're looking more like your mother every day," he greeted me pleasantly. "Young Bushian Takken is fortunate indeed." "Is he now?" said Hasho. "Her looks are one thing, but her manners." I elbowed my brother. "Hush." The warlord let out a throaty laugh. He had always reminded me of a fox with sharp shoulders, little teeth, and an easy smile. The North could use some of Princess Shiori's famous troublemaking. He clasped his hands, then gestured at my dress, plain compared to his opulent robes. I heard you fell into the sacred lake not long ago and lost your father a fortune in silk. So I did, I said, and my tone took a tighter turn. I'm afraid I also lost the sash you sent. I'm made to think it was quite valuable, given how it distressed my stepmother. Did it? Lord Yuji said. That is news to me, but worry not, Your Highness. Sashes are easily replaced, and my sons and I only thank the gods you were found and returned home safely. He leaned close. Though, between us, I am expecting a shipment of silk from my Alandan friends shortly. I am told red is your favorite color. It is the color the gods notice most, I replied cheekily. If I'm to be sent north, I will need all the attention they can spare. He laughed again. May the luck of the dragons be with you then. Red it shall be. As he left, I let out a sigh. Lord Yuji was generous and wealthy, and more importantly, his castle was just outside Jindara. Sometimes I wished I were betrothed to one of his sons instead of Lord Bushian's. If I had to be forced into marriage, at least I'd be closer to home and not promised to some barbarian lord of the third rank. Alliances must be made, Father said whenever I dared complain. One day, you will understand. No, I'd never understand. Even now, the inequity of it made my stomach roil, and I stuffed my last rice cake into my mouth. You're eating so fast you're going to get indigestion, said Hasho. If I slow down, all the food will be gone, I replied between mouthfuls. Besides, sewing takes up energy. Go on back. I know you're itching to watch Wande test out the kite. I'm still hungry. Without waiting for him, I traipsed down the aisles, heading for the rice cakes. A fresh batch awaited me, neatly decorated in a large wooden bowl. Specially made for Princess Shiori, said the vendor. I scooped it into my arms and grabbed a helping of sweet potatoes too, tucking the little sack under my arm. I made it halfway back to my brother's when I spotted a boy in a dragon mask lurking behind the grilled fish stall. His robes looked outdated, the sash too wide by a generation, and his sandals were mismatched. He was too tall to be a child, but he darted about the festival like one, or rather, like someone who wasn't supposed to be here. Oddest of all was his hair, streaked with green. The kite competition would begin soon, and my brothers were waiting. But I wanted a better look at the boy's mask. It was blue, with silver whiskers and scarlet horns. He was fast, scurrying about like a lizard, and even greedier than I was when it came to the food. Everything in the vendors' stalls was free, offered by the craftsmen to advertise their wares, but it wasn't polite to take more than 1 or 2 plates at a time. This boy was taking at least 5. How he managed to balance them on his arm was impressive, but if he kept up like this, the vendors would ban him from seeking more. And now he was angling after the fried lotus root. I shook my head. Novice. I suggest you skip the lotus, I said, going up to him. Everyone knows it's the worst dish at the festival. I thought I'd surprised him, but he merely winked, a pair of red eyes glittering behind his mask. Then I'll take yours. Before I could respond to his audacity, Hasho reappeared at my side, finally finding me. Shiori, are you coming back? It's nearly time for the kite seer. The boy's foot suddenly shot out, tripping my brother before he could finish. Hasho stumbled. As he fell forward, grabbing me to steady his balance, a green sleeve whirled across my side and snatched the bag of sweet potatoes from under my arm. Hey, I shouted. Thief, thief. The words hardly made it past my lips. Hasho and I toppled over each other, my half-eaten plates scattering across the street. Your Highnesses, people cried. Hands outstretched to help Hasho and me up, a crowd gathering to make sure we weren't hurt. I barely noticed. My attention was on the masked boy. You're not getting away so easily, I muttered, scanning past the onlookers. I spotted him edging along the outskirts of the gaming tents, then disappearing into the bushes. He moved even faster than Benkai, his steps so light they left no imprint on the soft summer grass. I started after him, but Hasho grabbed my wrist. Shiori, where are you? I'll be back in time for the competition, I said, wriggling my hand away. Ignoring Hasho's protests, I rushed after the boy in the dragon mask. Chapter 4. I found him sitting on a rock, devouring a bag of honeyed sweet potatoes. My bag of sweet potatoes. Its scent wafted into the air, sharpening the hunger in my belly and the anger rising in my fists. I meant to accuse him of thievery, to sling 100 different insults and curse him to the bottom of Mount Nagawi, but as soon as I saw him up close, different words came out of my mouth. Aren't you a little too old to be wearing a mask? He didn't look surprised that I'd followed him or angry. Instead, a familiar grin slid across his mouth. I couldn't place where I'd seen it before. What is that? He rasped, pointing at the wooden bowl under my arm. Rice cakes. He took off his mask and reached for them. Delicious, he said, crunching on the snack. If not for the vibrant band of red around his pupils, so familiar yet so strange, I would have knocked the bowl out of his hands. But startled, I let go. Don't eat them all too late. Gone was the last sweet potato and rice cake, too. I put my hands on my hips and flashed the boy my most irritated scowl. What? He gave a half shrug. Swimming all this way makes me hungry. I was still staring at him, at the thick stripes of green wisped about his temples. It was a color I'd never seen before on anyone, even the pale-haired merchants who came from the far west. His skin had little warmth to it, but there was a pearlescent sheen. I couldn't decide whether he looked bizarre or beautiful, or dangerous. Maybe all three. You're the dragon. From the other day in the lake. He grinned. So you do have a brain. I was wondering after you fell into the lake. I met his grin with a glare. I didn't fall into the lake. I dove into it. All for that bird, I recall. That enchanted bird. Remembering Kiki sank my spirits. I dusted the crumbs from my sleeves and began to turn away from the lake. Where are you going? Back to the festival. My brothers will be missing me. He was at my side in an instant, his fingers catching my sleeve and pulling me down to sit. So soon, he clicked his tongue. I found your bird for you and saved you from drowning. Don't you think you owe me some thanks? Stay a while. Entertain me. Entertain you? I repeated. There's a whole festival back there. It's all human games, nothing of interest to me. You're not even a dragon right now. He wasn't. In his current form, he was a boy, a young man not much older than I, but with green hair and ruby eyes and sharp, claw-like fingernails. How are you human? All dragons can do it, he replied, his grin widening. I haven't practiced shifting into human form much until now. He blew at his bangs. Always thought humans were boring. I crossed my arms. I always thought dragons were majestic and grand. You were hardly larger than an eel. An eel, he repeated. I thought I'd made him angry, but he burst out laughing. That's because I haven't grown into my full form yet. When I do, you will be impressed. When do you reach your full form? I asked, unable to contain my curiosity. All I knew of dragons was from legends and stories, and those told little about dragon adolescence. Very soon. I'd say in a human year. 2 at most. That isn't very long at all. I sniffed. I can't imagine you growing that much in a year. Oh! Let's make a wager then. I leaned forward. My brothers loved making bets with each other, but they never let me join in. What wager? Dragons aren't known for keeping their word. We always keep our word, he retorted. That's why it's so rarely given. I gave him a pointed look. What are you proposing? If I win, you invite me to your palace and cook a banquet in my honor. I expect 1,000 dishes, no less, and all the most important lords and ladies to be in attendance. I only know how to cook one dish, I admitted. You've a year to learn more. I made no promise. If I win, you take me to your palace and throw a banquet in my honor. Same rules. His grin faded, and he swept a hand through his long green hair. I don't know if grandfather would approve of that. It's only fair. Do you think my father would approve of me bringing a dragon boy to dinner? Approve? He should be honored. Honored? I drew a sharp breath. No one speaks about the emperor that way. It's true, said the dragon with a shrug. Humans revere dragons, but it's not the same the other way around. It'd be like I brought a pig to dinner. A pig? I shot up to my feet. I am not a pig. He laughed. All right. Calm down, Shirori. It's a deal. He pulled on my arm until I sat again. And this is Kiata, not a Landy. My father would not revere a dragon, I huffed. He despises magic. I stopped mid-sentence. How did you know my name? That boy at the festival said it. Right before I tripped him. That was my brother. Yes, and he seemed like a spoilsport. Aren't you glad you chased after me instead? I glared at him. Tell me your name. The dragon smiled, showing his pointed teeth. I am Saria, prince of the easterly seas and most favored grandson of the dragon king, Nizaean, ruler of the 4 seas and heavenly waters. I rolled my eyes at how conceited he sounded. 2 could play at that game. Shiorion-ma, I said haughtily, though he already knew it. First daughter of Emperor Hamryu and most favored princess of Kiata, kingdom of the 9 eternal courts and the holy mountains of fortitude. Saria looked amused. So your father despises magic, eh? What will he think of you? I shifted sideways, uncomfortable. What about me? I have no magic. There is no magic in Kyoto. Magic is rare in Kyoto, Saria corrected. Except for gods and dragons, of course. Oh, its sources may be dried up, but it's an element natural to the world, and even the gods can't erase every trace. That's why once in a rare moon, a Kiat-en is born able to wield what is left. A human like you. Don't deny it. I saw that paper bird of yours. I swallowed hard. Kiki is gone. My stepmother destroyed her. Saria gestured at the pocket where I kept Kiki's pieces. You can bring her back. He stated it so matter-of-factly, the way I'd tell a cook that his shrimps were perfectly fried or his yams were well-baked, that I blinked, my lips parting with surprise. I can? No. No. I shook my head. I'm done with magic. What, don't you want to become an all-powerful enchanter? He lowered his voice. Or are you afraid your powers will corrupt you and turn you into a demon? No, I retorted. I sighed, reciting without magic, Kyoto is safe. Without magic, there are no demons. You do know what's in the holy mountains of fortitude, don't you? Of course I do. The mountains were right behind the palace. I saw them every day. Thousands and thousands of demons, Saria replied conspiratorially, and all the magic that your gods asked us dragons to help them seal up. Your emperor should revere the beings who help to make his kingdom safe, who keep his kingdom safe. The gods and the sentinels keep Kyoto safe, I said. Dragons are too busy gambling and hoarding their pearls. Saria cackled. Is that what they tell you now? Don't teach a dragon history, princess, especially not magic history. Don't teach a human about our gods, I countered. Are you even supposed to be here? The gods promised to keep to heaven after they took magic away from Kyoto. Didn't the dragons say they'd keep to their lakes? See, Saria corrected. We live in the Taijin Sea, in a glittering realm of shell and precious coral, not some muddy lake. And dragons are not subject to the gods' rules. We never have been. Then why have your kind disappeared for so many years? Because your realm is boring. My grandfather's palace alone would dazzle you out of your wits. I doubt that, I said dryly. A thick eyebrow flitted up. The only way you'll find out is if you win our wager. If I won, you'd find some way to trick me into staying in your glittering realm for 100 years. There's a reason you dragons have a reputation. As Saria grinned, not denying my accusations, I turned on my heel to leave. Find some other fool to wager with you. That fool isn't me. What about your magic? It's a rare gift, rarer still in Kyoto. You should learn to use it, and end up banished to the holy mountains? I snapped, spinning to face him. Demons take me, I'd rather so all day. Stop following me. You're only saying that, said Saria. If you were really going back to the festival, you'd be running. You want to learn? He paused. I'll show you how to resurrect your friend Kiki. Wouldn't you like that? My defenses crumbled. I did want to bring Kiki back, and I did yearn to learn more about magic. After all, if it had been absent from Kyoto for so many years, there had to be a reason I'd been born with it, hadn't there? The gods took magic away because it is dangerous, I reminded myself. But the demons are already trapped in the mountains, and all I want is to learn how to get Kiki back. What harm could it bring? The future flashed before me, and I saw myself trapped in Castle Bushian, married to a faceless lord, and confined to a room where I sewed and sewed until the end of my days. If it was a choice between that and demons taking me, I'd choose the demons. Besides, how often does one get to learn sorcery from a dragon? I knew if I didn't take this chance, I would regret it forever. Saria was still waiting, but before I could reply, a fleet of kites soared into the air. I was missing the kite-flying ceremony. Demons of Tambu, I cursed. My brothers are going to be so angry with me. And father, nothing you can do about it now, said the dragon. You might as well enjoy the view. Tempting, but I shook my head. I've already gotten into enough trouble as it is. I started to go, then hesitated. One lesson, I said. That's all. The dragon's smile widened, revealing his sharp, pointed teeth. The look was not quite as feral as a wolf's, but it was enough to remind me that he wasn't human, no matter how much like a boy he looked. Here's a lesson for you before you go. Saria took the wooden bowl and spun it around on his finger. Walnut wood has magical properties, did you know? I confessed I didn't. One of the little traces your gods left behind, he said smugly. Put something enchanted inside, and the walnut will conceal the object from prying eyes. It'll even contain the magic. What good is that? I asked. The bowl is barely larger than my head. When it comes to magic, size matters little. As a demonstration, he winked, and a flock of birds made entirely of water shot forth from the bowl and flew over the lake. At their highest point, they burst and evaporated in a puff of mist. Might be useful for hiding future hordes of paper cranes. I was about to tell him there were no future paper cranes when Saria continued. Fold one when you're ready and send it into the wind. I'll know to wait for you here at this lake. He turned the bowl upside down on the ground, marking the spot where we'd met today so neither of us would forget it. One last thing, Shirori. What is it? Next time, bring more rice cakes. One lesson quickly became 2, 3, then 5. I met Saria every week, usually in the morning before my embroidery sessions with Raikama. Each time, I brought different snacks for us to share, but he always liked the rice cakes best, especially the ones with chunks of peach inside, which were my favorite too. Today, he had presented me with a bouquet of wilted peonies in return. Are you trying to woo me or insult me? I asked dryly, refusing to take them. You know Kiatans are superstitious about death. A senseless superstition he dismissed. These are for your lesson. Few can bring paper birds to life. I suspect you have a talent for inspiritation. Inspiritation, you can imbue things with bits of your soul. It's almost like resurrection, but not quite so powerful. You won't be bringing corpses back to life, or ghosts for that matter, but you could probably get a wooden chair to dance on its legs, or revive a few wilted flowers, if you so desired. He pressed the peonies into my hand. Go on, try. I can imbue things with bits of my soul, I repeated to myself. What was that even supposed to mean? Bloom, I told the flowers. Nothing happened. The stems crumbled in my palms, dried petals drifting to the ground. Saria chewed on a stalk of grass. Didn't you hear what I said? Inspiritation, Shirori. Don't talk to the flower as if you're an undertaker. Think of something happy, like chasing after whales or winning an argument against a tortoise. We clearly had different ideas of happiness. Feeling silly, I searched my memories, skimming over sugared animals and kites, paper birds and snow-dusted cranes, before landing on my favorite memory, cooking with my mother. I used to sit on her lap in the kitchen and listen to her sing, her throat humming against the back of my head as we peeled oranges together and mashed soft red beans into a paste for dessert. Find the light that makes your lantern shine, she used to say. Hold on to it, even when the dark surrounds you. Not even the strongest wind will blow out the flame. Bloom, I said again. Slowly, before my eyes, the wilted peonies trembled with a raw, silvery gold light. Then crisp new leaves sprouted from the stalk, plump and green. The flowers opened, their petals bright as coral. My pulse thundered in my head, adrenaline pumping as if I'd just swum a race across the lake and won. A bit of a cheat, using your voice, but they'll train it out of you if you go to enchanter school. I'm not going to enchanter school, I said, the bitterness in my words surprising even me. How could I go? Wondering whether Father would actually exile me or have me executed if he found out about my abilities had kept me up more nights than I wished to admit. Then I'll teach you, Saria said. I may only be 17 dragon years, but I know more than the oldest enchanters in Lorien. Really? I do. He glared at my skepticism. Besides, you wouldn't want to study with an enchanter. They're all fixated on taking the emotion out of magic. They think it corrupts. But you liked how it felt, seeing the flowers come to life, didn't you? Yes. Yes was an understatement. My heart was still pounding in my ears, so fast I could hardly hear myself breathe. Should I not have? That depends on what you're trying to accomplish. Saria gazed at my peonies, his red eyes unusually pensive. Magic has many threads. The same enchantment cast with joy will have an entirely different result when cast with sorrow or anger or fear. Something to be wary of, especially with powers like yours. Powers like mine? I laughed, making light of his seriousness. Like making dead flowers bloom again and bringing paper birds to life? That's only the beginning. Your magic is wild, Shirori. One day it will be dangerous. Dangerous, I mused. Why, Saria, you almost sound as if you're afraid of me. Afraid of you? He scoffed, and with a whoosh of his arm, he summoned a tidal wave so high it dwarfed the trees around us. Then the wave fell, slamming into the lake and drenching my robes. Saria, I shrieked. He didn't apologize. You do well to remember that I am a dragon, the grandson of a god, he growled before leaping back into the lake. I'm not afraid of anything, least of all you. I'm not afraid of anything. How often I had uttered the same words. But they were always a lie, and I had a feeling Saria was lying too. Chapter 5. Where have you been? Asked Raikama when I returned to work on my tapestry. Late for the third day. Even for you, Shirori, this is unusual. I expect you to be more diligent about your work. Yes, stepmother, I mumbled. My tapestry was nearly complete, almost ready to be sent to Castle Bushian. I couldn't wait to be finished with it and have my days free again. Except when I sat at my embroidery frame, I discovered my progress from this week had been undone. I gasped. "What? Your lines were crooked," Rikama said, "and you missed a stroke on Bashiantakan's name. Best to redo it all rather than risk offending his family again." I gritted my teeth, anger boiling inside me. "Calm," I reminded myself, exhaling. "Calm. At this rate, I'd have to finish my tapestry at Castle Bushian." I let out a groan. If only I could enchant my needle to sew without me. Well, why not? Awaken, I whispered to my needle. "Help me sew." To my astonishment, the needle fumbled to life, awkwardly dipping in and out of the silk. Then, as I gained faith in its enchantment, it started to dance across the frame in a symphony of stitches. I added 3 more needles to speed up the pace while I sewed too, keeping my back to Rikama so she wouldn't see. All week we worked, until at last the tapestry, a scene of cranes and plum blossoms against the full moon, was finished. Once we were done, I gathered the needles in my palm. "Thank you," I whispered. "Your work is complete." The needles fell lifeless, and a sudden lethargy stole over me. I fought it off, rising triumphantly from my embroidery frame to tell my stepmother I was finished. For what felt a very long time, Rikama scanned my work, but she was unable to find fault with it. "It will do," she allowed, though her eyebrows made a suspicious lift. "Once your father approves, I will ask the ministers to send it to Castle Bushian." I nearly jumped with joy. Thank the eternal courts, that meant I was free. Exuberantly, I put away my needles and threads. I wanted to find my brothers to celebrate, but magic was exhausting work, mentally and physically. I ended up dozing on my bed until Gia, one of my maids, summoned me to dinner. She was new, with blank eyes, a forgettable face, and an exasperating obsession with dressing me, down to the last detail, in attire befitting a princess, a task my previous maids had long since given up. In her arms was a set of ornately tailored robes, sashes, and jackets I had no desire to wear. "Your clothes are wrinkled, Your Highness," she said. "You can't leave your chamber looking like that." I was too tired to care. Ignoring her pleas, I ambled to dinner, practically collapsing into my place beside Hasho and Jotun. I could hardly get through the first course without nodding off. The cushions under my knees felt extra soft, and I swayed, lulled by the flowery aroma of freshly brewed tea. Hasho elbowed me when I slumped and knocked over my tea. "What's wrong with you?" he whispered. I ignored him, raising my sleeve as the servants cleaned the spill I'd made. "Father," I called, seeking his attention. "Father, may I please be excused? I'm feeling unwell." "You do look paler than usual," Father said, distracted. His mind was elsewhere. Meetings with the council had been running long, though Andhai and Benkai would not tell me why. He dismissed me with a nod. "Go then." My stepmother watched me strangely. "I will walk her out." I looked up in horror. "No, I'm at least to the hall," she insisted. She didn't speak until we reached the end of the corridor. "I've been thinking about that dragon you said you saw," she said in a low voice. They are dangerous, untrustworthy beasts, Shirori. If you've come across one, you do best to stay far, far away. It is for your own good. I hid my surprise. Had she actually believed me? Yes, stepmother, I lied. As soon as I returned to my chambers, I collapsed onto my bed. What did Raikama know or care about what was good for me? By the gods, she made it her mission to sow my life with unhappiness. As my head sank into my pillow and the sleep spirits came for me, I made a drowsy promise to myself. Tomorrow I'd finally ask Saria to show me how to bring Kiki back. Why are you so surprised she believes you? Said Saria, chewing lazily on a fallen magnolia branch. Dragons are real. Everyone knows that. None of my brothers believe me, not even Hasho, I persisted. And I'm not surprised. I'm worried she'll tell my father. If she hasn't already, I don't see why she would bother. You don't know Raikama. I dug my nails into the dirt, certain she was withholding the information to use against me later. The same way she disapproved of a match with Lord Yuji's son and insisted on sacrificing me to the barbarians in the abysmal north. Maybe she's having you followed, Saria said wickedly. His hair was entirely green today, and he sported horns I hadn't noticed before. Followed. He rolled onto his side, peering at something crawling over the bowl we used to mark our meeting spot. Then, with a claw, he picked up a water snake and held it close to my face. Here's one of her spies. I screamed, leaping to my feet. Gods, Saria. Take that away. Relax. She's harmless. Just a little water snake. He wrapped the snake around his head, where it lounged over his horns. See, I still wouldn't go near him. I was joking about her being a spy, Shirori, said Saria. He made a hissing sound, and the snake's tongue darted out as if in reply. She was just curious to see a dragon by the lake. You can speak to it? Her. And yes, of course I can. Dragons and snakes are related, after all, and serpents of all kinds are sensitive to magic. That I didn't know. I don't like snakes. They bring up bad memories. Of your stepmother? She has hundreds roaming her gardens, I replied by way of explanation. My brother dared me to steal one once, and she caught me. My voice went tight at the memory. Snakes remind her of home. Father would tell the ministers who frowned upon her unusual pets. Honor her wishes as you would honor mine. It was what he told us children as well, and we had obeyed. At least until Reiji had dared me to steal one. You're the one who's terrified of snakes, not me, I told him. Besides, I promised I wouldn't go into her garden without her. Are you afraid you won't be her favorite anymore if she catches you? I'm not afraid of anything. It was true. Raikama was fond of me. She wouldn't mind if I borrowed one snake. The next afternoon, I stole into her garden, moving slowly so as not to startle the snakes. But their eyes, all yellow and wide and unblinking, unnerved me. I was only 20 steps into the garden when a small green viper started wrapping around my heel. Go away, I whispered, trying to kick it off. But more joined, and soon a dozen snakes surrounded me. No, 100. They hissed and bared their fangs. Then a white snake hanging from a tree branch lunged for my throat. With a scream, I jumped for one of the trees, climbing as high as I could. But the snakes followed, and my pulse spiked with fear. I braced myself for a fatal bite. Suddenly, the garden gate opened and Rikama appeared. The snake slithered back like a receding tide. I was practically weeping. Stepmother, please forgive me. I don't know how a withering glance was all it took for her to silence me. Leave, she said coldly. Never once had Rikama raised her voice at me. In shock, I nodded numbly, slid down the tree as fast as I could, and ran away. Ever since then, she's hated me, I said to Saria with a shrug. My nonchalance was feigned. To this day, I didn't understand why that moment had ruined everything between my stepmother and me, and I cared more than I pretended to. But no one, not even my brothers, knew that. Well, you have nothing to fear, replied Saria, grinning. If her snakes try to harm you, my pearl will protect you. He tilted his head at me. We're connected, you and I. I could hear his voice, but his lips were still as stone. I jumped back. How did you do that? Like I said, my pearl will protect you. It links us, similar to the way you and Kiki are connected. Your pearl. Yes, you'd have drowned if not for the tiny piece I put in your heart. Just enough to keep you out of trouble. You put a pearl in my heart, I exclaimed, after you fainted. No need to sound so ungrateful, it saved you. My alarm quickly subsided into curiosity. So dragon pearls are magic. Are they magic? He scoffed. They're the very source of our power, magic in its purest, rawest form. Demons and enchanters covet nothing more, since they enhance their abilities. Where is yours? Here, he said, pointing at his chest. I would show you, but its brilliance would blind you. I mimicked his scoff to mock his ego. Yet you chipped some off to save me? I wanted to know what a pretty human girl was doing diving after a magic bird. He cleared his throat, his thick green brows knitting in confusion as I stared at him. Not a sight you see every day. I figured a bit of the pearl might help you to shore. Why are you staring at me like that? I wore a coy smile. You just called me pretty. A flush instantly colored his pointed ears. I meant I thought you were pretty for a human, Saria grumbled. You'd be a hideous dragon. A warm tingle smoldered in my chest, and I inched closer to him, just to see his ears redden more. Luckily, I'm not a dragon. Clearly, said Saria, rubbing his ears. He glared, which is exactly why you can't go around telling anyone you have a piece of my pearl. It would be near impossible for anyone except me to take it from you, but enchanters are as greedy as they are resourceful. Best not to take chances while I'm away. You're going away? I exclaimed. Back into the Taijin Sea. My grandfather's court convenes in the westerly quadrant during the winter months. But it isn't winter. It is for us. Dragon time runs differently than in the mortal realm. A week for me is a season for you. I should be back by your spring. Spring? I repeated. But what about our lessons? And the cranes, you'll miss the cranes. The dragon's brow furrowed. The cranes? They visit the palace at the beginning of every winter, I explained. It's tradition to greet them the first day they arrive. Just as it's tradition for the royal princes and princess to fly kites during the summer festival, Saria said wryly, You humans have many traditions. You'll also miss my birthday, I said, suddenly glum. It'll be my last one in the palace before I'm shipped off to marry Lord Bushian's son. That caught the dragon by surprise. You're going to be married? Yes, I mumbled. I'd buried all the dread I felt about my betrothal for weeks, but now that Saria was leaving, the reality of my fate stung. When? I'll be sent to Castle Bushian before the end of spring. The wedding will be next summer. The tension in Saria's shoulders released. Oh, that's plenty of time. Cheer up, I'll be back in the spring. In the meantime, work on your magic. My fingers went instinctively to my pocket for the pieces of Kiki I still kept with me. Show me how to bring Kiki back. You don't need any instruction. Just remember what I taught you. Nervously, I placed the scraps of paper on my lap, for in total, all my enchantments since Kiki had been short-lived. The flowers I made bloom wilted once my concentration flagged, and the stick horses I made gallop collapsed as soon as I turned away. What if I resurrected Kiki, only to lose her again? Kiki is different, I told myself as I carefully began to piece her together. She's a part of me. After a minute, there she was. A little fragile, but mostly the same as before, with a beak that hooked slightly downward, 2 inky eyes that I dotted with careful strokes of my brush, and wings that creased in the center, so they curved like orchid petals. Except the red ink of her crown had smudged and faded. I scratched open a scab on one of my fingers, freeing a bead of blood that I pressed to the paper bird's head. As it darkened into crimson, I held my bird on my palm. I filled my thoughts with hope that she'd come alive again and whispered, awaken. A fine, silvery gold thread of magic rushed past my lips and twisted across the bird's wings before settling there, as if stitched onto the paper. Then her wings flapped once, twice, and she lifted, circling my face. Kiki. Kiki landed on my hand, her wings stroking my fingers. That was quite possibly the worst nap I've ever had, she grumbled, shaking her beak at me. I dreamt I was ripped to pieces. I'm never sleeping again. Ever. I can hear you, I marveled. Yes, of course you can hear me. I'm your dearest friend, aren't I? Your desire to bring her back must have bonded you, mused Saria. Now you can hear each other's thoughts, though you might find the company of a dragon preferable to that of a paper bird. Will she now? Kiki twittered soundlessly. I was her friend before she met you. I laughed, loving my bird's cheekiness. Yes, but can you teach me magic while Saria is away? Unlikely. Saria lounged back in the grass. You could always ask your stepmother for help, though. My laugh died on my lips. My stepmother? Saria shrugged. Don't you know? She's a powerful sorceress. Magic emanates off her. Even when I was at your summer festival, I noticed it. Raikama, a sorceress? Impossible. You must be mistaken. I would never mistake such a thing. I thought magic was a rare gift. How could Raikama have it too? I said it's rare, not that you're the only one with it. And it's really not strange at all. Magic attracts magic. What is strange is that my grandfather let her cross the Taijin Sea. He guards Kyoto's waters from foreign magic. Maybe he didn't know, I said, the spinning in my head coming to an abrupt halt. Could this be the secret that Raikama kept so carefully? that she had magic like me? You should ask. It isn't wise to pester the Dragon King about human matters, or to alert him to a mistake made years ago. Besides, she is not an enchanter. What do you mean? She isn't one of those greedy fools bound to 1,000-year oath, sworn to serve whichever master possesses their amulet. It isn't as grand as it sounds. Between masters, they have to spend their days in their spirit form, usually as some mangy beast without access to magic or much intelligence. If enchanters are bound to such an oath, why do we fear them? You don't, not in Kyoto. They don't have any power once they cross the Taijin Sea. Why do we fear them outside of Kyoto? I corrected. I was curious. Because they're one breath from becoming demons. That is their punishment, should they break their oath. They're dangerous. And my stepmother isn't dangerous? Not in the same way, Saria replied. Her sorcery is wild and unrestrained, like yours. Powerful, to be sure, but you both suffer a mortal's short lifespan. He didn't seem to notice my glare, and he went on. The mystery is from where she draws her magic. She isn't native to Kyoto, like you are. She would need a source, a very great source, to emanate such power. Maybe she drinks snake blood, I said, rolling up my sleeves. That would explain why she has so many. I don't think snakes are a source of magic. Well, if you won't ask your grandfather, then I'll have to find out. I shot Saria a deviously smug look. Sadly, you'll have to wait until spring to hear what I learn. A mortal spring is but a few weeks away in dragon time. I can wait. Saria grinned. Now, I've already stayed longer than I should have. Not to worry, princess. I'll return. He winked. You've a tiny piece of my pearl, and I'll be needing it back. When had he gotten so close? I could smell the sweetness of red bean paste on his breath. Take it now, then, I offered, moving a small step back. My foot wobbled over a loose stone, and Saria grabbed me by the elbow to steady me. Keep it. His eyes glittered as if he were carrying some secret. You might need it. He kissed my cheek, his lips softer than I would have imagined for a dragon. Then, without waiting for my reaction, he dove into the water. I'll see you in the spring, he called with a wave, his tail splashing before I lost sight of him completely. I picked up the walnut bowl we'd used as a marker of where to meet, brushed the dirt from its sides, and carried it home under my arm. Spring suddenly seemed so far away. Chapter 6. With Saria gone and my tapestry done, the rest of summer lumbered by. Lessons with my tutors resumed. The lectures on history, protocol, and language were tiresome, but I preferred them to sewing. I preferred anything to sewing. Whenever I could, I made excuses to avoid my lessons. Harmless little lies, like telling my tutors that Andahai needed my help selecting a gift for his betrothed, or telling the high priest that I couldn't pay my respects to the gods that afternoon because Hasha was ill and needed me to make him soup. But the truth was, my brothers were always busy, and no one ever asked for me. Not even Raikama. For once I didn't mind, and I used my precious free time to spy on my stepmother. After weeks of shadowing her, of sending Kiki to spy, all I'd learned was her palace routine. And what a monotonous routine it was. Breakfast with my father, then morning prayers, then a visit to her garden, where she fed her snakes and watered the chrysanthemums and swept the fallen wisteria petals. Then, worst of all, she sewed, for hours without end. With a frustrated sigh, I flung a pebble into the sacred lake and watched the water ripple, then still. I sat and sank my ankles into the lake. She can't be a sorceress, Kiki, I told my bird. Rikema has always hated magic. Hated was an understatement, though I had never dwelled on why. Most people in Kyoto hated magic. But Rikema's mysterious past did invite plenty of outlandish rumors about where she had come from, how she had met Father, and how she'd gotten her scar. Her fondness for snakes certainly didn't help the speculation. Once, a minister had tried to convince Father that Rikema was a demon worshiper, one of those heretical priestesses who came by the palace every year, throwing ashes at the gates and chanting nonsense about dark magic returning to Kyoto. Father had exiled the minister and banned the priestesses from Jindara, but now I couldn't help wondering. Could it be that Rikema hated magic because she was hiding her own? I frowned. She would have shown it by now. Saria has to be wrong. Try again tomorrow, suggested Kiki. The dragon said she keeps her powers hidden. He also said to practice my magic, I retorted. Every hour I waste spying on her is a missed opportunity to improve my skills. So is every minute you waste complaining, quipped Kiki, my unlikely voice of reason. I let out another sigh, but the bird had a point. Ripen, I said to a budding berry, and it became plump enough that a kite-bird dove to snatch it from my hand. Skip, I commanded a stone, and it hopped across the lake until it was far from sight. Such spells were easy, but things like trying to change the direction of the wind or call the larks and swallows to my fingertips, simple enchantments that should have been natural for any sorceress, made me fall asleep from the effort. It's all right to feel bad about your lack of skill, Kiki said, trying to soothe me. Her sense of empathy was still a ways from being fine-tuned. At least you can do something, unlike everyone else in Kyoto, except Rikema. I flicked my fingertips into the lake, trying to make a tidal wave like Saria had, but the water barely rippled. You don't want to ask her for help? I'd rather drown in the sacred lake, I retorted. That's a bit dramatic, isn't it? Kiki chided. When I sighed again, she poked at my cheek. Why so despondent, Shirori? It didn't have to do with Rikema, not really. I had the rest of the summer to find out her secret. I was only in a rush because I was bored. My brothers taught me to swim in this lake, I finally replied. We'd laugh so loudly we'd scare the ducks away. Andhai would pretend to be an octopus and attack us if we couldn't swim fast enough. I miss those times. I don't want us all to marry, to grow up and grow apart. My brothers hadn't so much as asked for me this summer. Andhai and Benkai were always in hushed meetings with Father and generals and ambassadors. Wande was immersed in his books. Jotun was popular in court and constantly out with his friends. And Reiji and Hasho were currently engaged in a chess rivalry that allowed time for nothing else. As I pulled my feet out of the lake, the wind pushed the current toward me. It was growing stronger, a sign that autumn was drawing near. I raised my arms, basking in the rush of cool air as it slipped into my sleeves. No matter how many joyful memories I conjured up, No matter how loudly I shouted, I could not get the wind to listen. How about that? Kiki suggested, pointing her wing at something floating in the lake. Why don't you tell the wind to blow it toward you? I squinted. What could that be, glittering under a raft of moss and seaweed? I scrambled along the shore and grabbed the longest branch I could find. Then I fished out the last thing I expected to see again. My sash, I exclaimed. It was the one I had worn when I jumped into the lake, the very one Rikema had asked me about. Its golden threads were soaked, the floral pattern was smeared with dirt, and the threads were tangled with moss, but it was otherwise intact. I wrung it out, my thoughts churning. After spying on Rikema for weeks, I was half convinced Saria was out of his dragon mind for thinking she was a sorceress. At least I'd find out why she'd wanted this silly sash. Impulsiveness and curiosity, two of my fairest traits, had me bursting into her sewing room, waving it like a soldier's banner. Stepmother, I said, displaying the damp and crumpled sash. You wish to see this. Rikema barely looked up from her embroidery, only because it was a gift from Lord Yuji. You've already offended one family, Shirori. Best not to insult another. She knotted her thread, then snipped it with a pair of scissors. Have the maids clean it along with the rest of your things. I turned to leave, and I would have thought nothing more of the incident, if not for the shadow that swept Rikema's face. Ever so subtly, a faint but unmistakable ring of gold flickered in her eyes. The next morning, my sash was missing. Her radiance wanted it, responded Gia when I asked. She was staring at the floor, which was wise, considering that I was gaping at her in disbelief. So you gave it to her? I exclaimed. Gia hunched her shoulders, trembling like a mouse. And no, princess. Her radiance took it. Perhaps you'd like a red one? She held up a richly wrapped bundle. This just arrived from Lord Yuge. I dashed off before she could finish. By now, I knew my stepmother's schedule by heart, and she'd be in her garden. Perfect, since I knew all the ways to slip inside unnoticed. I didn't venture deep. I was too daunted by the snakes. Sometimes I heard father's chancellors gossiping about them, how the vipers were poisonous, some of them so deadly that a touch could kill. The memory of their scales against my skin still made me shudder. Carefully, I towed off my slippers and held them under my arm as I waded into the shallowest part of Rikema's pond. There I hid under the rock bridge, crouching so long that my knees quivered, and the fish, thinking I was a lily pad, came to nibble at my toes. After what felt like an eternity, Rikema arrived. As soon as the guards closed the garden gate, she removed a ball of scarlet thread from within her robes. It looked almost like a red sun, except for the leaves clinging to its fibers. I expected her to start talking to the snakes lounging on the footbridge near the wisteria trees, as she always did, or tending to her prized plot of moon orchids, the picture of which she often embroidered on her fans and shawls. Instead, she lifted her skirts to her knees and raised the thread above her head. "Take me to the tears of Emirian," she commanded. The ball trembled, emitting a wash of reddish light as it bounced out of her hand into the pond. Rikema waited at the edge of the pond. Its water had begun spinning furiously, parting to reveal a path at the center and a staircase below. Swiftly my stepmother descended. I started after her, but serpents hissed, dropping from the trees and rising to block me. Alarm washed over me, and I gasped, freezing mid-step. They were everywhere, some in dazzling colors I'd never seen before, turquoise and violet and sapphire. Others were black as night with scarlet stripes or ivory with brown speckles. But their fangs were all the same, curved like tiny daggers, their pupils menacing slivers. They surrounded me, the same way they had all those years ago. "Shirori," Kiki called from the stairs. "If you don't hurry, we'll lose her." The water was starting to rush back over the stairs, but I'd still have to cross the snakes lingering on them. "Fear is just a game, Shirori," I reminded myself. "You win by playing." I tugged my slippers back on and charged toward the stairs. More snakes dropped from the trees, plopping into the water, but I didn't look back. Darkness caved over me, and I followed the glimmer of light down the stairs until I emerged on the other side. It had to be magic that brought me out into the woods, far beyond the palace gardens. In fact, I couldn't even see the palace, only the holy mountains, so close they obscured the sky. If I was truly in one of the mountain forests, I was far from home indeed. But how I would get back was the least of my concerns. Kiki tore into the trees, her fragile paper wings dancing in an invisible gust of summer wind. Far ahead, I could see the ball of thread bouncing through the thickets, its brilliant light painting the trees red. I ran as fast as I could, following Rikama deeper and deeper into the forest, until, abruptly, she stopped. Kiki bit my hair, pulling me behind a tree. The ball had come to a dirt hole full of twigs and leaves. It no longer trembled or glowed. My stepmother set aside her sandals and removed the brass pin that held her hair in its signature coil. As her raven tresses tumbled down her back, she rubbed her temples. A streak of white hair appeared. I frowned. That had never been there before. Not on the ageless queen. Kneeling beside the dirt hole, she rolled up her sleeves and slowly loosened the layers of her robes until her shoulders were bare. A light shone in her chest, dim at first, then it grew brighter until I had to shield my eyes. In Rikama's heart gleamed a broken orb, fractured in the center, like a moon cleaved in two. It was beautiful regardless, its surface dark as the night sky, yet its light as dazzling as dawn unfolding over the ocean. Mesmerizing to behold. "That's it," I breathed. The source of her magic. "Wonderful. Now let's leave," Kiki pleaded. "We've seen enough." "Not yet," I whispered, waving her away as I started to climb the tree. I needed to see more. Water bubbled up from the center of the hole. A minute ago, it had been dry. Where was the water coming from? I leaned closer, riveted. This was no ordinary pool. The water was opaque and held no reflection. Could it truly be the tears of Emirian, the tears that the goddess of fate was said to have shed as she fell from the heavens to earth? The gods had destroyed all such pools. My golden sash lay over Rikama's arm, its slender cord undone. As she steeped it in the water, she spoke in a language I did not recognize. It was more rhythmic, the words lilting and round. Her voice sounded gentler, and for some reason, that made goosebumps rise on my skin. Do you understand what she's saying? I whispered to Kiki. It sounds like a spell. A perilous one. Kiki stabbed her beak at my cheek when I leaned closer. Careful, Shirori. Gods, didn't anyone teach you that it's always the curious bird that gets eaten by the fox? She moaned. If only I'd been born to a more sensible sorceress. Since when are you so worried about your lifespan? I retorted. No fox will want you. You're made of paper. Yes, but if you die, I die. So of course I worry about you. You'd dive into a fire if it meant getting answers. I see. You only care about me out of self-interest. Naturally. A bird like me doesn't form unnecessary attachments. Ignoring her, I squinted at the tears of a Miriam. Within the pool, ribbons of crimson streamed out of my sash like blood. As they wove through Rikama's fingers, my stepmother's voice changed. Venom dripped from it, her tone harsh and deep. And high, she rasped. Before my eyes, the ribbons in the water took on the shape of the crown prince, so lifelike that I flinched. I pursed my lips, suddenly missing my brothers, even and high. He could be dull and pig-headed, but if he ruled Kyoto with half the care he gave us 6 siblings, our country would see its brightest days yet. Then, as Rikama spoke their names, the rest of my brothers appeared one by one in the pool. Benkai, tall and graceful, the brother I admired the most. He was the most patient of us, but that didn't mean he always listened. Reiji, he rarely smiled, and he spoke without thinking, not caring if his words stung. But if Hasho could put up with him, he couldn't be all bad. The waters continued to swirl, and I tried to shake myself out of whatever enchantment Rikama must be casting, but she had not finished. There were still 4 children left. Jotun, the brother I counted on to say my bowl was half full, not half empty. The brother who put cicada husks on my pillow to make me scream and spiked my tea with enough chili to make me cry, but who always made me laugh. Wande, the quiet one who loved books more than people and would bury himself in thought if Jotun didn't remind him to eat and sleep. His inventions were a sort of magic in themselves. Hasho, my confidant, the gentlest, though he liked to tease me, who even the birds and butterflies trusted. Finally came my name, Shirori. I lurched out of my daze. The ribbons turned black, clouding the water in the pool. Serpents, 7 of them, more shadow than flesh, surfaced and swam to Rikama. Kiki shot back into my sleeve. Now, Shirori, we need to leave. Now. I heard my birds warning, but I couldn't move. I was transfixed by the snakes. They slithered up my stepmother, climbing her back and draping themselves over her neck. Shirori, they whispered. Die, Shirori. I had seen and heard enough. I scooted back off the tree branch and was beginning to scuttle down when I saw my stepmother's profile. Her eyes were yellow as a serpent's, and in place of her smooth skin, scales glistened, as white as winter's first snow. I gasped and, missing a hold, fell off the tree with a hard thud. Rikama spun. Who's there? She called, covering her heart with her hand. Show yourself. Demons take me. I dove into the bushes. The leaves browned and wilted under my fingers, fear and nervousness making me unable to control my own magic. I dared not even breathe, but my heart pulsed wildly in my chest. Eternal quartz, I prayed that it would not give me away. Show yourself, Rikama said again, standing. I hardly recognized her, with her hair swirling about her in an inky mass and her tongue flicking out of her mouth, thin and forked. My stepmother was no sorceress. She was a monster. In horror, I peeled away from my hiding place and began racing back. But an endless forest surrounded me. I didn't know which way was home. It didn't matter. So long as Rikama didn't find me, someone grabbed my arm from behind. Shirori, my stepmother hissed. I was too shocked to struggle. The shadowy serpents over her shoulder had vanished. Her face had gone back to normal, too, but the ivory gleam of her scales still spun in my memory, making me dizzy. Kiki flew, slapping my stepmother with her wings, but Rikama batted her away with a powerful swing. Kiki, I cried as my bird disappeared from view. You shouldn't be here, Rikama said angrily. Look at me when I speak to you, Shirori. I glanced up into her eyes. They glowed in a way I'd never seen before. Luminous and gold, so mesmerizing I could not look away. Forget everything you've seen here. You're exhausted. It was all a dream. A wave of fatigue washed over me. My mouth stretched into a yawn, my vision swimming in and out. Then I stopped, blinked. I wasn't tired, and I hadn't forgotten why I was here. My stepmother's lips dipped into a scowl. She grabbed my shoulder. Forget everything you've seen, she repeated, her voice deep and sonorous. The water in the pool behind us rippled as she spoke. Forget it and never speak of it. No, I whispered. No, let me go. Let me go. I wrestled out of her hold, managing only a few steps before she caught me again. Her strength, like her speed, shocked me. She easily lifted me off my feet, her long nails wrapping around my sleeves. She held me up until my brown eyes were level with her yellow ones, and I screamed. Kiki returned, diving to bite my stepmother's cheek. A scarlet gash pierced Rikama's skin. As she yelled out, I scrambled away, grabbing the ball of thread from her hand at the last second. I ran from the forest. I'd seen all I needed to. My father had married a demon. Chapter 7. I threw the thread high into the air and cried, "Take me home." At my command, the ball gave a great shudder and leapt away. I rushed after it, hardly able to blink for fear that I would lose sight of it cutting through the forest. Sweat drenched my temples, the summer heat clinging to my skin, but I didn't dare slow down. I had to warn my brothers, had to warn Father. Finally, I reemerged from my stepmother's garden, and I hurried into the palace. What a sight I was. Leaves entwined in my hair, mud caking the embroidered hem of my robes. I'd even lost one of my slippers. The guards gawked, baffled by my dishevelment. Nothing could stop me. I barreled into Hasho's chambers, gasping, she's a demon. I leaned against the wall, trying to catch my breath. We've got to tell Father. Hasho shot to his feet. He wasn't alone. Reiji and the twins were there too, engaged in a game of chess. Slow down. What are you talking about? Raikama. I gulped a lungful of air. I saw her transform. She knows I was there. Kiki burst out of my sleeve, and Reiji nearly overturned the chessboard. What is that? He exclaimed. We have to tell father, I repeated, ignoring him. Where are Andhai and Benkai? Here, answered Andhai. All of our rooms were connected, and he stood between Hasho's and Reiji's chambers, wearing a stern expression. What's with the commotion, Shirori? He frowned when he saw my robes. Did you fall into the lake again? I pushed past Andhai, turning to Benkai instead. He'd listen. He had to. She has a secret exit in her garden, I said, and it leads to a place in the holy mountains of fortitude. If we follow this fall, it'll take us there. My 6 brothers all wore identical expressions, creased brows, tucked chins, and pitying eyes. They wanted to believe me, but they didn't. Of course they didn't. I sounded like a raving fool. You don't believe me. Reiji scoffed. First you see a dragon, and now our stepmother is a demon? It's true. I know you don't want to get married, but surely there are better ways for you to get everyone's attention. Benkai shot Reiji a warning look, then turned to me. After dinner, sister, he said kindly. After dinner, we'll come with you to follow this ball of yarn, all right? It'll be too late. Shirori, Hasho said, holding my shoulders. You're trembling. I twisted out of his hold, still reeling. Father married a demon. We have to tell him. My tongue failed me. Raikama had appeared at the door. Gone was her serpent face, the white streak in her hair. Even her skirts were no longer wet. But her presence was different, more powerful, more commanding. And the gash my bird had given her had healed in less than an hour. As Kiki rushed back into my sleeve, my brothers immediately swept into the appropriate bows, but I lurched for the closest sword rack. Hasho blocked me and gripped my arm so hard I cringed. Raikama's eyes bored into mine. I would like to speak with Shirori. Perhaps after dinner, stepmother, replied Benkai. His shoulders had tensed and broadened, but although he was the tallest of my brothers, with at least a head over Raikama, somehow she towered over him. We're already late too. The 6 of you will leave first. To my surprise, my brothers did not argue. Hasho let go of my arm, and he started for the door. I grabbed a jade-hilted sword and chased my brothers, blocking Jotun and Wande. No, stay. The twins halted their steps, looking confused. Shirori, rang my stepmother's voice. Drop the sword. It fell from my hand, and I gasped. I couldn't move. My body was rebelling against my every command, rooting my feet to the ground and my arms to my side. Fight, Shirori, Kiki cried, biting my hand from inside my sleeve. You must fight. Raikama touched my shoulder. Look at you. You're hardly in any shape to come to dinner. Go quickly now and change. I will make up an excuse for your father. Her eyes flickered yellow, and a rush of cold tingled over my mind and body. Suddenly my anger at her was dulled, My memories of what I'd seen in her garden no more than a haze, a dream. All I wanted to do was obey, to go to my room and change so I'd be on time for dinner. I'd wear one of my red robes. Red was my favorite color, and Father always said I looked best in it. Or maybe I'd wear that red sash Gia had mentioned. I jerked, my hands balling into fists. Rikema was doing it again. She was trying to enchant me. I shoved Hasho as hard as I could, waking him. Then I tugged at Benkai's and Andahai's arms, shouting to my brothers, "Don't look into her eyes. She's trying to control us." She'd enough. The word cut into the air like a knife. The slew of accusations died in my throat, as if someone had stoppered it with a cork. Benkai grabbed the sword I'd dropped and pointed the blade at Rikema. My stepmother barely flinched. Her eyes glowed yellow, the way they had when we'd been alone in the woods. "I would advise putting down your sword," she said softly. Benkai's arms trembled, muscles straining, and his face drained of color. Something drove him to lower his weapon against his will. "Demon," Andahai cried, brandishing his sword at Rikema. "Yield!" Andahai, too, did not make it even one step before he suddenly dropped his weapon. The rest of my brothers launched themselves at her, but they might as well have attacked the air. For all it took was a lift of her chin, and none of them could move. "Run, Shirori!" Hasho managed to rasp. "Send for Father." I flew across the room, my hands groping at the doors, but they would not budge. "Guards!" I screamed, but the windows blew open, and a blast of wind rushed inside, swallowing my cry. I staggered, the wind pushing me back until I slammed against Hasho's dresser. As I crumpled, pain bursting inside me, a nightmare unfurled. "Sons of my husband, I do not wish to harm you," Rikema said quietly to my brothers, "but your sister has discovered the secret I hide most dearly, and I can see there is no way to cleanse the memories from your mind. You leave me no choice. It is for all our sakes that I must do this." The light in her chest hummed and shone, even brighter than before, fanning out across the room until it enveloped my brothers. They began to change. Their throats first, so they couldn't scream. Black feathers coated their necks, stretching up to the long beaks sprouting from their noses and lips. I heard bones break and muscles rip as their arms lengthened into glossy white wings and their legs thinned, becoming knobbed like stalks of bamboo. Their eyes rounded and deepened, and last, 6 crimson crowns festooned the tops of their heads. Cranes, my brothers had turned into cranes. They flew wildly about me. Screaming, I picked up a fallen sword and charged at Rikema. She whirled, dodging with a quick sidestep before she seized my wrist. With the same tremendous strength she'd wielded in the forest, she lifted me. My sword clattered to the ground. "Bring them back." I spat, struggling against her. "Bring them back, you monster." I might as well have pleaded with Shirima and the Undertaker, but in my madness I thought I saw a glimmer of pity in her eyes, an ember of feeling. I was wrong. "Monster," my stepmother repeated softly, lethally. The scar on her face glimmered in the lantern light. They called me that once. They called me many worse things. As I twisted and squirmed, Her perfect lips curved into a grimace. Of all the people I met in this new life, I thought you might be the one to understand. But I was wrong, Shirori. She lifted me high. Now you must go. Before she could cast her curse, my brother swooped. In a fury of sharp beaks and powerful white wings, they attacked our stepmother. Furniture flew, and amidst the chaos, I kicked Rikama in the chest and knocked myself free. I fled to my room, slamming the door behind me. I had to stop her. But how? Not with my zither or embroidery needles, and certainly not with my calligraphy brushes. My mousy maid was there, cowering in the corner. I'd never been so happy to see anyone in my life. Gia, I shouted, practically shoving her out the door. Run, tell my father. Tell him Rikama is Gia's hands were behind her back as if she was hiding something. A dagger, I sorely hoped. When she saw me, she lurched forward. Shiori-ma, that was as far as she got. Suddenly her throat constricted and her eyes turned white, rolling back until her body went slack. Gia slumped to the ground, unconscious. Demons of Tambu. I had but seconds until Rikama appeared at the door. I tried to shake Gia awake. No luck. No dagger on her either. Only a handful of what looked like black sand, probably charcoal for tinting my hair and lashes. Useless. I whirled, scrambling deeper into my bedroom. On my desk were the paper cranes I'd folded. Hundreds of them. I hurled them into the air. Come alive and help my brothers. At my command, their pointed beaks lifted and their paper wings flapped. Within seconds, they rocketed behind Kiki. They surrounded Rikama at the doorway, but they might as well have been gnats. She raised an arm, and a brilliant light flashed from her heart. Then all at once my birds dropped, as lifeless as a pile of stones. Only Kiki still flew. She hid behind my hair, her wings trembling so violently I could practically hear the little bird's fear. So you do have some magic in you, my stepmother said, cornering me. This would have been easier if you didn't. Hate gave me strength. I threw the walnut bowl from Saria at her head, hurling it harder than I had anything before in my life. But Rikama caught it in one hand. She held it on her palm, and a glow pooled within it, shadowy snakes crawling over the brim and wrapping themselves around my neck. Muscle by muscle, I stiffened, immobilized by the snakes squeezing me tighter and tighter until not even a wheeze could escape my lips. Stop, I gasped. Let them go. You wish to speak? My stepmother's yellow eyes glowed. Then be wary of what you say. For so long as this bowl rests on your head, with every sound that passes your lips, one of your brothers shall die. Rikama raised my chin so our eyes met. I expected her to laugh at how helpless I looked, but her expression was unreadable. As of now, your past is no more. You will neither speak nor write of it. No one shall know you. She set the bowl upon my head. As the wooden sides fell over my eyes and nose, I opened my mouth to scream, but her curse arrived faster than my voice, and a world of blackness folded upon me. Chapter 8. I woke facing the empty sky, my back against crisp green earth. Tall bunches of grass brushed against my cheeks and ankles, and the wind carried a bitter chill that was twining its way into my bones. I pulled myself up, breathing hard. This wasn't home. I was on the top of a hill, no palace in sight, and in place of Jindara was the sea. I could see it from every direction, the gray water lapping the shore. Rikama had stranded me on an island, one, from the looks of it, in the far north. The moon was as large as my fist and still shone in the morning sky. Anger swelled in my chest, but I balled my fists, pushing it away. I'd be angry later. Right now, I needed to get out of here. I needed to find my brothers and return home. I scanned the landscape below, noticing specks of rusted red and brown along the shore, fishing boats, a faint promise of civilization. I hiked up my tattered skirts and scrambled down the hill. Before long, I heard horse hooves stuttering against a dirt road. What luck, I thought, racing in their direction. I flailed my arms and started to open my mouth to shout out to them. I'd simply tell them I was Princess Shirori, the Emperor's daughter. They would be more than pleased to bring me home. But the coarse laughter of men and the flashes of steel blades carelessly wielded in their hands stopped me mid-step. "Hey, you," one yelled, spotting me from afar. "Girl with the hat, halt." Fear swooped in my gut. I'd heard plenty of stories about the perils of Kyoto's roads, bandits being the most dangerous of all. I disappeared into the bushes. 100 steps in, I shed my outer robe so I could move faster. My teeth chattering from the cold, I ran, following the pallid rising sun above me, so small and white it looked nothing like the sun I was used to seeing at home. When the hill was far behind, and but a mound against the gray-blue sea, I slowed to catch my breath. The bandits hadn't followed, thank the eternal courts, and I'd come across a flooded rice field. A village couldn't be far off. Searching for a path, I raised my hand to shield my eyes from the sun. But when my fingers brushed against wood instead of skin, the bandit's words came thundering back to me. "Girl with the hat," he had yelled. My heart gave a lurch. There was something on my head. Not a hat. A bowl, wooden and unyielding. Try as I might, I could not take it off. Was this Rikama's magic? I knelt by my reflection in a shallow pool, staring at myself. The bowl was deep, covering my eyes and my nose, yet I could see perfectly, as if the wood were no more substantial than a shadow. That wasn't the case for my reflection. No matter what angle I tilted my face, the bowl covered my eyes and obscured everything above my lips. A hard lump formed in my throat as the burning heat in my chest returned. Father wouldn't recognize me like this. No one would. I'll write to him, I told myself determinately. The moment I reached the nearest village, I would send a letter telling Father where I was. We'd find my brothers, and someone, some enchanter somewhere, had to have the power to undo what my stepmother had done. Then, against the gray clouds gathering in the east, 6 birds soared across the sky. My heart leapt to my throat as I remembered my stepmother's curse. "Brothers!" I yelled. The word tasted like ash, but I didn't stop to wonder why. I cut across the rice field toward the sea, flailing my arms. The birds flew on. No, no, no. They had to see me. They couldn't go. "Come back. Brothers!" Panicking, I tore off my slipper and flung it at them. My shoe arced into the air, a blur of bright pink barely higher than the trees around me. It had no chance of scraping the sky. "Brothers," I pleaded one last time. "Please." At last the birds stopped. I dared hope that they'd seen me. No, they were falling, plummeting, flightless as if someone had clipped their wings. It happened so fast all I could do was watch, horror twisting in my belly. I rushed to the beach, almost screaming when I came upon the 6 birds lying lifeless in the sand. But my breath caught before I could make a sound. 6 ghostly serpents, each as transparent and dark as a shadow, glided out from beneath the dead bird's wings. The serpents reared up, rising to the height of my waist and meeting me with their ominous yellow eyes. "This is your only warning," they hissed. "Next time, it will be your brothers who perish, one for each sound you make." Their work done, they faded into oblivion. And to my horror and relief, I saw that the birds weren't cranes at all, but swans. They weren't my brothers, but they were dead because of me. 6 swans, one for each of the 6 words I had spoken. For so long as this bowl rests on your head, with every sound that passes your lips, one of your brothers shall die, my stepmother had said. A well of grief opened in my throat as I suddenly understood Raikama's curse. I wanted to shout, to yell, to cry, to show myself that it wasn't true, that it was a terrible, terrible mistake. But the 6 dead swans, their eyes black and glassy, their long white necks twisted and bruised, assured me it was not so. I crumpled to my knees, a silent sob burning in my lungs. My stepmother had broken me. She'd cast me away from my brothers, my family, my home, even from myself. Tears trickled down my cheeks. I wept until it hurt to breathe, and my eyes were so swollen I could not tell the sky from the sea. I didn't know how long I sat there, rocking myself from side to side, but as the tide began to rise, I finally did too. "Wits, Shirori," I told myself, wiping my cheeks dry with my sleeve. "Crying will do you no good. Languishing out here, despairing over what's happened, is exactly what Raikama wants. She wanted me to suffer, maybe even to die. You can't break the curse if you're dead. You'll certainly die if you spend all day out here, wallowing about like some self-pitying fool." "Wits, Shirori," I repeated. I needed food. I needed shelter and money. All things I'd never had to worry about before. I fumbled at my waistband, at my neck and my wrists and my long fluted sleeves. There was nothing. No coral necklace, no jade pendant, no bracelet strung of pearls. Not a single coin or even an embroidered fan I could pawn off. For the first time, I regretted not letting my servants deck me with jewels or adorn my hair with gold pins and silken flowers. I searched all my pockets, even the ones inside my innermost robe. Nothing. Then, out of the last pocket, something came fluttering. Kiki eased herself out of the fabric, bending her neck and wings to smooth out their wrinkles. She landed on my lap, her paper face somehow expressing concern. "Kiki," I cried in my thoughts. She heard me, and she opened a wing to stroke the flesh of my palm. That simple caress was enough to bring tears to my eyes again, this time with relief. I wasn't alone. I cupped her in my hands and pressed her against my cheek. I can't speak, I told her. Even my thoughts sounded wretched. My words, they bring death, they killed the swans. My paper bird was quiet for a moment. Then she said, surprisingly gently, "What are words but silly sounds that tire the tongue? You don't need them to find your brothers. You have me, and you won't be alone, not as long as we search together. No more tears until we find them, all right?" Kiki's promise moved me. I hadn't expected so much from my bird, and I held her against me, keeping her safe as the waves crashed around us. "Find the light that makes your lantern shine," Mama would say. Now, more than ever, Kiki was that light. "All right," I agreed. "By the way," Kiki said, settling on my palm, "I think those bandits back there were actually fishermen. Why didn't you say anything?" "I was stuck in your pocket." At that, I smiled. A little bit of my old strength returned. Together, we found Tiani Village, the only village on this island. With my chin high and nose to the sky, I walked the streets with the air and dignity of a princess. But no one cared how daintily I walked, how gracefully I gestured, or how proudly I could move my lips without speaking. All they saw was my torn and muddy dress, my dirty feet, the odd bowl on my head. All they understood was that I could not speak. And so they spurned my silent entreaties and turned me away. "It's just a matter of time before Father finds me," I reminded myself grimly. Gods, I hoped Gia was still alive. She had to have heard my brothers fighting against Raikama. She would tell the guards, who would tell the Emperor, and Father would force Raikama to undo the curse. All I had to do was survive until then. Except how did one survive on nothing? I tried begging, but no one would help a strange girl with a wooden bowl stuck on her head. I tried writing in the dirt for food, but no one could read. Children gathered to mock me, and some villagers threw stones, calling me a demon, but I couldn't speak to defend myself or look them in the eye. After 3 days of being ignored and spat on, of sleeping outside with nothing but rainwater to fill my belly, my hopes deflated. Hunger made me desperate. Desperation made me bold. When the next dawn arrived, I sneaked out to the gray-watered bay, where all the fishermen docked their vessels, and knotted the rope to one of the shrimping boats. I didn't notice a woman's dark profile looming over me until it was too late. "No one steals from Mrs. Dinan," she hissed, raising a fishing pole. Before I could react, it came whacking down on the wooden bowl on my head, so hard that my ears rang and the world spun. I collapsed. Chapter 9. I scrambled to my senses and tried to get up, but Mrs. Dinan beat the bowl on my head again. "It would have been smarter for you to swim off the island, girl. That bucket's not even fit for catching shrimp." She pushed me toward the gray waves crashing against the docks, daring me to jump in. When I didn't, she harumphed and grabbed my chin, studying the sooty hollows of my cheeks. Just as I thought. No demon would be as pitiful as you. She threw her apron at me. "You work for me now. Any tricks, and I'll tell the magistrate to cut off your hands for trying to steal my boat. Understand?" Hunger sharpened in my gut as I bunched up the apron in my hand. It was stained with oil and brown sauce and dried grains of rice that I could have licked right off the cloth. Just for a day, I promised myself before I trudged after her. I glanced at the empty sky, imagining 6 cranes threading through the clouds. Just for a day. I'd soon lose count of how many times that promise was to be broken. Lena, Lena, get over here, you stupid girl. Lena. Even after 2 months, I still wasn't used to the name Mrs. Dinan had given me, but I didn't mind it. It was better than thief or bull-ed or demon. Then again, I suppose none of those would have been good for business. Lena, I'm waiting. What Mrs. Dinan lacked in height, she made up for in vociferous anger. Even earthquakes couldn't outdo the thunderous power of her ire. She'd been in a bad mood lately. The autumn drafts made her bones ache, and she took the pain out on me. I only wondered what I'd done this time. Setting my broom to the side, I approached her, preparing myself for a public rebuke. I bit the inside of my cheek, a painful reminder not to speak. Mr. Nezawa ordered a cup of rice wine, not plum wine, Mrs. Dinan rumbled. This is the 3rd time in an hour you've mixed up orders. Not true. Mr. Nezawa, a fisherman who regularly came to Sparrowan, had most definitely asked for plum wine. I glared at him, but he averted his eyes. As much as he liked causing trouble for me, I suspected he secretly feared me. Well, a month ago, I would have gritted my teeth and gestured that she was wrong. Would have ended up with a mark on my cheek and no dinner. I knew better now. Now I showed my defiance in other ways. Sorry, I gestured, lowering my head another inch. I was starting to take Mr. Nezawa's cup of plum wine when Mrs. Dinan smacked the side of my head with the heel of her hand. The bowl sitting on my skull thrummed, sending me staggering back. The cup thumped onto the ground, wine splashing the hem of my skirts. I gathered my balance as Mrs. Dinan rounded on me, tossing a broom at my face. Useless girl, she spat. Clean up the mess. Why even bother keeping her, drawled Mr. Nezawa. Look at her, with that bowl on her head. I've never seen anything so ill-omened. Let her be Mrs. Dinan, one of the other fishermen muttered. She's a good cook. The best you've had yet. Yes, let her get back to work. Old Nezawa did ask for plum wine. Even I heard it. Not wishing to quarrel with the customers, I reached for my broom and swept up the shards of the shattered wine cup. How I went from boat robber to tavern cook was a blur. Even more confounding, it was already mid-autumn. The browning maple trees outside the inn were a constant reminder of my broken promise. I swallowed, guilt festering inside me. I hadn't meant to stay for long, but Mrs. Dinan worked me so hard that I collapsed on my cot every night, drained of energy and too tired to figure out a plan to leave. Come morning, the cycle only repeated itself. Besides, where could I go with no money? You could ask one of the fishermen to lend you a boat. Sure, Ori, said Kiki, reading my thoughts. Many of them like you. She fluttered inside my pocket. I wished I could let her out, but I couldn't leave her alone in my room, not when Mrs. Dinan made a point of searching it every few days unannounced. Kiki looked for my brothers each day, but she'd had no success, not even in getting word of father. Tieni village was so far from the mainland that little news made it here. I pushed my way into the kitchen to check on the large pot simmering on the stove. Preparing the morning soup was my main task at Sparrow Inn, the reason Mrs. Dinan wouldn't cast me out. My soup was good for business. It was my mother's recipe. She died when I was 3, but I had carried the warmth and flavor of the soup deep within me. The memory of poking into the pot for chunks of meat and picking out combs of fish bones, of decking my spoon with a bracelet of onions and savoring the soft crunch of the radishes and the orange splashes of carrot. Most of all, I remembered the way she would sing little songs she made up as we worked in the kitchen. Shinari was a girl who lived by the sea, who kept the fire with a spoon and pot. Stir, stir, a soup for lovely skin. Simmer, simmer, a stew for thick black hair. But what did she make for a happy smile? Cakes, cakes, with sweet beans and sugar cane. After she died, I still sneaked into the kitchen to help the cooks make Mama's soup. It was the only dish they allowed me to prepare, probably out of pity, and I became good at it. It was what my brothers requested whenever they weren't feeling well, and despite them being strong, sturdy boys who rarely fell ill, there were 6 of them. I took every bruised ego and scraped knee as an opportunity to hone Mama's recipe. Whenever I made it, I felt close to Mama and happy. Almost happy, which was all I could ask for these days. It was the only time I forgot about the wretched bowl on my head, or that I had been cursed into silence, or that my brothers were out in the world somewhere, their spirits trapped in the form of cranes, lost to me. Besides, if I didn't cook, then Mrs. Dinan did. Her recipes tasted like paper, bland and practically inedible. She would have served stew with donkey dung if it meant saving money, but most of the time she reboiled the leftover bones for a week, throwing in half-rotting vegetables and, I suspected, dishwater. Naturally, she was furious when she caught me adding extra carrots to the soup and seasoning the rice with the broth of fish bones. But the fisherman took note of how the meal suddenly tasted better than before, and how the rice was fluffy instead of soggy, and how the vegetables crunched under their teeth and freshened their breath. Business swelled, and Mrs. Dinan stopped lecturing me about squandering her ingredients. Instead, she raised prices. I didn't like her, but it wasn't easy for a widow to run her own business. Her struggles showed in the deep grooves on her face, which made her look far older than she must have been. She wasn't kind, but in her own way, she protected me, at least from her customers. A soldier grabbed my skirts as I emerged from the kitchen, pulling me toward him. "What's under the bowl on your head?" I swung my broom into his face. "Don't touch me." "Why, you?" He rose angrily, but he was so drunk that he swayed, unable to keep his balance. He tried to throw his wine at me, but he missed. "Demon, demon." Mrs. Dinan spoke up. "Leave her alone. My last girl was more of a demon than this little shrimp. She's not very bright, but she can cook. You enjoyed your soup this morning, didn't you?" "Then why the bowl?" the soldier slurred. "She's just ugly, is all," Mr. Nazoa said. So hideous her mother glued it to her head to spare the rest of us from seeing her ugly face. Mrs. Dinan, Mr. Nazoa, and the soldier shared a laugh, and I stopped sweeping, my vision blurring with anger. My stepmother had done this, not my mother. It sickened me to think a monster like Rikama was still married to father, still Kyoto's honored imperial consort. My nails dug into the broom handle. There had been more men like this soldier at Sparrow Inn lately, drunk and belligerent, traveling through Tiani village on their way to defend the north. Every time a new one passed through, a wave of unease settled over me. Gods, I prayed father was not preparing us for war. As if Mrs. Dinan could sense my distraction, she turned sharply, wagging a bony finger at me. "Stop eavesdropping, Lena," she barked. "We're low on firewood. Go get some." I grabbed my cloak by the door and exchanged my broom for an axe. Still fuming, I planted myself in front of the nearest woodpile. The chore used to tire me after only a few swings. The axe felt so heavy it took 2 arms to lift. Now I hefted it easily in one hand. With every swing, I let out my anger. It was no coincidence that Rikama had left me in the most isolated part of Kyoto, with no way of getting home. Had she always used her magic to make us do what she wanted? Was that how she had charmed father into marrying her? Her, a foreign woman from a faraway land, with no money or title to her name. Part of me wanted to think it was so, but I knew it wasn't. I would have noticed her eyes when she summoned her power, yellow as the summer chrysanthemums that bloomed in our gardens. I would have noticed the stone in her heart, shimmering like obsidian in the moonlight. Most of all, I would have noticed her face, her true face, ridged and hideous, with ivory scales like a snake's. The wind lashed at the bowl on my head, mocking me. There was nothing I could do. I was stranded, alone, with no voice, no face, and no magic. 100 times, I'd tried making the dead grass under my shoes green again, tried making the rotten tangerines Mrs. Dinan bought from the market plump and juicy again. Tried folding birds and fish and monkeys out of whatever I could get my hands on to bring them to life. Once it had been as simple as a word, a thought, a wish. Every day I tried and tried again, refusing to give up. But whatever magic I'd had was gone. Little more than a dream. One last swing, and the wood cracked and groaned. I stepped out of the way as the log split in two and wiped sweat from my brow. Maybe magic wasn't the answer. Maybe I had to find another way. I raised my axe to the next round of wood and gathered my strength. Curled up on a straw pallet, with Kiki in the crook of my arm, I dreamt of my brothers. Every night I saw them. Andhai, Benkai, Reiji, Wande, Jotun, and Hasho. 6 cranes with crimson crowns. Sometimes I called out to them, and they fell, one by one, in a flash of red, with a serpent's bite on their black-feathered throats. I would wake drenched in sweat, my body violently shaking. Other times I dreamt they were searching for me, flying over distant lands I did not recognize. Those dreams had a vivid clarity, and I prayed they were visions. That my brothers were alive and safe and hadn't forgotten themselves or me. Tonight I dreamt of Rikama. The trees in our garden had turned a burnished shade of yellow, their leaves singed with a blush of red. Day after day, my brothers returned to the palace. They flew, squawking cries that sounded vaguely like my name. Shirori! Shirori! It was against the law to kill a crane on imperial grounds, But the soldiers grew so alarmed by their daily appearance that they shot pebbles at the birds when they tried to land in the gardens. Yet my brothers were not deterred. Finally, one day, the cries grew so loud that my father himself came to view the 6 cranes soaring above his palace. Strange, he mused. Usually the cranes only visit in the winter. Come look. My stepmother joined him. They're different from the birds that ordinarily visit. Different? Husband, you can read the faces of birds now. No. My father made a sad little laugh. But their eyes, they almost look human. So doleful. Almost as if I've seen them before. At that, my stepmother stiffened. They're turning violent, she replied. The largest one attacked a guard today, and another flew into my garden. They're wild cranes. Have the guards shoot them if they come again. Before my father could protest, the flecks of gold in my stepmother's eyes shimmered, and his face went slack. He nodded mutely, as if thinking, of course you're right. The next time my brothers came searching for me, she made them forget too. Fly south, she said. Forget your sister and join the others of your kind. No, I wanted to scream. Don't listen to her. But away the 6 cranes flew, and I could not tell whether my stepmother's enchantment had touched them or the archers had frightened them off. When I woke, my back was moist with sweat, and my legs were sore from kicking in my dreams. But my mind was sharper than it had ever been, as if it had finally pierced the veil of fear Rykema had cast over me, and whittled my sorrow into steel-hard metal. I'd languished here long enough. It was time to make Rykema pay for what she had done. It was time to find my brothers. Chapter 10. Mrs. Dinan was in the kitchen, watering down the rice wine and tossing this afternoon's leftovers into the vegetable stew I'd made for dinner. What is it, Lena? She asked impatiently. Yesterday's nightmare had bolstered my courage. I outstretched my hand, making a gesture for money. Mrs. Dinan scoffed. You've some nerve, asking me for money. Why should I pay a thief? I didn't take back my hand. I'd been here for 2 months, and during that time, I'd more than made back whatever her shrimping boat was worth. She knew it. I knew it. The handle of her broom came crashing down toward my head. I saw it coming and dodged, but it still hit my shoulder. Pain shot up my collarbone, and I pressed my lips tight so I wouldn't cry out. The possibility that I might accidentally make a noise frightened me far more than Mrs. Danan's strikes. Thief that you are, you think anyone else will take you in? She jeered. Maybe I should sell you to the brothel. But who would want you with that ridiculous thing on your head? I clenched my fists to keep from reacting rashly. I needed to endure this just a while longer. My nails bit into my palms as I calmed myself. What do you need money for, anyway? You've no home, no family. She closed the window shutters with a clatter. Now get out before Her rebuke was cut off by the sound of hooves cantering to a stop. A horse neighed outside the door. Mrs. Dinan sniffed and straightened her collar before opening the door. Seconds later, her back curved into a deep bow, her arms fluttering and her voice rising to an obsequious pitch I didn't know she was capable of. Welcome. Welcome, sir. An imperial sentinel had entered the inn. My breath caught in my throat, and I quickly grabbed Mrs. Danan's broom, pretending to sweep while I moved closer to eavesdrop. Historically, sentinels were knights trained to battle demons, aiding the gods in driving them back into the holy mountains of fortitude. Now that such threats had supposedly been put to rest, sentinels protected the imperial family and kept the peace wherever they were stationed. Some trained all their lives for the honor. It was one of the few ways a poor man could change his fortune. This sentinel was young, but even then he was likely earning at least 10 gold machins a year, enough to have a few silvers in his pockets. "What are you doing, Shirori?" I scolded myself. Fantasizing about robbing a sentinel? "Lena," Mrs. Dinan was yelling. "Where are your manners? Fetch our new guest here some of your delicious soup. And a cup of tea." I hurried to obey. When I returned, the sentinel was seated in the corner by the window, far from the other guests. He kept his helmet and armor on, but I would have recognized him as a sentinel even if he'd worn rags like mine. He had the look, the stiff posture, the proud shoulders chiseled from years of rigorous training, the solemn eyes absent of mischief or cunning. I'd met 1,000 just like him. "Are you coming from Iro or Tazini Fortress?" Mrs. Dinan asked, warming her tone to one that I had never heard before. She made a show of folding the hot towel she set on his table. "Many soldiers have been gathering there. Good for business, but not so good for Kiata, I'd gather. I'm passing by." The sentinel's response was curt, a sign he wanted to be left alone. But Mrs. Dinan chattered on. "Making your way home, then?" "The Emperor has been searching for his children," allowed the sentinel. He wasn't much of a conversationalist. I was asked to join the inquiry. The hairs on the back of my neck bristled. "Ah, yes." Mrs. Dinan pretended to sympathize. "The poor princes and princess. Well, we haven't seen them. No news here." This the sentinel already seemed to know. He removed a battered-looking book from his knapsack, opening it to deflect further questions from Mrs. Dinan. Then he tilted his chin at his cup of tea, already empty. "Lena," Mrs. Dinan snapped before turning to attend to other customers. More tea. I poured quickly, wondering what had led an imperial sentinel to this far island in search of my brothers and me. Was there a way to tell him who I truly was? Could I trust him? He barely noticed me, his gaze trained on his book as he reached for the soup. While he drank, I peered over his shoulder. He wasn't reading. He was flipping through old drawings in a sketchbook. Some had little notes by them, but I couldn't see. "It isn't polite to read over people's shoulders," he said, startling me. He set down his soup and looked up. At the sight of the bowl on my head, curiosity flickered across his face. I was used to the reaction and braced myself for a slew of questions I couldn't answer. They didn't come. "You must be the cook," he said instead, gesturing at his bowl. "Mrs. Dinan wasn't exaggerating about your soup. It's exceptional. The flavor, the fish, even the radishes. Reminds me of home." I nodded, but I didn't really care what he thought of my soup. I wanted to ask him how my father was, how long he'd been looking for me, whether my stepmother was still at his side. Most of all, I wanted to scream, "I'm Princess Shirori." I wanted to shake him by the shoulders until he recognized me. I wanted to order him to take me home, but I did none of those things. I simply bowed my head and retreated to the kitchen. After all, who would believe that the Princess of Kyoto was a serving girl in the middle of Tiani village with a wooden bowl stuck to her head, so poor that she could not afford a comb for her tangled hair or straw slippers to walk out in the fields? No one would, least of all this sentinel. You could ask him for money, a desperate voice inside me suggested. A silver coin is nothing to him. It'd be the world to you. I would gladly beg if it meant finding my brothers, even if it meant shedding what little pride I had left. But begging would be futile. Mrs. Dinan would see me and take the coin away. That little voice dug deeper. So you'll rob him? Yes. If that was what it took to find my brothers, I would do just about anything. Dusk took its time to arrive, with shadows falling over the inn and the burnished light of sunset filtering through the cracks in the narrow corridors. While everyone was eating dinner, I hauled my mop and a bucket up the creaky steps to the guest rooms to wash the floors and change the lantern candles. My last chores before I could take my own meal and end the day with sleep. I saved the sentinel's room for last. Mrs. Dinan had given him the best chamber, which didn't mean much, only that he had a window that faced the water, a teapot that didn't leak, and a stool that didn't wobble when one sat on it. Usually I kept the door open while I worked, but tonight I closed it firmly. Gathering my courage, I began to search his room. The sentinel hadn't brought much. His cupboard was empty, and he'd kept his sword at his side. Likely his money too. But I didn't need much. Just enough to buy my passage south. On the clothing rack hung his bow. It looked expensive, carved of the finest birch and painted a deep, rich blue. But I wasn't foolish enough to try and sell a sentinel's weapons. His cloak, however, folded up neatly on his cot, was a different story. Sadly, it was more ragged and torn than it had looked. Holding in a sigh of frustration, I shoved my hands into its pockets. Nothing inside. I spun, ready to give up, until I saw he'd left behind his knapsack in a shadowed corner. Unexpected for a man who seemed so careful. The contents of the knapsack confirmed my judgment of his character. There was a gourd for water, a copper tinderbox, a bundle of muslin with a fine bone needle and a knot of thread, extra woolen socks, and an excessive number of books. There were volumes on poetry and classical painting and history. And there was the sketchbook I'd seen him with earlier, filled with drawings of mountains and crescent boats on a river, and a little girl with pigtails holding a rabbit. The art was pleasing, but I was here for mock-ins, not paintings. Then, at the bottom, something soft. It was the slipper I'd been wearing when Raikama cursed me. The one I'd thrown into the sky after I thought I saw my brothers. The slipper was little more than a rag, yet I would have recognized it anywhere. The bright pink silk, the finely embroidered cranes, the stains from grass and pebbled road. I held this last remnant of my past and wondered about the sentinel. How did he come across this? Curious to know more, I dug deeper into his bag. In one of the side pockets were 2 thin blocks of wood, tied to hold something that was clearly important. I grabbed it. My fingers worked quickly, unraveling the cord. Between the blocks were the remains of a scroll. My brow furrowed with confusion. A letter in a landon? I opened it wider, wishing I'd paid more attention to my language tutors. Unlike Kyoto, whose mainland and many islands had been united for millennia, Alandi was an enormous country divided into dozens of contentious states. Our faiths and traditions overlapped in many ways, but that didn't mean I could read the language fluently. Thankfully, the message was simple. Your Excellency, 4 breaths appears an elegant solution, but I fear it is no longer necessary. 4 breaths? I frowned. I'd heard of the poison before. Its recipe was a secret among only a handful of the most skilled assassins, highly prized because even its smell was noxious, putting its victim into a deep sleep. When ingested, though, it was deadly. Someone had once tried to send Raikama a sachet of incense laced with 4 breaths, but she detected it almost immediately, earning Father's admiration. It smells sweet. She had taught my brothers and me. Like honey, assassins will always mask the scent. And they use very small doses, for the poison leaves gold traces on the skin when inhaled and blackens the lips when drunk. Thinking back, it was no shock that a snake like Raikama had a talent for discerning poisons. If only we had known. I returned my attention to the letter. A section of the middle was ripped out, dried blood staining the edges, but another fragment remained at the bottom of the message. The princess and her brothers are gone from the palace. I will meet you and the wolf as agreed, to discuss our next course of action. A shiver raced down my spine. Who was the wolf, and what did he want with my brothers and me? I put the letter back between the blocks of wood, certain I had come across some dark scheme to hurt my father and Kyoto. Could that be why Raikama had cursed my brothers and me? To strip my father of his defenses and leave the kingdom vulnerable to attack? What was this sentinel doing with such a message? The lanterns trembled. At first I thought it was Kiki, returning from her daily search for my brothers. But then I heard footsteps tromping up the stairs. I jumped. After throwing the scroll back into the knapsack and quickly blowing out the lantern light, I rushed for the door, but it was too late. The cold sting of a blade nipped my neck. I froze, recognizing the sentinel's lean silhouette against the wall. You, he said, a note of surprise in his voice. He took a harsher tone. Turn around slowly. My heart thundered in my ears while I obeyed. If he was a real sentinel, the sword at his side would be sharp enough to cut through bone, and he would be well within his rights to kill me. He scooped up the scroll, noticing straight away that someone had tampered with the cord, and shook it at me. What were you doing with this? I met his gaze stonily, my lips thin and closed. I won't ask again. I pointed at my throat, indicating that I couldn't speak. Then I extended my hand, palm out, to explain that I'd been looking for money. I made ocean waves, money, to leave the island. The sentinel lowered the dagger, understanding. I saw the innkeeper strike you. Is that why you wish to leave? All I did was dip my head. He was observant, this one. I'd learned to be too, through my silence. I see. He tucked the scroll back into his knapsack. It's a good thing I caught you, he said sternly, but the edge in his tone had been sanded off. Carrying this around would only get you killed. I tilted my head. Why is that? What does it say? For someone who can't talk, you have quite a way of making your thoughts known. The sentinel closed his knapsack. My business is my own and none of yours. I studied him. Despite his harsh tone, I wasn't afraid of him. He could have killed me just now for going through his things. But he hadn't. That was enough for me to deduce that the letter wasn't intended for his eyes. He'd told Mrs. Dinan he was looking for the royal children. He must have stumbled upon it during his search. A dozen questions burned on my tongue. I wanted to ask him for news of home and my father. I wanted to demand that he'd tell me everything he knew. But first, I needed to tell him who I was. All of me shook, delirious with elation, as I started to write my name on my palm. Miracles of Ashmi-UN. Finally someone had come who could read. Then invisible snakes hissed in my ears. Remember, they warned. No one shall know you. I stilled, the bowl on my head heavy as stone. Even this far from home, Raikama's curse ensnared me. The hissing stopped as the sentinel took off his helmet. His dark hair, tangled and unkempt, curled at his ears, and a stray lock fell over the peak in his hairline. It made him look less menacing, less like a hardened warrior, and more like a weary traveler in need of a wash and a shave. He looked up. Still here? Any other thief would have fled by now. A pause. I take it you're not much of a burglar, if you've the audacity to rob a sentinel. Your first time? I hadn't meant to answer, but my hand shot up, 2 fingers raised. Second time, then. The corner of his mouth lifted, almost into a smile. You're honest. Not like your mistress. I wasn't. My brothers had once called me the Princess of Liars, but I supposed I had changed over the past months. So much had changed. Mrs. Dinan called you Lena. Is that your name? I hesitated, shook my head. I didn't think so. It's pretty, but somehow it doesn't suit you. I waited for him to explain what he meant, but he didn't. What is your name? At the question, I pursed my lips. My fingers made the first stroke of my name before I thought better of it. Don't want to tell me? That's all right. His voice had become gentle, almost pleasant. There was a certain musicality to it, every word clear and unhurried. Unusual for a sentinel. The ones I'd met in the palace were always gruff, more expressive with their swords than with their words. Then again, what other sentinels did I know who carried around a sketchbook and read poetry? A silver coin appeared between his knuckles. Here, take this. Make good use of it. My eyes flew up. It was more than enough to get me south to find my brothers. I grasped at it, but the sentinel held it out of reach. Wait until after breakfast before you leave, he said, as if extracting a promise. My shoulders tensed and my face went blank. Why? Better to begin a journey on a full stomach than an empty one. I'm speaking for myself and for you. I pointed outside. You're leaving too? Tomorrow morning, he confirmed. My mission has been something of a failure, but your soup was an unexpected comfort. I swear, there must have been magic in your pot. Today was the first time I can remember actually enjoying radishes. Humor twinkled in his earthy eyes. I would like very much to try them again and make sure it wasn't a fluke. I couldn't stop myself from returning his grin. What a silly young man, disliking radishes so much he worried my soup might be a fluke. Just thinking about it made me laugh in my head. Very well. One more breakfast couldn't hurt. But afterward, I too would be off to find my brothers and break our curse. Once the coin was in my hand, I fled his room, forgetting my mop and bucket. Excitement bubbled in my chest, and I could hardly keep myself from skipping to my room. Maybe, just maybe, my luck was starting to turn. Chapter 11. The next morning, a second sentinel arrived at Sparrow Inn. I didn't bother going out to greet him. I was stirring my pot of fish soup, inhaling the aroma and paying extra attention to the radishes. My toes tapped to an imaginary beat, and I sang in my mind, "Stir, stir, a soup for lovely skin. Simmer, simmer, a stew for thick black hair." I was happier than I'd been in weeks. Sunshine tickled my nose, and I set down my ladle to scratch it. Then I studied my silver moccasin, watching the light reflect off its edges. I still couldn't believe the sentinel had given it to me. I would have to get his name before he left. Father would reward him for his generosity once I was safely returned home. After my soup was served, I would leave. By tonight, I would be far from this place. But as I set the soup bowls onto a tray, the new sentinel's blade slammed against the outer wall, and clay tiles shuddered down the roof. "You dare try to cheat me?" he roared. "Give me, my lord," pleaded Mrs. Diane. I wasn't thinking. My song came to a fragile halt, and I glanced outside, peeking through the window shutters to see what was happening. "Order your guests to come forth into the hall," commanded the sentinel. "I want everyone present." Who was this man? The mail adorning his arms and legs was a deep blue, their chains so delicately crafted they looked like tiny fish scales. Gold-spun cords held together steel plates of armor around his torso, polished to the point that I could see Mrs. Danin's reflection in them. She was on her knees, bowing as though her life depended on it. It probably did. "He looks important, like a lord," Kiki observed. "You should go up to him." "And do what?" I retorted. "Didn't you see how he hacked at the wall? Mrs. Dinan tried to cheat him because he's rich. I would be upset too. Quick, he's coming inside." The door swung open, making the soup on my tray shudder. Unable to contain my curiosity, I crept outside the kitchen to see what was happening. Into the inn the young lord strutted, kicking dirt from his boots as the guests hastily fell to their knees. His eyes were a dark, slippery lacquer, and thick muscles corded his neck as he surveyed the inn. Then, with a grunt, he swept to the other side of the crowd. "He's looking for someone," I realized. "Maybe a bandit?" Kiki suggested. "Or a runaway servant." I didn't reply. This man was no ordinary sentinel. He was a high sentinel, likely the son of one of Father's warlords. Was he here for my brothers and me? With a sharp breath, I plucked Kiki off my shoulder and hid her in my sleeve. I started to retreat back into the kitchen, but the Lord heard me. He whirled, pressing his blade's edge against my neck. "Show your respect." I will not ask again. I'd never knelt to anyone except Father. Working in the inn had worn down my pride, but whatever shred I had left refused to let me stoop to this cruel stranger. I looked up at him defiantly, and a flicker of anger passed over the young lord's face. "Take that bowl off your head." Without warning, The flat of his sword smacked my head, and I stumbled, dropping my tray. Soup spilled, hot splashes licking my ankles. I bit my lip until the heat passed, but I didn't move to clean the mess. When I clambered back to my feet, the young lord raised his sword again. Consternation and the slightest glimmer of fear lingered in his narrowed eyes. He'd been expecting the bowl on my head to break. "What manner of demon are you?" he demanded. "Her name is Lena," rang a familiar voice from behind me, "and she's not a demon." It was the sentinel who had arrived yesterday. He fixed his gaze firmly on the newcomer. "Have you come all this way to find me, cousin, or are you here to bully innocent villagers?" Cousin? I did see a resemblance, now that I knew to look. The two men were of similar height and build, sharing the same proud shoulders and unwavering eyes. But they might as well have been spring and winter, so different were their demeanors. "It is a sentinel's duty to protect Kyoto from demons," the lord bristled. "I know a demon when I see one." Dark energy surrounds her. Enough of this superstitious nonsense. There are no demons in Kyoto. You're a high sentinel, not a high priest. Put away the sword, Takan. Takan? Startled, I scrutinized the lord as he sheathed his sword. Emblazoned on his scabbard was a rabbit on a mountain, surrounded by 5 plum blossoms and a white full moon. My stomach somersaulted. Even though I had never paid attention to my heraldry lessons, I knew that one. It was the Bushian family crest. And Takan. Takan was a name I'd spent years avoiding. The name of the boy I was supposed to marry. The world rattled into focus. This was my chance. All I had to do was show him I was Princess Shirori, the Emperor's daughter. Within days, I'd be back in the palace. But my wits held me still. I'd met Takan once. Just once, when we were children. I didn't remember anything about him, what he looked like or sounded like, but everyone always assured me that Lord Bushian's air was earnest and kind. Lies. The Takan I saw before me now did not look kind. His black eyes were hard and cold, and there was something threatening about the way he moved, like a hound on the hunt. "Not a demon, you say?" said Takan with a sneer. "Demon worshipper, then." Even worse. He stalked across the room, addressing the villagers. "You've all heard of those so-called priestesses of the holy mountains, keeping their dark magic secret from even the gods. This little mite looks like she could be one of them. What dark spirits could she be hiding under that bowl?" "That's enough," said the other sentinel, irritation edging his voice. "That's just a tale, and she's just a girl. She meant no harm." "Just a tale?" Takan repeated. "Funny of you to say so, cousin." The sentinel merely glared. No one knew what business the two had, but the whole inn had gone quiet, and the air was thick with tension. I was barely aware of the dozen villagers around me, all with their faces pressed to the ground as if the walls were crumbling. I stirred uneasily, shifting my balance from one foot to the other. I was sure Takan would punish his cousin for his impertinence. Instead, he spun away as if forgetting me entirely. "Gather your things," Takan growled to the sentinel. "I'm to take you home." As Takan stormed away, I slipped back into the kitchen and scooped up what soup remained in the pot. I poured it into a bowl, almost spilling it once again as I hurried out the kitchen door. I had not expected Taken's cousin to be right outside. He caught me by the arm, steadying me before I crashed into him. In a rush to leave, I wasn't startled, merely nervous for the soup. It was all there was left. I held out the bowl. For you. Thank you. He raised it to his lips, then hesitated and lowered the bowl. Do you wish to come with us? He asked, so quietly only the two of us could hear. We're headed south to Iro. Have you heard of it? Wistfulness touched his voice. It is beautiful, the most beautiful place in Kyoto when it snows. His offer moved me, but the irony nearly made me laugh. Of course I knew of Iro, the prefecture of Castle Bushian. I swore my tutors had been bribed to tell me daily of its magnificence. How Iro was surrounded by mountains and the Bayun River, an oasis in the dismal north. All useless attempts to mollify me about my betrothal. Yet when the sentinel spoke of its beauty, I believed him. His voice was thick with homesickness and raw with a wonder that could not be feigned. I almost wanted to see it for myself. It isn't far, continued the sentinel, just past the North Sea Strait on the mainland. I could find work for you in the castle if you wished. Your life would be easier than it is here. I shook my head. Much as I liked him, my mission was to find my brothers. Besides, I wanted nothing to do with his cousin Takan. Disappointment tugged at the young sentinel's mouth, but he drank the entire bowl of soup. It was no fluke, he said, chewing deliberately on the radishes. I took his bowl, assuming he was finished and would leave, but he nodded a tasseled blue charm from the fan on his belt. On it was a small silver plate with the word courage. If you do find yourself in need of work, show this at the castle gate. The guards will not hesitate to admit you. He offered me the charm, but I wouldn't take it. It was a thoughtful gift, but utterly worthless to me. I reached for his dagger instead, sheathed beside his sword. You want that? Surprise, then mirth, touched the sentinel's warm eyes. You're a brazen one. All right, keep it. But stay off the roads at night. Bandits grow bold, with many of the sentinels away looking for the royal children. He hesitated, then attached the charm to its hilt before giving it to me. Try to be careful. Our fingertips touched, and my heart gave a little skip. I'd never gotten his name, but when I looked up again to ask, he was already gone. I went to the window, watching his horse until it disappeared down the narrow road beside the sea. Once he was gone, I slid the shutters closed and didn't give the sentinel another thought. There was too much to be done, now that I had the means to leave. That night, when everyone was asleep, I loaded an empty rice sack with as much as I could carry, some pickled vegetables, salted fish, freshly griddled shrimp. I wished I'd had time to prepare food that would last me the full journey, but I couldn't be choosy. Come dawn, when Mrs. Dinan woke and discovered there was no soup simmering on the stove, I would be long gone. Chapter 12. I bought a boat from a fisherman in Tiani village. He had to think me addle-brained for sailing away on the cusp of winter, but he taught me how to cut the sea with my oars, how to read the wind to navigate south, and how to throw a net to catch fish. Meanwhile, his wife tucked a blanket and a box of fried fish cakes and boiled eggs into the boat. Their daughter also tied a charm, a little red doll with 2 beads as eyes for protection. When I found them, hours later, the unexpected kindness nearly brought me to tears. But I'd promised Kiki no tears, not until I found my brothers. A few hours before dusk, I left the island at long last, helming a boat barely long enough to fit me lying down, and with one sail that juddered against the wind. "Doesn't look like it'd hold up well against a storm," Kiki said, voicing my worries. "The sky's clear," I replied as I rowed. "There's no storm ahead." Winter was my greater concern. The cold chased us south, a perpetual rime of frost stinging my face. Every night I prayed to the gods, asking them for just two things: that I'd find my brothers, and that I wouldn't freeze to death in my sleep. I kept close to shore, letting the sail do most of the work. Only when the weather was fair and the winds were strong did I dare row across the North Sea Strait. Dawns blended into dusks, and I spent so much time surrounded by water that I began to dream in blue. Sometimes I called out to Saria in my mind, hoping he'd hear me and dramatically leap out of the sea in his dragon form. He could command the currents to stop fighting my boat, or he could make the water a little warmer. But he never appeared, and I soon gave up. When I wasn't rowing, I kept my hands busy to distract myself from the cold. I didn't have paper, so I folded bits of dried kelp into the shapes of birds, melting wax from my candles to hold them together. "What are you going to do with all those birds?" Kiki asked. I shrugged. "It's something to do." "Oh, good," said Kiki. "I was worried you thought you could make a wish. You said once you'd wish me into a real crane." "I'd rather stay made of paper, thank you." "Why is that?" "Look what trouble having a pulse has gotten you into, Shirori." Kiki scared. "Your betrothed almost gutted you with his sword. Can you imagine how painful that would have been?" She shuddered. "You couldn't even tell him who you were." "Yes, well, I thank the great gods I skipped our ceremony." I shuddered too, but for a different reason. To think that everyone used to sing Taken's praises. I knew my tutors had been lying to me. I'd asked Father once, if Taken is so wonderful, why doesn't he ever come to court to visit? Father had replied that a boy like Bashian Taken wouldn't fare well in Jindara. Certainly not. He was a brute, just as I'd pictured him, and I finally felt vindicated for hating him all these years. I just couldn't believe Father had been willing to marry me to that barbarian. He really must have been under Raikama's spell. I'd be perfectly happy if I never heard the name Bashian Taken ever again, I declared to Kiki. Once I returned home, I would ask Father to annul the engagement. If I ever returned. On the 9th sun after I left Tiani village, I reached Kyoto's mainland. I was cold and tired and starved, but the sight of land spurred a burst of energy in me, and I plied my oars into the water and forged ahead. I navigated the shoreline slowly, taking in the craggy mountains bordering the forest, some so high they pierced the clouds. The forest itself was vibrant, for unlike in Tiani, the trees here had only begun to lose their leaves. They dazzled my eyes with their raiments of emerald and gold and ruby and stretched as far as I could see, seemingly without end. This was the Junsa, the never-ending forest. As I rode closer, a chorus of birds exploded from the trees into the sky. "Have you seen her brothers?" Kiki called out to the birds. There's 6 cranes with crimson crowns. The birds-eyed Kiki, surprised that a paper crane spoke to them. Then they chirped their replies. They say they haven't seen any cranes come this way, Kiki translated. I turned to Kiki, amazed. You can speak to them? She shrugged by lifting a wing. How else do you think I've been looking for your brothers all this time? While I listened, Kiki called out to the butterflies and the bees, even the mosquitoes that pestered me at night. Have you seen 6 cranes with crimson crowns? Always the answer was no. And always Kiki would relay the animal's same response. But we'll look out for them and tell them to find you if we do. So it went until finally, just as dusk was about to fall, we drifted onto the Bayun River. There, a beaver was working on his dam. Kiki listened to his grumbles and barks. He says the river bend is just around the corner and that we should pull ashore there. There's danger ahead. Thank you, Mr. Beaver, I gestured, and Kiki communicated my question. Have you seen 6 cranes pass by? 6 cranes? Like those? He looked to the sky. My breath caught in my throat. Soaring above us were 6 cranes, their crimson crowns stark against the ashen clouds. I jumped to my feet, waving my oars. The boat jerked, and as I stumbled to catch my balance, my brothers flew on. Brothers! I flailed. Kiki, tell them I'm here. But Kiki's attention was elsewhere. The beaver had disappeared, as had the butterflies. A cascade of water surged ahead. Watch out, Shirori! My bird rushed in front of me, shouting and shrieking words that I could barely hear. Water pounded my little boat from every direction, the waves tossing us about. We spun, caught in an unyielding current, rushing forward toward a waterfall. Terror gripped me. There were no boulders to jump onto, no shore within reach. I pulled the rudder as far as it would go to turn my boat around, but the water was too violent, propelling me forward with alarming speed and sweeping away my oars. We careened toward the falls. Tell my brothers I'm here. I shouted to Kiki in my mind. Hurry! While my bird vaulted into the sky, the river became a torrent, threatening to engulf me. I gripped the sides of my boat as it rocked against the waves. The little red doll, the fishing net, my blankets, everything was washed away. I would be next. A veil of mist obscured the waterfall, but I could hear it. I could feel it, too, the cold spray in my face, the strong current that would soon bring me to my end. The boat teetered on the brink before shooting over the falls. My stomach plummeted, but for a moment I was flying. I could see a rainbow at the bottom, a beautiful last sight, I supposed, with the water cascading all around. No, I was flying. Strong white wings beat against my back, and flashes of crimson darted in the mist, accompanied by furious squawking. My brothers had come for me. They threaded their necks under my arms and legs, biting my drenched robes as they lifted me. They soared so fast and so high that my feet dangled over the waterfall and my stomach clenched from the height. But I wasn't afraid. I cupped Kiki in my hands, knowing she was just as content as I was to see my brother's wings skim the clouds. Finally, I had found them, and they had found me. Chapter 13. We flew until the last glimmers of sunlight sank behind the horizon and darkness stained the sky. My brothers landed before a cave molded into the mountains, marked by a narrow ledge under a canopy of branches and leaves. Moonlight crept over the forest, and as it touched my brothers' crimson crowns, one by one they became human again. It was not an elegant transformation. I waited in the corner, biting down on my lip as my brothers' limbs stretched and their muscles strained until all six crumpled in a heap, breathing as though each gasp were their last. But when they finally rose, the tears I'd held back for all these months welled in my eyes. Tears of joy and wonder and relief that we were together again. An embrace came from every direction, and my brothers began talking at once. "Where have you been? We've been looking for you for months. We would never have recognized you, sister. Thank the great gods your little bird screeches like a crow." But one question rang louder than the others. "What is that bowl on your head?" And I shushed everyone with a clap. Enough, brothers. I know we're all excited to see Shirori again and relieved that she's alive and well. But maybe we should give her a chance to speak. At that, I lowered my head sadly. "What's the matter, sister?" Hasho asked. In the 2 months since I'd seen him, his hair had grown noticeably longer, as it had with my other brothers. Badly shaven beards sprouted from their chins and cheeks, and mysterious scrapes peeked out from their torn sleeves and pants. There were other changes too, less obvious ones, like the shadows clinging to their broadened frames, the glassy hollowness in their eyes, as if their time as cranes was chipping away at their humanity day by day. I couldn't evade telling them about my curse any longer. I tapped my throat, then shook my head. "What's the matter, Shirori? You can't speak?" It wasn't that I couldn't speak. I must not speak. But none of my brothers understood, and I didn't know how to explain. Even as I tried, they weren't paying attention. They were exchanging looks with one another, looks that I could not read. Reiji grunted, his expression darkening. He was the only one who had not welcomed me back. "Raikama thought of everything," Benkai murmured. "What about that bowl on your head? Is that also our stepmother's mark?" Wande approached, his head tilted methodically. "Surely there has to be a way to take it off." He tried pulling it, gently at first, then with more strength. "It won't budge." "Let me try," Jotun said, coming up behind his twin to try to yank it off. He scratched the mole on his chin, puzzled. "Have you tried cutting it?" I exaggerated a nod, dipping the bowl low. I'd tried everything, every knife in Mrs. Danon's kitchen, and every tool I came across while in Chani village. The bowl was indestructible. Kiki chose that moment to fly out from behind my hair. Her pale wings flapped crisply, newly dry after our encounter with the waterfall, and my brothers backed away. All except Hasho. Kiki landed on his raised hand, resting on the curve of his thumb. She remembered my youngest brother, the only one who'd known my secret. "Good to see you, Kiki," Hasho said politely. "I hope you've been keeping Shirori out of mischief these last 2 months." My brothers had seen Kiki the day our stepmother cursed us all, but they'd never gotten a chance to ask me about her. "She has no string," Wande marveled. "I'm not a kite," Kiki said dryly, though my brother couldn't hear. Reiji's eyes narrowed with distrust. He put on his usual grimace. "It's magic." "Of course it's magic," said Hasho. There was a warning in his tone. Don't, Reiji. We've been through this before. I frowned at my brothers. What was going on? Been through what? Magic is forbidden, argued Reiji. This paper bird is trouble. I'll show him trouble. Kiki nipped his nose. Reiji lunged to catch her, but Kiki was too fast, shooting up and quickly returning to my shoulder. It's your fault we're cursed, Reiji accused me, his nostrils flaring with resentment. If you hadn't angered Raikama, then we would still be at home, still be princes, not forced to spend all our days as birds. He gestured spitefully at his bruises and ragged clothes. So you'd rather we never found out that father married a demon? Jotun spluttered. What good came of it? We didn't get a chance to tell him. Now he's alone with her, and we can't even protect him. My heart sank. Countless nights I had lain awake, blaming myself for what had happened. I didn't regret following Raikama and learning what she really was. But what if I had run to father first and not my brothers? What if I had been more careful, had listened to Kiki and not gotten caught? What if I had never agreed to learn magic from Seiryu? I could have done 100 things differently, but it was too late now. I retreated to the corner, hoping to disappear among the shadows. My brothers, still arguing, barely noticed. You think our sister is a demon like our stepmother? Jotun exclaimed. You must be more bird than man, Reiji, for your wits to be so scrambled. Father forbade magic for a reason, Reiji said tightly. Our ancestors forbade magic for a reason. So you would have our sister banished? Asked Hasho. I would have her tell father the truth instead of getting us all cursed. Enough. And Hai raised a hand to stop the arguments. In the past, that was all it took for my brothers to listen, but Reiji still sizzled with anger. Enough, Reiji and Hai warned. Shirori is returned to us, and we go forward together. Understood. When Reiji finally nodded, my eldest brother exhaled. Hasho found me in the corner, and he took my damp cloak, hanging it up and exchanging it for a thin blanket, which he wrapped around my shoulders. Come outside, he said. Let Reiji calm down. We stepped out onto the ledge, and I sucked in the brisk air. Trees rustled below, and crickets chirped against the howling wind. Stars shimmered in the evening sky, but I could no longer see the moon. We missed you, Shirori, said Hasho. Reiji, too, though you must be patient with him. The curse has been difficult, especially on him. He knows you did the right thing. He's just taking longer than the rest of us to accept it. I looked up at my youngest brother. His eyes were the same gentle ones I had always known, yet now there was a sadness that wasn't there before. Seeing it made my heart sit heavier in my chest. Hasho's shoulder brushed against mine. Perhaps there is some good to come of this curse. The 6 of us are learning to work together. Now that we've found you, it'll only be a matter of time before we defeat Raikama. He gave me a half smile. We must stay together if we are to break her enchantment. Hasho and I returned to the cave, and the first thing I did was seek out Reiji. He loitered by the hearth, watching lotus root and chestnuts boil. When he saw me, he started to turn away. I didn't let his attitude dishearten me. I approached his side, waiting until, little by little, his shoulders, tight with tension, relaxed. Reiji released a quiet sigh. I would never want Father to banish you, sister, he said, whether or not you have magic. It wasn't an apology, but it was enough for now. I touched his hand, showing that I understood. Hasho broke between us with a smile. Come, let us celebrate your return. We don't have much by way of food. He gestured at the paltry supplies in the back of the cave, a sack of bruised oranges, a smattering of chestnuts, and a set of broken clay cups. But beginning tomorrow, we'll have to double our efforts, knowing your hearty appetite. Already my stomach was grumbling, but the stew boiling in the pot wasn't finished cooking, and I had questions. I pointed at their arms and legs, then at the moon outside. You turn into men at night? I asked, mouthing the question that had been nagging at me since their transformation. I'd been worried they were cranes forever. Benkai was the one who answered. Yes, but it isn't the consolation you might think, Shirori. Our minds are sharper than most cranes, but the days blur together when you're a bird, and we don't always remember that we'll transform at dusk. It's especially dangerous when we're flying. Several times, we've almost fallen from the sky. His voice trailed, and he folded his long arms over his legs. But when you're men, you can try going home. I drew the character for men and home on my hand. Father won't recognize us. No one does. The curse follows us even when we are men. If we try to give any indication of who we really are, we turn back into cranes. The curse followed me too. I'd tried to write my name to that sentinel, but Raikama's snakes warned me away. We have no hope of reaching Father, said Andhai grimly. The nearer we are to home, the more powerful our stepmother's enchantment becomes. Even if the moon is risen, we won't turn back into men. My brother's tone darkened. What's more, Raikama has ordered the guards to shoot any cranes that venture too close to the palace. Jotun was nearly killed the last time, Reiji said, his jaw tightening. He took an arrow to his wing. Remorse rushed over me, and my arms wilted to my sides. Don't worry about it, Jotun said quickly. It was weeks ago, and I'm already much better. Hasho pushed a bowl of food into my hands. Eat. It always lifts your spirits. Yes, let us celebrate our reunion tonight, said Andhai. Now that you're back, we won't have to suffer Hasho's cooking anymore. My youngest brother made a face. I'll be glad to relinquish the task to you, Shirori. You'll finally have your wish of learning to cook. Digging into my bowl, I nodded mutely. My brothers had no idea I'd spent half of autumn toiling at Sparrow Inn. I'd changed so much since we were last together. Even in the few hours since our reunion, I could tell the same was true of them. Dinner was a boiled stew of whatever my brothers had in the back, the lotus root and chestnuts, and some unappetizingly brown pieces of meat I could not identify. The skin was slippery and tough. If I hadn't been so famished, I probably would have spat it out. But the meat itself wasn't bad. Somewhere between a bird and a fish. Frog, Jotun said bluntly as I struggled to chew. He grinned. We thought you'd prefer it to worms and spiders. I forced a swallow. Tasty, I lied with a smile. As we ate, Kiki buzzed from brother to brother. She'd already charmed the twins, and once or twice I observed Reiji's grimace fading, though his glower quickly returned when he realized I was looking. Only Andhai sat alone, rolling an orange in his hands. He had hardly eaten. "What is it?" I motioned. It wasn't like him to be so melancholy. "It's nothing," Benkai answered for him, but I caught my oldest brothers exchanging a glance. I started to look for a stick to write with in the dirt when Benkai touched my shoulder. "He simply relieved your back." I glanced at Andhai. It had been years since I had seen my oldest brother in anything but his princely silks. He was the crown prince, heir to father's kingdom, the brother who bore the responsibility of our entire country, the one who protected us and listened to us, who mediated our arguments and tended our injuries. For the first time in a long time, he looked like my brother first and the crown prince second. Aggrieved that he couldn't do anything to save us from Raikama's curse. I brought my bowl and sat with him. "The curse," I gestured, making my hands into wings. "I want to hear more." "Not tonight," Benkai said, ever wise. "Tonight we celebrate, all right, Shirori? Our stepmother has wrought enough sorrow. We cannot let her shadow darken our precious hours of light. Not another word about the curse. Not another word. Easier done than they thought." As always, it was Hasho who soothed me. He scooted close, offering me half his food, which I refused to take until he scooped it into my bowl. "We spent weeks preparing this cave for you, Shirori," he said quietly. "We hoped more than anything to find you. And now we have." "Now you have," I echoed. I'd dreamt of this moment for so many weeks, of how happy I'd be when my brothers and I were reunited. Now that it had at last arrived, I couldn't celebrate. Smiles flashed at me. Wooden sticks clanged rhythmically against the flat stones my brothers were using as plates, and Jotun made whuffing sounds on a flute he had fashioned. But as I mustered a smile, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. My brothers were hiding a secret, one they were afraid to tell me. If only they knew I felt the same way. I pursed my lips tight, holding in my curse. Whatever their secret was, I knew mine was worse. The night passed quickly. I didn't remember falling asleep, but my brothers' movements woke me. They were tiptoeing to the mouth of the cave, with roughly made pouches slung around their necks. I sprang after them. "You're leaving?" "Dawn is nearly here," Hasho explained. "We'll be gone until sundown, to find you something to write with and to scout for news. Stay here and don't wander too far." I grabbed Hasho's sleeve. "Take me with you." "We'll be faster without her," said Andhai when my youngest brother hesitated. Hasho made an apologetic grimace. "Wait for us. We'll talk tonight." The sun peeked out over the horizon. As soon as the light touched their skin, they began to turn. Their human eyes blackened into beady crane eyes, and their flesh bristled with feathers. Finally, their arms lengthened into wings, and their shouts of "until tonight," Shirori, were replaced by the cries and trumpets of cranes. I ran after them out of the cave, watching my brothers leap off the ledge into the sky. Once they were gone, I kicked the dirt, angry to be left behind. Kiki landed on my shoulder. She suppressed a yawn. Is this going to be a daily tradition? I could have used a few more hours of rest without all that squawking. I gave her a wry smile. "You slept the entire night. Nearly dying will do that to you." She shrugged a wing. Kiki never ceased to surprise me with how alive she was. "You didn't want to go with them?" They wouldn't let me. They said to sit still and get some rest. That we'd talk tonight. I kicked at the dirt again. Only rocks considered sitting still a virtue. Demons take me before I called it one of mine. I grew bored after an hour. My brothers had created a small but practical living space in the cave, a hearth in the center lined with stones, one day's work, I guessed, and a meager stash of firewood. A mostly empty sack of rice along with the broken pot we'd used last night to boil chestnuts. There was even a book or two, the pages yellowed and weather-worn. But the last thing I wanted to do was read. I practiced throwing the sentinel's dagger at a plank of wood. Only a few throws landed successfully, but I wasn't deterred. It helped to imagine Rikema's face as my target. By mid-morning, I was restless. "I'm going for a walk," I announced to Kiki. "Your brothers told you not to wander too far." It's not wandering if I know how to get home. We weren't as high up in the mountains as I'd originally thought. The ledge was narrow, but there was a path downhill. While I descended, I kept one eye on my footing and one eye on the view below. The forest unfolded across the horizon, and there was no village or town in sight, only the Bayun River, if I recalled my geography lessons correctly. Wherever my brothers had gone, it had to be quite a distance. The river's waters were calm, and I wished I hadn't lost my little boat, especially the fishing net inside. If my brothers were going to make a habit of leaving me behind, I could have at least caught some trout or carp for dinner. It'd be better than that frog stew Hasho had made. Kneeling, I tested the water, stifling a gasp at how cold it was. Ripples danced from my fingertips, and as the water cleared, I faced my reflection. It wasn't the first time I'd seen myself since Rikema had cursed me, but every time I recognized myself a little less. Even with the bowl on my head, I could tell I looked older. My mouth didn't curve as easily as it once did, and my shoulders were broader, hardened by months of labor. No longer was I the girl who rolled her eyes at her brothers or squealed over rice cakes and sugared animals on sticks. Now I carried a dagger everywhere, even in my dreams. I took off my shoes and stepped into the river, digging my toes into the mud. "Saria," I called in my mind, and waited. I waited until the cold numbed my ankles and the fish came up to nibble at my toes. Kiki flew circles around me, teasing the fish until one nearly nipped her wing off. I tried again. "Saria?" Silence. What was I expecting? For the dragon to burst forth the moment I called his name? Saria was deep in the middle of the Taijin Sea, probably lolling about in a palace carved of pearl and shell. He'd warned me he wouldn't return until spring. Feeling foolish, I turned back for the cave, almost wishing I had never left. My brothers returned with beakfuls of fish and a basket overflowing with lettuce, tangerines, and half-eaten steamed buns. No paper or brush or ink, but they'd brought me new clothes, a cloak, a pair of mismatched socks, and gloves for the harsh winter ahead. I gaped at them, gesturing at their own ragged clothes. Hasho shrugged. "No one sees us at night. No one sees me in the day either," I thought. I'd been waiting all day for their return, anxious for my questions to be answered. Without a brush and ink, I settled for a more inventive way of communicating. I threw water over a patch of dirt and smoothed out the mud. I hadn't written in months, and my hand shook as I pressed the tip of my dagger into the damp earth. Take me home? The guards won't shoot me. At the question, my brother's smiles faded. It's not so simple, sister. My brow knotted with confusion. What wasn't simple? We were together again, finally, after nearly all of autumn apart. They could fly, meaning we could easily reach the palace in a matter of days. Why were they so reluctant? Our stepmother has made things a bit more difficult for us. For one, Father wouldn't recognize us, even if we were right in front of him in our human form. Bile rose to my throat. That dream I'd had of my stepmother's glowing yellow eyes piercing into Father's, had that been real? How do we defeat her? Is there a way to break her enchantment? Yes, but it won't be easy, Andhai replied, rubbing his narrow chin. Every day these last 2 months, we searched for you. We had no idea where Raikama had sent you. We split up and traveled to Alandi and Agoria, even to Baylor. We didn't find you, Benkai said, taking over the story. But we did meet an enchanter. He said that the only way to break our curse is to take away our stepmother's magic. I would have snorted if I could. That wasn't helpful. How? Andhai hesitated, which worried me. My eldest brother was never at a loss for words. That he was nervous now made me nervous. He straightened, but the way his eyes darted at the others made my gut sink. I had a feeling I wasn't going to like his next words. It appears that Raikama is in possession of a dragon pearl, he said slowly. And you, Shirori, you will have to steal it. Chapter 14. The edges of my vision blurred, my brother's words ringing in my ears. It was not out of alarm or shock that I was reeling. No, everything had suddenly become clear. That day I'd followed Raikama to the tears of Emirian, I'd been looking for the source of her magic. I'd seen it, that mysteriously broken orb my stepmother kept hidden in her chest. It had glowed with power, like a bead of sunlight. So, that had been a dragon pearl. I touched my heart, where the fragment of Saria's pearl rested, long forgotten. Then I rose to my feet, frantically circling my hands to ask, how do I get it? Sit, Shirori, said Andhai, covering the mud with his hands before I could write. Hear us out first. I sat, but I gripped my dagger hard, dozens of questions itching to get out. You need to weave a star-stroke net, Andhai said. It's the only thing powerful enough to subdue a dragon's magic. I frowned. I'd never been the most diligent student of Khiatan lore, but that story I knew. It grows on the top of Mount Raimna, in the middle of the Taijin Sea, my brother went on, ignoring my troubled look. No one has ever been able to get near it, let alone touch it, not without magic. I glanced at my other brothers, who were all gazing at the ground. We were thinking the same thing. Countless fools had tried in the past to gather Starstroke, but its leaves were sharp as knives, and the mere touch of its thorns was said to be like a stab of fire. Yet the greater danger was the Dragon King himself, who was known to guard Mount Raimna. Anyone caught gathering the nettles would be at his terrible mercy. But we can fly, said Andhai, and you. Raikama said you have magic in your blood. At the mention of our stepmother, I looked up in bewilderment. She wasn't lying about that, was she? Jotun asked. I grimaced. No, but I wasn't sure how that would help us here. Then you should be able to use this. Benkai held out a straw satchel, worn and box-shaped, with a sturdy strap and 2 wooden buckles. Plain and unremarkable, it looked like any old bag a poor villager might carry. But when I lifted the flap, I saw that it was lined with strips of dark wood. Walnut, if I were to guess. The enchanter gave it to us. He said its depths are boundless, and that only someone with magic can see its contents. It will help you contain the Starstroke's power while you weave the net. I threw the satchel to the side. He just happened to have this in his possession? Who is this enchanter, anyway? Masterd's Ring is a famous seer in Alandi. Benkai paused, returning the satchel to my lap. He's the one who found us and helped us. We were hoping he could locate you. His gaze fell on the bowl resting atop my head. But he said your magic was blocked. An accurate statement, but I still didn't like or trust this Masterd's Ring. What does he want in return? The pearl, once we're finished with it? He wants the net, replied Hasho. It'll be of no use to us after we break our curse. It's a fair trade. Hardly. I crossed my arms. From a glance at Reiji, my least trusting brother, I could tell they had already argued over this point. Let us worry about the enchanter later, and I said firmly. For now we focus on the Starstroke net. Are you up for the task, Shirori? What choice did I have? I am. I threaded my arm through the strap of the satchel. Of course I am. Wait. Wande exhaled, reminding us all that he was the only one who had not spoken. You never told us, sister, why it is that you must not speak. I closed my eyes, wishing he hadn't asked. Using the dagger to point at my throat then at my brother's, I mouthed, because you'll die. For every word I utter, every sound I make, one of you will die. My brothers' faces went ashen, and they looked at each other, passing something unsaid. The most telltale sign that they were hiding something from me was the frown and Highwar. He elbowed Benkai, shaking his head. What was going on? Perhaps we are asking too much of you, Shirori said, and Hai slowly. Weaving the net will be painful. It will cause you much agony. I would not wish to multiply your burden. I sprang to my feet. My burden? I gestured wildly. Every morning, your bodies are ripped apart as you turn into cranes. I had watched Hasho try to hold in a scream as Raikama's enchantment consumed him. I had seen Jotun's face blanch as the colors of dawn began to paint the sky. And me? For all my complaining, all I had to do was wear a silly bowl on my head and hold in my voice. My curse was easy compared to theirs, and I would gladly take on any burden if it gave them relief. Let's wait until tomorrow, said Hasho. We aren't in any rush to break the curse. Not in any rush? My head jerked up, certain that was a lie. I glowered at Hasho. My youngest brother used to be the one who kept my secrets. What was he concealing now? Reiji spoke up, his nostrils flaring. We need to tell her. It'd be wrong for us to leave for Mount Raimna without her knowing. Reiji and Hai cautioned. We agreed. You forced us to agree. She has to know. I grabbed Hasho's arm. Tell me. Hasho's eyes were trained on the ground. Not a good sign. He stumbled. We told you that we need to weaken Raikama with a dragon net and he take her pearl to break the curse. Yes! I was growing impatient. Yes, I know all this already. We haven't told you what to do once you have the pearl, said Andhai, his narrow face becoming tired and drawn. Now he had my attention. You must hold it in your hands, he said slowly, and speak our stepmother's true name. Her true name? I furrowed my brow. That was easy enough. I could simply ask Father once we returned to the palace with the net. Realization dawned. I had to speak her name. I couldn't break their curse if I couldn't speak. So long as this wretched bowl rested on my head, any word I uttered would bring death. The air squeezed out of my lungs. One of them would have to die. I stabbed my dagger into the mud, staggered by the cruelty of Raikama's curse. If it comes to that, all of us are willing to take the risk, Benkai said quickly. Aren't we brothers? I'm not. I shouted by shaking my fists. I shot to my feet, only to sink to the ground once more. I'm not. Now isn't the time to despair, Shirori, said Jotun, wrapping his arm around my shoulder. But even his eyes, which so often danced with merriment, looked resigned. Thinking to cheer me up with food, he passed the remainder of last night's stew to me, but I only stirred the bowl numbly. The 6 of us will gather what information we can about her name, said Andhai, taking my silence as a cue to move on. You focus on crafting the net. In the spring, we will fly to Jandara again and break our stepmother's enchantment. In the spring? I blinked, scraping the end of my spoon into the mud. Will we be ready by then? We have no choice, said Benkai grimly. We are at war, Shirori. With Alandi. The words thudded in my ears. At war? Father has no more heirs now that we are missing, and Raikama has no child of her own. The Khagan of Alandi's northern states has declared Kyoto's throne ripe for the taking, and he has been bribing some of our most powerful allies to turn on Father. Father's called all the great lords to Jandara to repledge their fealty. I glanced at my younger brothers, all solemn-faced. Only yesterday we had been hugging each other with joy. How quickly that joy had been replaced with a cold and terrible dread. No one would betray him. All the houses are loyal. Bunkai's expression did not inspire confidence. Greed is a great motivator, he said thinly, and there's talk of the Khagan having an enchanter. He's called the Wolf, Andhai said, and I started, recognizing the name. You've heard of him? Only from a letter I found. It must have been intended for the Khagan. I wrote what I could remember, except the words I hadn't been able to translate. Do you know who it was from? I shook my head with regret, imagining now it must have been from the Lord who had betrayed Father. I dipped into my stew and ate a spoonful, swallowing hard. Tell me about the wolf, I mouthed. Master's ring warned us about him, said Andhai. The wolf was his student before he revealed his true nature. He is treacherous and cruel and very clever. But why come here? He would have no magic if he stepped into Kyoto. One doesn't need magic to be dangerous, Shirori, Benkai replied. A reputation is all it takes to spread fear. And fear is a mighty weapon. Or, said Wande slowly, perhaps the seams that keep magic from Kyoto are fraying. The gods have been silent for centuries. It could be they've decided it is time for magic to return to Kyoto. Look at our stepmother, and you. I felt immediately ill. My fingers stiffened around my spoon, and I set down my stew. I had lost my appetite. "Don't worry yet," said Hasho, trying hard to comfort me. "If luck is on our side, Alandia states will fight among themselves, and the Kogan will forget about us. At the very least, winter will give Father more time to prepare." And me time to break our curse, I thought. If anyone was a seer, perhaps it had been Mama for naming me Shirori, meaning not. A symbol that I was the last of her 7 children, the one who would bring my brothers together, no matter how fate conspired to pull us apart. We were 7, and 7 was a number of strength. An uneven number that could not fold unto itself, large enough to withstand many threats, yet small enough to stay devoted. I looped the satchel strap over my shoulder and looked each of my brothers squarely in the eye. Whatever it took to stop Rikama and break the spells she'd cast upon us, I would do it. Even if it took months or years, even if I incurred the gods' wrath and made enemies of the dragons. Take me to Mount Reina. Chapter 15. The next day we left for Mount Reina. With Kiki securely tucked inside my sleeve, I clung to the edges of the wooden basket Wande had designed for transporting me. It was more secure than holding onto their necks, but my stomach still swooped whenever we dipped through the clouds. 4 of my brothers bit ropes attached to the basket, while 1 flew ahead to navigate and 1 stayed in the back to keep watch. We were so high that the rivers looked like ribbons and the mountains like wrinkles across the earth. Along the way, my brothers told me all they had learned of Starstroke and the dragons that kept it, with Kiki translating. Dragons had not always been omens of good fortune, nor had they always been infrequent visitors to land. They were mercurial and violent, often indulging in their power to wreak chaos in the seas. Worst of all, they had answered to no one, not even the gods. To temper their strength, the gods forged Starstroke from a trio of magics, strands of fate from the goddess Emirian's hair, the blood of stars from Lapser, the source of an enchanter's power, and demon fire scoured from the Tambi Isles, birthplace of demons. As Starstroke grew wild all over Lorien, the dragons retreated into the sea, hiding there until the gods pleaded for their help in divesting Kiata of magic and sealing the demons within the holy mountains. In exchange for their help, the Dragon King demanded that the Starstroke be contained to the summit of Mount Reina. There, he kept a watchful eye out for any who might try to steal it. Thieves, such as my brothers and me. By the eternal courts, I prayed that we were so insignificant, 6 cranes and a magicless girl, that he would not notice us. There, I cried, pointing ahead. I see it. Steam curled from Mount Rayuna's summit, as thick as the clouds. Molten rivers hissed, streaming down like liquid gold, and powerful winds gusted, forcing my brothers to drop me off lower on the mountain. I scanned the summit, taking inventory of the glimmering bushes of Starstroke. There had to be hundreds, if not thousands, studding the mountaintop. I would have to work quickly and finish before dusk, before my brothers turned back into men. Mount Reina was not a place I wished to be stranded. Hasho approached. The black edges on his wings were the thickest, like broad strokes of ink under the fold of his snow-touched feathers. His eyes were most like mine even when he was a crane, brown with flecks of amber. He says that if at any time you change your mind, Shirori, to tell me. Kiki glanced down at Mount Reuna askance before she relayed the rest of Hasho's message. I'll find your brothers and they'll take you home. I shook my head. I wouldn't change my mind. He also wants to know if you want one of them to stay with you. Here on Mount Reuna, where wild magic grew rampant, I did not dare have anyone accompany me to fetch the nettles. Certainly not my brothers. I shook my head firmly and passed Kiki to Hasho. If a paper bird could have scowled, she would have. She flittered back onto my shoulder, hissing, I'm coming too. But I'm a paper crane, Shirori, not a real one. If something happens, you can fold me back to life again. Not without my magic, I wanted to reply, but I nodded to avoid frightening her. I let my satchel fall to my hip, its presence strangely comforting as I embarked up the mountain. It wasn't a hard climb, though the ashes made the trek slippery. Often I kicked against objects too brittle to be stones, too hollow to be branches. I prayed they weren't bones. I was halfway to the summit when the ground shook, and I stumbled against a rock pillar. Emurian strands. Kiki gasped. That wasn't the Dragon King, was it? Just a quake. I braced myself until the tremor passed. I think. Kiki beat her wings faster, narrowly evading a spurt of lava from one of the rocks. All this fire is going to scorch my tail. What was I thinking, coming with you? Hurry up, Shirori. I don't want to stay here a minute longer than we have to. It wasn't hard to find the nettles. Their leaves, silvery green with dark red veins, were spiked, and their thorns were as sharp as teeth. They grew in clumps scattered around the summit of Mount Reuna, their thick stems glowing with demon fire and swaying to gales of blistering wind. That they could survive in such conditions, let alone thrive, reminded me that these were no ordinary nettles. I approached the first bush with caution. From afar, the nettles looked no brighter than the molten stream sizzling down the mountainside. But the closer I drew, the more intensely the starstroke glowed. A wash of heat prickled my face, and I used my bowl as a shield. Even then, my eyes watered. Your brother said you don't have to go through with this, Kiki reminded me. I can tell them if you... It's not so bad, I lied, mustering a smile. Just like slicing 1,000 onions. In spite of my bad joke and brave words, I bristled with fear. I could feel my heart jumping in my chest, a sharp pain throbbing so hard it hurt to breathe. It was the tiny fragment of Saria's pearl, glinting under my collar for the first time, a warning not to go any farther. It's repelled by the star stroke, I realized. Can it help us? Kiki asked, sneaking into my thoughts. No, I couldn't access its magic while I was cursed, but I didn't need to. If being near Starstroke made my tiny pearl ache, I grinned just thinking of what it would do to Raikima. Wrapping my satchel strap around my hand, I reached for my dagger and hacked at the nettles. The blade might as well have been cutting at stone. Not a nettle fell, not even a leaf. Frustrated and out of breath, I staggered back. Even with the strap covering my skin, my hand hurt as if pricked by 1,000 fiery needles. I balled my fist, trying to keep in the rising pain. Kiki circled me frantically. Shirori, Shirori, are you hurt? No. I sucked in a breath unwrapping my hand as I approached the bush of Starstroke again. I think I have to pull them out by hand. By hand? No, Shirori, I wasn't listening to Kiki's warning. Fear is just a game, I repeated to myself over and over. You win by playing. I yanked the nearest stalk. A scream boiled inside me, nearly surging out of my lungs. I bit down on my tongue, throttling up the sound inside me. My vision swam, and as blood gushed through my teeth, all I could see was 6 lifeless swans on the beach. When I finally caught my breath, my face was wet with tears. I'd hurt myself plenty of times working in misses. Damon's kitchen, but the pain of touching Starstroke was like nothing I had ever felt before. The jagged leaves cut into my skin like knives, and the thorns were like stabs of fire. But it worked. Thin silvery roots, like spider webs, burst from the earth. I threw the plant, roots and all, into my satchel. The burning eased as soon as I let go of the Starstroke. I clenched my fist, then opened it, looking at my palm, raw with scorch marks. Enough, Shirori, Kiki pleaded. You'll die if you keep this up. It'll be easier the next time, I assured her, even though I knew that was a lie. Pain didn't get easier. I just had to get stronger. I ripped off my sleeve and crammed it into my mouth. My voice had shriveled up inside my throat and used for months, but I wasn't going to take any chances. Any sound would condemn my brothers. I ignored Kiki's protests and attacked the second patch of nettles. I pulled out a larger bunch this time, using both hands to rip the roots from the earth. I'd need hundreds to weave a net that could capture Raikuma's pearl. Every time I tore one of the nettles, I thought of my father, my brothers, my country. I pictured father torn apart with grief, unable to trust anyone around him, convinced that one of the warlords had captured his children when it was really the person he trusted most, Raikuma. I couldn't let Raikuma win. Eventually, Kiki stopped telling me to give up and instead reminded me to rest. I had to, even if I didn't want to. Too many times, I lurched to the side to retch from pain or to cradle my blood-streaked hands. I stuffed the nettles inside my satchel. I had probably gathered enough fill over a dozen, but the enchanter hadn't misled us about the satchel's endless depths. Crawling away from the bushes, I blew on my hands. The pearl still throbbed in my chest, but I was nearly finished. Shirori, I stilled. I would have recognized that voice anywhere. But no, it couldn't be. Shirori, Saria rumbled. What are you doing on Mount Reina? Now I turned, searching among the nettles. Behind you, in the water. Kiki flittered before the pool, which bubbled with heat and spurted every few minutes with small geysers. I could not see Saryu, but our minds touched, his words buzzing in my ear as if he were next to me. You must leave this place, he said. Get out now. I can't. Go away, Saryu. Unless you're here to help. Help with what? Why are you here? She's been cursed, Kiki cut in. Cursed? The dragon exclaimed. What? I can't tell you, I interrupted. She'll kill my brothers if I do. Who will? Your stepmother? She cannot punish you for your thoughts, Shirori. What is this curse? Raikuma turned her brothers into cranes, Kiki burbled, and the only way to break her spell is to, I closed Kiki's beak with my fingers. That's enough. I'll tell him the rest. I swallowed hard, knowing my friend wouldn't like what I was about to say next. It's to weave a dragon net. I could feel Saria tense. So you have come for Starstroke. His voice was strained. Just what dragon are you trying to ensnare? Not a dragon. My stepmother. She has a dragon pearl. A dragon pearl. Saria repeated. That's impossible. No human possesses a dragon pearl. You gave me a part of yours. Only a sliver. Even then, it was a tremendous risk. No dragon would give more, not without grandfather's blessing. It would have to be stolen. He paused deliberately, as if to remind me of my surroundings. And you are the first mortal in centuries to venture here. He made a low growl I was glad I couldn't see. You'd better leave. If my grandfather senses someone stealing Starstroke, he will be furious. I'll try to distract him, but it might be too late. You must go. Now. I scrambled to my feet. Wait, Saria. When will I see you again? When the tides are highest, my dragon magic is at its peak. Stop by the nearest river after the next full moon and call for me. I'll come to you then. Now hurry and leave this place. A hint of fear edged his voice. My grandfather's wrath is no trivial thing. Once he vanished, a deafening crack lashed the sky. Then the mountain roared. Chapter 16. Fires leapt up, steam hissing from the ground. The earth shuddered, and like insects, the black rocks began to scatter and swarm down and down, taking me with them. Brothers! I shouted in my mind. Kiki shot up from my shoulder, flying off to find them. I slid down the mountain, scrabbling for a bone or a pillar or anything to grab hold of. But the mountain was sliding with me. Spires of rock crumbled as it quaked, and smoke billowed up into the sky. A pit of lava seethed below, bright as the liquid sun. I wished I hadn't looked down. Powerful as Saria's pearl was, I didn't think it could resurrect me. Not while I wore this bowl on my head. Especially not if I melted. My brothers were squawking for me, but they were searching from above the clouds of smoke. I had fallen too far for them to see me. I rolled onto my stomach, wrapping my arms around a crumbling stone. My hands hurt too much for me to hold on long. Kiki, I cried. Kiki. If ever I was grateful for my bond with the magic bird, it was now. I could almost sense her diving toward me, screeching at my brothers to follow. They broke through the clouds, fighting past blasts of scorching wind. Their white wings were bright against the blowing ash and fire. Hasho and Reiji grabbed my collar and flung me into the basket. But as we swerved away from Mount Raina, leaving it far behind, in my delirium, I thought I heard the thunderous growl of a dragon. We fled across the Taijin Sea, racing the storm. Lightning lashed the sky, thunder crackling not far behind. Then came the rain. It spilled from gravid clouds, each plop as heavy as a grain of rice. As the raindrops poured into my basket, my brothers careened, their wings folding as they struggled to carry me through the storm. We dipped below the clouds, the ropes that held my basket twisting as my brothers grappled against the wind. I clutched the edges of my basket, ignoring the burning pain in my fingers. Don't let us die. I'm too young a bird to die. Kiki was praying to every god she knew, but all I could do was stare at the sea. Something was hurtling through the water, a creature long and serpentine. Thunder boomed, earth-shatteringly loud. It made the waves rise and the winds double in strength. In alarm, Wande and Jotun let go of the ropes holding my basket. For the longest second of my life, I flailed against the violent wind as the basket sticks and branches came apart under my hands. The sea thrashed hungrily, and by the time the twins picked up the ropes again, I was shivering with fear and revelation. That wasn't thunder, I realized, still watching the waters below. It was the roar of a dragon. His whiskers were like lightning bolts, white and crooked, and the icy boulders of his eyes flared with menace. Nizayan, the Dragon King. From the depths of the Taijin Sea, he rose in all his terrible splendor, a tower of violet and sapphire scales. Benkai let out a high-pitched screech as the dragon swung his claws toward us. My brothers dipped, narrowly missing the Dragon King's attack. He wants the nettles back, Kiki shouted. If you don't return them, he will kill you. King Nizayan wasn't exactly giving me a chance to return the nettles. He struck relentlessly, my brothers just barely dodging each attack. We couldn't outfly the dragon for long, not while my 6 brothers had to carry me by a rope in their beaks. I tugged on Jotun's wing, Wande's too. In spite of their differences, the twins were closer with one another than any of our siblings. Even now, their wings beat in harmony. I gestured to the Dragon King. Take me to him. Kiki began to translate, then her beak lifted in horror. What in the gods, Shirori? No, I wasn't listening. I was already hooking one arm over Jotun's neck and the other over Wande's. It was reckless. I could hear Andahai's shouts as Wande and Jotun carried me out of the basket, my legs hanging over the raging sea. Kiki's were a little harder to ignore. Shirori, this is madness. Think of me. I'll die if you die. Haven't we talked about caution as the creed of the wise? Shirori. Pinching my bird's wings, I thrust her into my sleeve for safekeeping. Then, with a nod to my brothers, I jumped onto the Dragon King's head. I landed on one of his horns and slid down to his eyebrows. Pain sliced into my hands as I clung to his bristly gold hair, thick as I imagined a bear's fur to be. Before I lost my grip, I opened my satchel. Lights spilled out, dazzling the dragon's pale eyes. I have need of a star-stroke net to break a terrible curse, I shouted with my thoughts, not sure if he could hear them. One enacted by my stepmother, the nameless queen. Please, she has a dragon pearl in her heart, and I need it to save my brothers, these 6 cranes. Grant a safe passage across the Taijin Sea. I will return the star stroke when I have broken the curse. I lowered my collar, revealing the glimmering fragment of Saria's pearl inside my heart. King Nizayan's eyebrows slanted with recognition, and the waters trembled. For a moment, I thought my gamble had worked, but I was mistaken. With a roar, he dove back into the sea, taking me with him. Nothing could have prepared me for the Dragon King's might. I tumbled off his brow, my terror reflected in his gleaming sapphire scales before I went into free fall. Waves crested over the dragon-like mountains. The wind flung me across the sea. I braced myself for the crash, but it never came. Wooden branches cracked under my back as strong. Feathered wings batted us away from immediate peril. Your brother Andhai says that was very stupid. Kiki chided me as I rolled onto my stomach in the basket. She didn't have time to relay any further reprimands. Benkai directed us into the headwinds, and we rushed across the Taijin Sea, trying to outrun the Dragon King before he realized I was still alive. But a new danger presented itself as the clouds shifted, unveiling the sun. It was sinking, minutes away from dusk. If my brothers couldn't reach land in time, they'd transform in midair over the roiling sea. We had to act quickly. The most important thing was my satchel of Starstroke. Benkai was the most athletic of my brothers, the fastest and strongest flyer in his crane form. I shoved the leather strap into his beak, waving for him to take it to the shore. He didn't hesitate. His neck dipped slightly under the weight of the satchel as he sped toward the shore. He'd make it. I knew he would. I just wasn't so sure about the rest of us. Lightning chased us, long and crooked like dragon claws, sent by Nizayan himself. The bolts thrashed the sky, some striking so close that I could smell the smoke they left curling behind them, like ribbons of bone. The shore appeared, and I could see the hem of the Taijin Sea foaming against the pebbled sands. Just a few more seconds of light, I prayed. The sun did not hear me. She stretched her amber arms, burnished with the sleepy glow of the rising stars, across the sea one last time, making the tides gleam. Then the last rays of daylight sank beyond the horizon, and as night fell, so did we. Terror clotted my throat. The wind threw me out of my basket, and I heard myself scream inside my head. In every direction, my brothers spun away from me, the moonlight hitting the fluid contours of their faces as their shrieks turned into human cries. Hasho struggled to hold me. I grasped at his feathers, but he trembled uncontrollably as my stepmother's dark spell seized his body. His eyes hollowed, legs bent into a crouch, and face contorted with pain. His long black beak shrank into pale lips and a slightly hooked nose, frail bird bones reconstructing themselves into human ones, muscles thickening into arms, lungs gasping as if he couldn't breathe. When he hit the water, he still hadn't finished changing. I knew it'd be the same for the others. I gulped a breath a mere blink before the sea devoured me too. It was a miracle that my bones didn't shatter. They certainly felt like they had. I couldn't tell how deep I sank. Eerie stripes of moonlight illuminated the water, passing over my body like ghosts. While my hands flailed, my legs instinctively kicked, propelling me upward. I swam for the surface, my head growing light and heavy at the same time. My lungs pinched tight, my heart pumping madly to keep me alive. I kicked harder. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Reiji struggling to grasp a piece of debris. I grabbed him, pain spasming through my hands. I wrapped my arm around his neck, kicking both of us to shore, where Kiki and the rest of my brothers were waiting. The twins greeted Reiji and me, but Andhai and Hasho were crouched beside Benkai. My second brother had collapsed on the sand. I ran to him. Benkai. Hasho propped him up, and Andhai shook him until, finally, Benkai spat sand and seawater. I wasn't the only one who collapsed with relief. You scared us, brother. And punched Benkai in the shoulder. We thought you died. Benkai managed to smile. It'll take more than the Dragon King to kill me. Seawater dripped from his hair onto the thin robe over his shoulders. But if we keep away from the Taijin Sea for a while, I won't complain. I threw my arms around him, laughing silently as I hugged him. You're hurt, said Hasho, seeing me flinch as I withdrew from the hug. He took my arm. Benkai, quick. Come take a look. It's nothing. I hid my hands behind my back, away from my brother's inspection, but Benkai was firm. Let me see, Shirori. With great reluctance, I held out my palms, and Hasho and Benkai both inhaled sharply. This morning, my hands had been those of a young girl, calloused from my hard work at Sparrow Inn, with some cooking burns that were still healing, but otherwise smooth and unblemished. Now my skin was raw, bubbling with silver and red veins that mirrored the Starstroke's leaves. The burning pain had subsided, but simply curling my fingers still hurt enough to make me clench my teeth. It'll pass, I gestured with a shrug. It's already getting better. Not believing me, Hasho ripped his sleeve and wrapped my hands. He held my shoulders, half smiling at me. What is it? I mouthed. Do I have kelp in my hair? You look like her, said Hasho, his eyes fierce and proud. Mama. I did? My brothers had never said that. Only a little, Reiji replied. Mama was more beautiful and infinitely less impulsive. I glared at him, but a slight smile, one that wasn't unkind, spread across his face. You're yourself, Shirori. The knot that holds us together, whether we like it or not. Then he and my brothers did something they had never done before. They bowed, lowering their heads in respect. Get up, I mouthed, ushering them to rise. Honestly, Kiki, can you tell them to get up? My paper bird tilted her head to the side coyly. It's not my place to tell the princes of Kyoto what to do. Only the princess? Only the princess. The lightning had ceased, leaving jagged scars among the starry patchwork of night. I searched the heavens for stars I recognized. There weren't many. The rabbit, friend to a Murinia, the moon lady. The hunter's bow and arrow, which belonged to a Murinia's husband. And the crane, the sacred messenger of fate. The crane was a constellation of 7 stars northeast of the moon. I traced it with my finger, the way I did when I was a child. Father had named those 7 stars after us 7 children. Andhai, Benkai, Reiji, Yoten, Wande, Hasho, and Shirori. No matter where life takes you, he would say, you will be like those stars, connected by the light you shine together. Though it was cold on the beach, and we were drenched with rain and seawater, somehow I felt warmer than I had in a long, long time. Chapter 17. If there was anything good to come of being cursed, it was that in one short week, my brothers and I grew close again, as close as we'd been when we were children. Though winter loomed over our little cave, the skies dismal and gray, our spirits were anything but. Yoten and Benkai told ghost stories by the fire. Wande chased after Kiki and tried chiseling birds of his own out of firewood, and I supervised while Andhai and Hasho cooked. Sometimes during our meals, We shared our earliest memories of Rikema. I contributed little. I was the youngest, after all, so my recollections were the least clear. But it was also shame that kept me silent. I'd been the fondest of Rikema when she first came to Kyoto, a fact I wished I could erase forever. Or maybe I already had. It was odd, but I hardly remembered why I'd ever loved my stepmother. It was as if someone had turned those memories into sand and blown them away from my past. Truth be told, it was probably better that way. I didn't miss them. She isn't from Kyoto, that much we know, said Wande logically. If father met her abroad, he must have brought ships with him. An entire crew of men. There will be records of her arrival, or at least of her birthplace. A woman with her beauty cannot simply have appeared out of nowhere, Jotun agreed. You forget that she's a sorceress, I reminded them, poking my words into the dirt. She might not always have been beautiful, but she most certainly had a name, a family, a home. Hasho paused. It's a start. It was a start, but I was more preoccupied with the ending. A day or two after we returned from Mount Raimna, when the pain in my hands had subsided, I sought out Benkai to show me how to use my dagger. There had been a reason I'd taken the dagger from the sentinel, and it wasn't merely to break chestnut shells or hack star stroke. Benkai was a high sentinel, and my other 5 brothers were skilled warriors. One day soon, we would have to return home to the palace, where Rikema's magic reigned strong. Teach me, I begged silently, and I stepped between us. A dagger isn't going to do much against Rikema. Even Benkai missed when we tried to fight her. Let your hands heal so you can begin work on the star stroke, Jotun agreed. The net is our best chance of defeating her. Take a rest, Shirori. You're all coddling her as if she were a silkworm, said Reiji. She just stole Star Stroke from the Dragon King. She can handle a knife. He rose, dusting his torn trousers. I'll teach her. The others and I looked at him, startled. Of all my brothers, I hadn't expected him to take my side. Without another word, he led me to the back of the cave, and our training began. Eventually, Benkai joined, and by the end of the night we were sparring. You've grown stronger, Shirori, Benkai said, surprised when I held my own against him. 2 months of toiling for Mrs. Dainan, cleaving cabbages and melons with her dull knives and hauling firewood in the cold had helped. If only all that could have prepared me to deal with the pain of the star stroke. The next day, when my brothers left to gather supplies for winter, I tackled the nettles at last, spreading them over the cave to determine my course of action. No blade could pierce the nettles, let alone cut them. In their raw form, I couldn't weave the stems together to make a net, and I certainly couldn't sew them together, not with their fiery thorns and razor-sharp leaves. A trio of magics, I repeated to myself after hours of agonizing with Kiki. If 3 magics had really created these cursed nettles, all I could see was the Dema fire, the blinding light that encased every stalk. Where were the strands of fate and the blood of stars? Try removing the leaves and the nettles, Kiki suggested. You can hardly touch the star stroke otherwise. It wasn't as easy as pruning roses, that was for certain. The thorns and leaves were like teeth and claws. Removing the leaves was the easier task, for they snapped off with a few scrapes of my blade. As long as I was careful not to touch their jagged edges, my fingers usually managed to escape unscathed. The thorns, on the other hand, were stubborn magic. They could not be removed unless I pounded at them with rocks that I collected along the mountainside. Pounding them off was slow, arduous work, but I was indeed to be rewarded. Demon Fire armored every vine of Starstroke, but once the last leaf was cut and the last thorn chipped off, the nettles transformed. The Demon Fire sank into the fibrous stalk, muting the nettle's dazzling light. Within minutes, the Starstroke became a skein of coarse, loose threads, glimmering violet and blue and silver like stardust against the twilight sky. The blood of stars. I cradled the threads in my battered hands, half in awe, half in disbelief. This one reedy string had taken all day to achieve. I would need hundreds more before I had enough to weave a net. At my current pace, it would be well into winter by the time I was done. Still, I'd learned to rejoice in even the smallest victories. That evening when my brothers returned, I showed it to them. We celebrated by roasting chestnuts and feasting on purple yams, and counting the stars until we fell asleep. If only such good times were meant to last. As the days passed, I could feel myself slipping back into old habits. More than once, I almost snapped at Andahai aloud, almost laughed at one of Jotun's jokes, almost cooed at the nestlings Hasho brought into the cave. My voice, which I had trained myself to forget when I was at Sparrow-Inn, was dangerously loosening from my throat. That could not happen. I started pretending to be asleep when my brothers returned in the evening, started to feign indifference when they offered to fly me into the clouds. I withdrew from dinner early, didn't laugh at Jotun's jokes, and told Benkai and Reiji I was too tired to spar. Being alone was easier. Working with the Starstroke alone was easier. Each night my hands healed just enough for me to attack the day's work again. I handled the nettles with care to avoid the worst of their wrath. When I was feeling brave, I practiced touching the thorns and the leaves, teaching myself to hold in my gasps and cries. Pain doesn't get easier, I reminded myself when I flinched. You just have to get stronger. Slowly, the practice made my tender skin grow thick and resilient, and by the end of the month, I could grab an entire stalk of Starstroke without so much as a wince. But I knew it wasn't enough for just my skin or my voice to be strong. All of me had to be, if I wanted to break our curse. My heart, especially. That evening, I stood outside the cave to observe the moon. It had grown plump over the month. Soon it'd be full, and I would see Seryu again. I hoped he had gleaned something useful from his grandfather. You want to consort with a dragon? Andahai exclaimed when I wrote my brothers about the impending meeting. Have you forgotten it was a dragon that nearly killed us? That was Saryu's grandfather, I mouthed, but my eldest brother didn't understand. He didn't want to. I tried again, starting to scratch in the mud. He can help. Andahai snatched my writing stick from me. You are not to meet with him, he said. I don't care what your reasons are. A dragon's only allegiance is to himself. We cannot trust anyone. I searched among my brothers for an ally, but found none, not even in Hasho. My decision is made, Shirori, Andahai said. You are not to leave. Andahai's right, Benkai said gently. Our priority must be discovering Raikama's name, but perhaps when we are back, we can come with you. My head jerked up. They sounded like they'd be away for longer than a day. We'll be gone a week, Benkai confirmed. Maybe longer if our journey takes us outside Kyoto. There is plenty of food for you, said Jotun, trying to make me feel better. And you'll have the nettles to keep you busy. Where are you going? We will begin in the south, Andhai said. Snakes are cold-blooded creatures. It is unlikely that Raikama came from the north. A fair assumption. Yet it stung that they hadn't consulted with me first. I reached for my riding stick to ask more about their route, but Andhai immediately presumed I was trying to ask to go with them. You'll only slow us down. Wande doesn't have time to make another basket for you. Stay in the cave and keep hidden. Keep hidden? I crossed my arms, both exasperated and insulted at once. I thumped my fists on my chest. I can fend for myself. Maybe against Reiji, but Benkai lets you win. Bandits won't. Hasho agreed. Promise us you'll stay in the cave. We've prepared everything that you need, said Andhai. Food, water, a space to work on the nettles. Don't leave unless it's a dire emergency. Cavorting with dragons is not a dire emergency. I hadn't come all this way just to languish in a cave, weaving starstroke from dawn to dusk. I had come to break the curse. Anger flared in my chest, but I bowed, thanking my brothers for their thoughtfulness and flashing them my meekest smile. Not one of them noticed that I made no promise. In the morning, as soon as my brothers left, I grabbed my satchel and hurried to the river to meet Saria. Didn't you hear what your brothers said? Kiki exclaimed, flying after me. Stay in the cave. I skipped over a fallen log, jumped into a pile of orange and yellow leaves. Did you really believe I'd listen to them? Raikama has a dragon pearl, and who better than a dragon to help us? Gods, things on Mount Reina had been so rushed I hadn't even had a chance to tell Saria the most terrible part of the curse, that I had to utter Raikama's true name and lose one of my brothers. I forged on. Saria can help us, I know it. Not today, Kiki pleaded. There was a skirmish in the forest this morning. The flycatchers told me. Soldiers. Soldiers? I slowed, surveying the trees rocking in the wind. Their branches were sparse, gray with the coming winter. The percussion of leaves crunching and sweeping was only squirrels and foxes at play. My father's men? Some were, some weren't. Where are they now? Kiki flittered higher, chirping something to the other birds. South of us. I relaxed. So if we keep heading west to the river, we should miss them. No, Kiki fluttered. If you keep heading to the river, you'll get closer to them. They're on the move too, Shirori. You should turn back to the cave. And miss meeting with Saria? I shook my head. Not a chance. I had too many questions for the dragon. Stop worrying, Kiki. I'll be careful. Over the last week, the trees had lost their splendor, their limbs graying with frost as their leaves fell upon the earth in coats of brown and burnt orange. It made for a bleaker, entirely different-looking forest, but I knew my way to the river. Its waters were fierce today, and I followed the roar of rapids until at last I reached its banks. Saria, I shouted with my mind. I'm here. No sign of the dragon. He hadn't specified a time for us to meet, so I knelt on the soft dirt, tossing pebbles into the river and staring down blue-dappled lizards perched on the rocks beside me. Above, Kiki hovered anxiously. "Will you calm down?" I asked. "There's no one around." I leaned back in the grass. If Sari was going to take all day, then I was going to take a nap and let my tired fingers rest. A lizard crawled over my stomach, hopping onto my satchel. "You're hungry, aren't you?" I asked it silently. "I am too." I should have thought ahead and packed a snack. Maple leaves tumbled over my face, their edges crisp and browning. I blew them off my nose and started to roll onto my side, but the lizard was still on my satchel. Its muscles had gone taut, and it jerked its head up, the last movement it was ever to make. A snake struck, swallowing the lizard in one bite. I shot up to my elbows, kicking away in fear. The snake lurched toward me, its mottled head high, two round yellow eyes ensnaring mine. "Shirori," it hissed. I went immediately still. "So this is where you've been hiding." The snake flicked out its tongue, thin and forked. Those yellow eyes darted to the enchanted satchel on my hip. "Her radiance warns you not to interfere with the spell she has cast. There are events in motion you do not understand." I swung at it with my dagger, and as it dove back into the leaves, I sprang to my feet and ran. I didn't know which way I was going. I wove through the wash of orange and gray and brown. Kiki screamed something, but my heart was pounding too loudly in my ears to hear. I figured she was telling me to go faster. Only when my legs started to tire and my throat began to burn did I look back. The snake was nowhere to be seen, thank the gods. I leaned against a tree to catch my breath. That was close, I breathed, expecting Kiki to laugh with me. But she wasn't there. "Kiki?" I cried, spinning. I didn't look where I was going and stumbled over a dead body. I wheeled back in horror. Two cloudy eyes peered up at the sky, still wide with shock. The blood was bright against a scattering of dead leaves and spilled from a neat slash to the abdomen. It was a recent death. The birds and insects hadn't gotten to him yet. "Shirori!" Kiki screeched. "The hunters!" Twigs snapped. Footsteps crunched in the fallen leaves. I froze. My knees locked as I crouched, hiding behind a bush. But I forgot about my breath. It frosted in the air, the steam curling up and giving away my presence. "Who's there?" yelled a man, not far. The shouts grew closer, and I went very still, everything sharpening into focus. I'd run the wrong way. I couldn't hear the river anymore, and no. I cursed my terrible luck. An arrow shot out from behind the trees, whizzing so close my ears rang, temporarily deafened. "Lord Hezej, it's a girl." I bolted, my heart beating twice as fast as my steps. "There's 4 of them." Kiki screeched. "Watch out!" Behind the bushes, a hunter leapt out, low, his knife angling for my leg. My first impulse was to scream, but luckily, fear closed up my lungs. I scraped away, only barely. "Another one! On your side." Another hunter knocked me to the ground. It happened so fast that I tasted dirt before I felt the ringing in my head, but I quickly scrambled to my feet. I dove into the bushes, skidding across leaves and tumbling down little mounds. It felt like I had been running for hours, but I could still see the dead bodies peeking out from beneath the foliage. It couldn't have been more than a minute before I heard footsteps again. There were 4 of them, just as Kiki had said. Only they weren't hunters, not with their feathered helmets and leather armor. They were sentinels. When you're overpowered by an opponent, flee, Reiji had told me during our lessons. Benkai will tell you to stay and fight, but winning is not about honor. It's about surviving to fight again. I was trying, but the tallest one, the leader, was fast. Strong, too. I narrowly ducked the tip of his sword as it came slicing toward my face. Thinking myself victorious, I let my guard down. I didn't see his foot sweep out to throw me onto my back. The earth thudded under me, and I bit my cheek not to cry out in pain. By the time I rose, 3 arrows were pointed at my head. The leader lifted his helmet. Takan. The cruel stare he gave me was the same as before. Black eyes, hard and unyielding. Crooked smile, so cold that my stomach turned to ice. Yet something was different. His armor was plain and unadorned, no deep blue chainmail, and the scabbard of his sword was bereft of the Bushian crest. "Hold your weapons," he ordered as his men rounded on me. 3 fellow sentinels, but to my disappointment, not one of them was the kind soldier from Sparrow Inn. "I remember you, the kitchen wench who wouldn't bow," Takan sneered. "Your timing is suspect, demon. I knew you were no cook." He held me up by my neck and forced me to look at the bodies fallen in the forest. "Look around. Your companions are dead. Soon you will be too." Arrows stuck out of their ribs, gashes bright red with death. All 7 were robed in brown, camouflaging themselves with the woods. Assassins. Everything was ringing, the trees rustling in the wind, my pulse drumming in my throat. I kicked air, and my fingers clawed uselessly at my neck. "I'm not with them." Takan didn't understand. Neither did his men. "I can't even see her face," grumbled one of the sentinels. "Can't she speak?" Takan squeezed my jaw so hard it hurt. He shook me. "Where is my cousin, demon? Speak, or this breath will be your last." Was he talking about the soldier at Sparrow Inn? "She doesn't look like she's with the Alandans," said another sentinel, studying me. He was the oldest of the 4, his pewter-colored hair tied into a topknot. "We should let her go." "Let her go." "I've met this minx before." Takan shook me again, harder this time. "Where's Takan?" I looked up, disoriented. I could have sworn he had just asked me where Takan was. "But you're Takan," I thought, my mind reeling in confusion. "The girl's a wildling, not an assassin," said the older sentinel again. "Hazej, we don't have time for this. Release her and let us be on our way." Hazej? Whatever this false Takan's name really was, it did not matter. I grabbed an arrow from his quiver and dragged the pointed end across his face. Hazej let out a roar, and I had butted him in the skull. It was the best use I'd ever made of the bowl on my head. He dropped me, and I snatched my dagger, twisting away from the sentinels. I wasn't fast enough. He seized my wrist, squeezing it until my heart leapt with pain and the dagger fell out of my grasp. He caught it in his other hand. Blood trickled down to his chin, clotting in the dark bristles of his beard. He was pressing the blade against my neck when he let out a deep laugh. "Look what we have here," he said, showing his men. Taken's dagger. Taken's dagger? My thoughts churned wildly. But that meant that this sentinel at Sparrow Inn was Lord Bushian's son, my betrothed. My head hurt too much to make any sense of it, and it didn't help that Hazej dug the dagger deeper into my skin, the metal sting cold and biting. "So you have seen him." I kicked at the 3 sentinels, knowing it was useless to try and make them understand, but I was desperate enough to try anyway. He gave it to me. The older one, the one who'd suggested letting me go, frowned. "She is Taken's emblem." The sentinel pointed at the knotted tassel on the dagger, the one I'd thought a useless decoration. "She is under his protection." Hazej darkened. Would he offer to protect a spy? I think not. More likely, she stole the tassel from him. We ought to release her. The emblem dangled before me, a blur of blue, and for the first time, I saw it clearly. All these weeks I had ignored it for the dagger, never noticed that the other side of its silver plate was emblazoned with Taken's name and family crest, a rabbit on a mountain, surrounded by 5 plum blossoms and a full white moon. Gods, it was true. The sentinel at Sparrow Inn was Taken. If Lord Bushian's son had given me his protection, no sentinel could harm me without grave consequences. Hazej's gaze hardened. A beat too late, I realized he had no intention of letting me go. By the time I started running, his men seized me. I tried to kick and punch, but ropes bound my hands together, and someone forced a gag into my mouth. The sentinels threw me to the ground. I landed against a hard rock and winced from the pain. As the wind whined against their blades, I went rabbit still, awaiting the blow that would end me. It never came. Someone threw me on top of a horse. Before my legs finished swinging down, Hazej slammed the pommel of his sword into the bowl on my head, and the edges of my world faded into oblivion. Chapter 18. You say you found her in the woods? Yes, my lady. North of the Bayun Pass. A delicate pause. She slashed Hazej in the face. Yes, I've heard the story. As the voices drew closer and footsteps thudded down the dungeon, I perked up. It had been 5 dawns since I'd arrived in this miserable place, but I recognized the man's voice. He was the same sentinel who had spoken up for me against Hazej and his hooligans in the woods. Silently, in the dark of my cell, I pressed my ear against the wall to listen more closely. The lady harumphed, a sound deeper than her voice. Tell me the truth, Oryu. Could she really be a spy? Unlikely. She had Lord Taken's emblem. Yes, a fact none of you bothered to tell me. Now let me inside. I want to have a word with her. The door rattled open, and I peered at the lady from under my wooden bowl. Could she be Lady Bushian? The light from her candle was weak, so I couldn't see her features clearly, but I made out a sturdy figure in plain blue brocade and a thick woolen shawl. Gray marbled her tightly waxed hair, and a pale jade bracelet glimmered from one of her wrists. But what caught my attention was the satchel hanging over her shoulder. My satchel. You're not asleep, she said, seeing my fingers twitch. Sit up. And don't pretend not to understand. The guards have already informed me that you're smarter than you look. Obediently, I got up, only to lunge for my satchel. Oriyu blocked me, and I tripped over my bound legs. You'll have to answer some questions before you get your bag back. I sank weakly against the wall. I'd waited days for someone to interrogate me, or whip me for scarring Hezaj's face. But no one had come. I'd been utterly forgotten, lucky if the guards remembered to bring me one meal a day. The hunger had been worse than the waiting. Now, suddenly, I was to be interrogated? I've been told you cannot speak, said Lady Bushian. You will answer with a nod or a shake of your head. Understand? I nodded once. Satisfied, Lady Bushian motioned at the ropes over my wrists and ankles. Oriyu only cut my legs free. Get up and follow me, said the lady, picking up her skirts. This place is hardly suitable for an interrogation. Seeing as I had no choice, I wobbled after her. You certainly don't look like a spy, was all she said before Oriyu opened the prison door. Sunlight stung my eyes, and teeth chattering, I hugged my arms over my chest, startled by the brutal cold lashing at my cheeks. And the mountains. I didn't recognize any of them. I had to be farther from my brothers than I'd thought. I started mining my memory of my old geography lessons, but once I saw the embroidered banners hanging from the castle walls, I knew exactly where I was. The one place I'd been trying to avoid for over a decade, Castle Bushian, the imperial fortress of Iroh. The stronghold of the north was just as I had imagined, grim and bleak, with barren courtyards and parched gardens surrounding a lifeless castle with gray-tiled roofs. Even the air smelled heavy, of sandstone and wood smoke. My hopes of escape melted, as if they were made of ice. We were about to enter one of the fortress's guardhouses when a young girl with 2 braids and persimmons sticking out of her pockets ran toward us, her face flushed with excitement. Is that her, Mama? She cried, breathless. Is this the girl who, Megari? Lady Bushian chided. I distinctly remember telling you to stay inside the castle. You'll catch cold out here. You should be resting. You can't expect me to rest all day. Megari beamed in my direction. I wanted to meet the girl who fought Hezaj. May she join us for lunch? Lady Bushian immediately frowned. How did you hear about that? Megari grinned at Oriyu, who pretended to look away and adjust his helmet. Oriyu told me. He said she had Taken's dagger, too. Please, Mama, may she join us? It would hardly be appropriate. But she's hungry, aren't you? Megari's eyes sparkled with mischief. She looked to be no older than 10, and the hem of her dress was striped with mud. I liked her immediately. When her mother wasn't looking, I answered Megari with a small nod. I wasn't just hungry. I was famished. Megari tried to slip one of her persimmons into my shawl, but Oriyu cast us both a stern glance. I'll get you some later, she whispered, following her mother and me into the guardhouse before Lady Bushian could forbid it. Inside, a young woman was seated primly on a wooden stool. She clutched a scarlet umbrella and was dressed entirely in white except for an ebony belt embroidered with mountains. Her round face, powdered and accentuated by a mole on her right cheek, looked kind, but once she raised her eyes, I saw that they were sharp as thorns. Zyrina, Megari breathed, turning to her mother. What is she doing here? Lady Bushian glared at her. Manners, Megari, or Oriyu will send you back to your room. Is this the thief you wanted me to meet? Zyrina asked, bowing demurely. The child who stole Taken's emblem? My eyes narrowed. Child? I couldn't have been more than a year younger than she was. And I didn't steal the emblem. Oriyu claims Taken gave it to her, said Lady Bushian tightly. When and why, we shall soon find out. Hazej said she was with assassins he encountered in the Jinsa, but my nephew is hardly a trustworthy source of news. I hate to ask Zyrina, but does she look familiar to you? Zyrina leaned forward to scrutinize me, resting her chin on her umbrella. No. I would have remembered one such as her, with that strange bowl on her head. I have faith that all the bandits who attacked my parents are dead. Lord Shuriman has such a way of claiming the wicked. She paused, though perhaps there is something wicked about her. Hazej did tell me about this girl. He said she tried to kill him. No, she didn't, Megari argued. Mama, she's not an assassin. She can't. Lady Bushian's shoulders tensed. I will decide the girl's fate, she said, drawing out a dagger from her side. Taken's emblem swung from its hilt, and mud encrusted its silken cords. 2 weeks ago, my son told me he was going hunting with Hazej. He took 5 of Iroh's best sentinels with him. Hardly the appropriate entourage for a simple hunting trip. Taken's never been a very good liar, Megari muttered. Their mission took them deep into the Jinsa forest, where assassins ambushed them. They were separated, and Taken has not returned. Lady Bushian's cold gaze met mine. And in the forest where he went missing, my nephew found you. With this. She dangled the emblem before me. Did you steal it from my son? I shook my head vigorously. Am I to believe he gave it to you? To think I'd wanted Taken's dagger, not the emblem. I swallowed hard. Yes, he did. I nodded firmly. When? That was a harder question to answer without the use of my voice. I put up my fingers. 4, 5, maybe 6 weeks ago? Why? I pursed my lips, then scooped the air and stirred. He liked my cooking. Lady Bushian shook her head, not understanding. She gave him food. Megari guessed when I pretended to drink from my cupped hands. She cooked for him. Lady Bushian raised an eyebrow as I confirmed this with a nod. You cooked for him, she repeated. Soup, I mouthed, pretending to feed myself. That Lady Bushian seemed to understand. She gripped her son's dagger tightly. Oriyu spoke up. She was alone when we found her. Hazej attacked her in spite of my opposition. She cut him in self-defense. I see. Lady Bushian's eyes were like her son's, their depths easy to underestimate. What did you say her name was again? Hazej called her Lena. Lena, echoed Lady Bushian. A simple name. But I cannot decide if she is a simple girl. Time will tell, I suppose. Oriyu, free her. As the sentinel cut the ropes at my wrists, Zyrina's lips puckered as if she'd tasted something sour. Lady Bushian, she said in a low voice, are you certain it's wise to allow her to stay? I fear there must be something amiss with her. She stared at the bowl on my head, making it clear exactly what was amiss. What if she harbors dark spirits or brings a luck to the castle? She twirled her umbrella. I didn't want to say it earlier, but Hazez warned me that she might be a demon. Megari snorted, reminding us of her presence. Hazez would call his own mother a demon if it suited him. There are no demons in Kyoto. That's where you're wrong, Zyrina warned the girl. All the demons are sealed up in the holy mountains, and though they can't leave, they call out to the weak, compelling them to commit their evil deeds. I worry that this girl could be possessed. That's nonsense. Respect your elders, Megari, Lady Bushian said, shooting her daughter a warning look. She turned to Zyrina, reassuring her. I trust my son more than my nephew. Hakan mentioned meeting a cook in Tanny Village. What he did not mention was that she couldn't speak. Cannot speak? Zyrina touched the mole on her powdered cheek. Her tone oozed with pity. I see. It would be like Taken to feel sorry for such a girl. He has your compassion and generosity. Yes, I thought he'd inherited my honesty as well, Lady Bushian replied dryly. But it seems he's been taking lessons from his sister. He's a very poor student, Mother, quipped Megari. You have nothing to fear. Don't I? Lady Bushian's lips thinned. We'll see if, when he returns. The word "when" came out strained, and in spite of my resolve to remain indifferent, I felt a twinge of concern. My own mission was too urgent for me to concern myself with Taken's troubles, but now that I knew it was he, not Hazej, who'd been the kind sentinel from Sparrow Inn, I certainly didn't wish him dead. Lady Bushian composed herself and turned to me. Winter is upon us, and you will stay until it passes. In the kitchen, I've decided. Oriyu will show you to the servants' quarters. Now go. I wouldn't budge. Not until she returned my satchel. The bag, Lady Bushian, said Oriyu. I believe she wishes it returned. What's inside? Zyrina asked. Nothing, replied Lady Bushian, drawing her eyebrows together. Absolutely nothing. Thank the gods, that enchanter hadn't lied about the bag's powers. I practically snatched the satchel from Lady Bushian's outstretched arms. Clasping it in both hands, I fought the urge to make sure the nettles were still inside. Poor child, said Zyrina, shaking her head as I held the satchel tight. It must be of sentimental value, all she has left in the world. I relaxed my grip. I needed to appear less attached. The last thing I wanted to do was attract suspicion to my satchel. Zyrina patted my shoulder, drawing so close I could smell the incense suffused into her robes. You aren't alone, Lena. I know how you must feel. Before I could push her away, she withdrew and addressed Lady Bushian. Allow me to walk Lena to the kitchen and acquaint her with the staff. She draped her cloak over my shoulders. She looks like she could use a hearty meal, and it is the least I can do. Are you certain? It would be no trouble at all. You've grown into such a charitable young lady, said Lady Bushian in praise. Megari would do well to learn from you. Megari rolled her eyes, and under the cover of my bowl, I did the same. At least I wasn't the only person who recognized a two-faced viper when I saw one. As if on cue, a twisted smile bloomed on Zyrina's lips once we were alone. "You've charmed Lady Megari," she said, opening her umbrella and raising it aloft. "But that charm won't work on me." She turned on her heel and pointed at a stone structure opposite the castle. Smoke billowed from its chimney, and fire glittered in the windows. "That is where you'll work," she said, then turned abruptly, guiding me toward a brick storehouse not far from the dungeon. A servant was waiting outside, holding a wooden bucket along with a folded blanket and a stack of robes, my new uniform, I assumed. After a hasty bow to Zairina, he thrust the items into my arms and scurried back toward the castle. Zairina opened the storehouse's back door. With relish, she gestured into the cellar. "And this is where you'll sleep." My back went rigid. This was not the servants' quarters as Lady Bushian had promised. Inside, a narrow wooden stairwell led to a cavernous chamber filled with sacks of rice and, from the smell, barrels of salted fish. There was no sleeping mat, no hearth, not even a place for me to heat a kettle. Zairina arched a thinly painted eyebrow. "What? You thought you'd stay in the castle with the other servants? We can't have you bringing ill fortune into the castle. Besides, no one wants to be near you with that thing on your head." She paused. "Except the rats, of course. They like to visit now that the weather has turned cold." Anger stirred in my heart. I was no fool. I would freeze sleeping in this place. Likely even fall ill and die. "Hurry and wash," Zairina said, stabbing the end of her umbrella into the ground. "Chiruin is expecting you in the kitchen." "Wash? With what?" There was no water, only barrels of freshly caught fish scattered among the ones of those that had already been salted and dried. The smell was rancid. Before she left, she lifted her cloak from my shoulders. "You won't be needing this anymore." A chill instantly seeped into my bones, and Zairina shut the cellar door, leaving me in the dark. At least it was quiet here. Secluded, too. I peeked into my satchel. Bright light fanned out, illuminating the room. Everything was still inside, the fragile threads of star-stroke sparkling as if stained by the blood of stars, the raw nettles still burning with demon fire. I took one careful step down, then another and another. The wooden stairs were old, some cracked and splintered. Cobwebs clung to my hands when I touched the walls, and I shook them off, repulsed. Rats squeaked, emboldened by the shadows, and I staggered against one of the barrels of fish. Demons take me. I hated rats. Not as much as I hated snakes, but close. I opened my satchel wider. A sharp light spilled out, and the rats skittered, frightened by the dark magic I'd brought here. A small triumph. I shivered as I dressed. It was still day, and already it was freezing in here. That did not bode well for the night, or the rest of the winter. Something rustled outside, scraping against the wall. "Kiki?" I called. No, it was just an ordinary bird, likely a raven or a crow. Worry preyed on me. All week I'd called for her, stretching my mind as far as it could go, but Kiki never responded. Had Hazej found her and destroyed her? Or had she flown to my brothers, looking for help? Strands of Emurian, I hoped she was safe. I shut my satchel, and as the light from the star-stroke dwindled, I raced back to the stairs before the rats regained the courage to come out again. On the last step, I turned back, my eyes adjusting to the shadows and my ears picking up the skittering roaches and rats. Critters, unbearable cold, and rank smells, those I could deal with. This place was undesirable, which meant no guards, no maids. No one would come into the cellar, especially at night. Little did Zyrina know it, but she'd given me a sanctuary, a new workplace. Until I found a way to reunite with my brothers, it would have to do. Chapter 19. The promise of warmth and food had me hurrying to the kitchen. The wooden building radiated heat, and inside, the cooks shouted orders for sesame oil and ginger while servants gossiped, stacking lacquer trays and porcelain cups and copper kettles. But when I entered, all became silent. The servants dropped their plates and waved charms to ward off demons. The cooks shut the lids over their clay pots and grabbed their knives. It seemed that Zyrina had already sent word of my arrival. I lifted my chin. Let her try and make my life miserable. I'm not staying long anyway. Only the head chef, Charuin, acknowledged me. If Lady Zyrina hadn't warned us you were a demon, I'd mistake you for a fish, he grunted, throwing me a washcloth. Short and wide, he had the build of a barrel, the sturdiness of a brick, and the belly of a bear. He was strong, too, and the cloth landed on my arm with a slap. You reek, girl. I sniffed my hands. He was right. I did smell. After I wiped my hands, he tossed me a pouch of rice wrapped in dried reed leaves, again throwing it with force. Eat quickly, then get to work. I retreated to a corner and wolfed down the meal, savoring the bits of salted pork and pickled cabbage. All too soon the rice was gone. My sharp pangs of hunger were only half satisfied. But there would be no more food until dinner. My work wasn't so different from my chores at Mrs. Danin's Inn. I swept the kitchen and the pantry, washed the dishes, and scrubbed burnt rice off the bottom of the pots. When Charuin sent me out to fetch wood from the storehouses, I searched the fortress for a way out. Castle Bashian was one of Kiata's smallest strongholds. I could walk the entire perimeter in half an hour, but one of the best defended, situated atop a craggy hill. High stone walls surrounded the castle, except on the east, which bordered the Bayun River. There were towers festooned with archers and 2 gates, one on the north side and one on the south, manned by plenty of guards. Getting out wouldn't be easy, but surviving the Jinsa in this cold would be even more difficult. Already, frost slicked the surface of my wooden pails. Winter was here. One morning, the kitchen was practically empty when I reported to work, but Charuin was at the stove, steaming a cake over the fire. It smelled heavenly, warm and sweet, a hint of ginger wafting across the room. Persimmon cake, Lady Megary's favorite, said Charuin, cutting 3 slices onto a blue porcelain plate. He set it on a wooden tray beside a basket of fresh fruits beautifully decorated with a sprig of plum blossoms. She's taken to her bed the past few days, but whenever she requests cake, it's a sign she's on the mend. She specifically asked for you, fish girl, to deliver it. His tone was devoid of insult or judgment, which surprised me, as did Megary's request. Me? It is not my place to question Lady Megari, only to attend to her wishes. Her room is on the uppermost level of the castle, in the East Mountain Wing, left corridor. She should be practicing her music at this hour, so follow the sound of her lute if you become lost. Chiruin returned his attention to the iron pots whistling over the fire. Dinner, I presumed. Don't linger, he said sharply. This is not a respite from your chores, and if the maids see you on their way back from the orchard, I will not defend you. I grabbed the tray, nodding to show I understood. Wrap a scarf around your head so the guards don't see the bowl. They'll ask fewer questions that way. Chiruin's foresight turned out to be correct. Although the guards inspected my tray of persimmon cake, no one questioned my presence inside the castle. The halls were narrow, barely wide enough for two to walk side by side, and the paneled walls were wooden and sparse, unlike the gilded door frames and painted murals in the imperial palace. As I followed the soft strumming of a moon lute upstairs, a room with open doors caught my eye. Inside were two embroidery frames, a loom, and a spinning wheel. Not unlike Raikama's old sewing room. This way, Megari exclaimed, peeking out from her room down the hall. I worried you were lost. I hurried inside and set the tray on one of her lacquered tables. Megari watched me inquisitively, her hands clasped behind her back. A gentle flush tinged her cheeks, but her breathing was short and there were shadows under her eyes. I hoped the cake would help her feel better. Wait, don't go, she said as I turned for the door. I've been wanting to talk to you all week. I bowed my head and pointed toward the kitchen building. Chiruin is waiting for me. Sit, she insisted. It's an order. Megari waited until I sank into one of her silk pillows. I could have fallen asleep then and there if I hadn't been so worried that I stank of fish. She reached for the plumpest fruit in the basket. Have a persimmon. This year's crop is the sweetest yet. I would know, since they're my most favorite fruit. Take some cake too. Thank you. I tucked the persimmon into my pocket, but the cake I wolfed down in 3 ravenous bites. My stomach growled so loudly, I was thankful the curse only penalized my tongue for speaking. Otherwise, my brothers would be long gone. Eat more, said Megari. Mother and father always say that courage is the Bushian creed, but in times like these I wish it were more like keep to yourself and drink tea. Maybe then my oaf of a brother wouldn't have us all agonizing over what's happened to him. I stopped chewing. Swallowed. No, you should eat. I'd been stuffing myself with persimmons and cakes, trying not to worry about Takan. But I shouldn't. Worry, I mean. Megari straightened, though her shoulders still trembled. He promised to be back before the winter festival, and he never breaks a promise. He's too afraid of me to even try. I offered her a brave smile. I knew what it was like to worry about brothers. The last time I had spoken to Takan, he had asked me to come to Iroh. It was beautiful, he'd said. His eagerness to return home was plain to see. He would not have kept away by choice. Not without word to his family. Not unless something terrible had happened. I feel better now that you're here, though, Megari said, perking up a little. Her small shoulders still shook, but she reached for one of her dolls and hugged it. I have a feeling I know why he gave you his emblem. You're like a girl out of one of his stories. My smile turned inquisitive. His stories? Takken didn't strike me as a spinner of tales, but what did I know about my former betrothed? I hadn't even been able to recognize that his brood of a cousin was traveling under his name. I suppose it's my duty to watch over you until he's back, said Megari. Gods know what horrible lies Hezej and Zyrina have spread about you with that bowl on your head. You can't take it off, can you? I twisted my lips, expressing the obvious. That's unfortunate. The little girl sighed. It's odd, you know. Zyrina wasn't always a bully, not like my cousin. Now they're like two blossoms on the same rotten branch. Megari rose. Mama will keep Hezej in line at least, but these days, Zyrina could set the whole castle on fire and Mama wouldn't blame her. I spread my arms in question. Why is that? Because her parents were killed by bandits deep in the Jinsha. Mama was devastated. Lady Tessua was her best friend. That explained the white robes. Zyrina was in mourning. I heard you were found in the Jinsha too, said Megari, opening her desk drawer. Were you on your way home? I didn't know how to answer so she could understand. She took out a sheet of parchment and offered me a brush and ink she had already prepared. Can you write? If you tell me where you're from, I can ask Ryu to send you back. Or you could point to a map. I hesitated. At Sparrow Inn, I'd considered telling Takken who I was, but Raikuma's curse had stopped me. My stepmother couldn't know I was an Iroh. Did I dare try again with Megari? My wrist tensed, the star-stroke burns making it hard for my fingers to hold something so delicate, but I ignored the pain. I am. I lifted my hand, not daring to continue. It was a test, these two innocent words. I waited with my brush hovering over the paper. Nothing happened. No foreboding shadows. No snakes. Was I finally out of Raikuma's reach? I dipped my brush into the ink eagerly. There was so much to say. I could tell her to bring me back to my brothers, or that my stepmother was a sorceress, or that my brothers had been turned into cranes. But as I started to write, the ink splattered, spreading impossibly, into the shape of a nebulous black serpent. The brush slipped from my hand. I'm sorry, I mouthed, blotting the precious pages with my sleeve. The serpent had vanished, but ink had spilled all over her desk. It's only a spill, said Megari. It was no spill. My hands curled into fists as a wave of heat washed over my face. There would be no writing to father, no soliciting Megari's help. Nowhere was I safe from Raikuma's curse. The serpent still burning in my memory, I scrambled for the tray I had brought. I needed to leave, to get back to the kitchen, but the door suddenly opened from the other side, and in strode Zyrina with a pot of steaming tea. Eating cakes again, Megari? She swept right past me, as if I didn't exist. Aren't you tired of persimmons by now? Persimmon cake, persimmon soup, persimmon tea. The last time you ate so much, you were sick for days. I was tired, not sick, Megari said flatly. And it's my favorite fruit. Yes, and I'd say you've had enough of it. Zyrina surveyed the crumbs on the plate with a wrinkled nose. Besides, what does an Alandan like Chiruan know about making sweets? The only desserts worth eating are from Chijinda. Zyrina set down the tray and poured a cup of tea for the young girl. Perhaps when winter is over, I'll send for monkey cakes. I could use a taste of home. Monkey cakes were Chijinda's most famous dessert. Even my brothers, who didn't have a predilection for sweets, always sought them from the stalls at the summer festival. I liked them too. They reminded me of the cakes my mother used to make. Cakes I doubted I would ever taste again. Megari lowered her moon lute cautiously. Will you really? Yes, but only if you finish your tea. You're on the mend, Megari, so long as you eat your vegetables and stop inviting wild girls into your chambers. I'd finished cleaning the spill, and Zyrina at last acknowledged me with a glare. She's a demon worshiper. Didn't you hear your mother? Megari struck a loud, jarring chord. My mother didn't say that. Hazej did. Just as well. Hazej's an idiot. You used to think so, too. When I was your age, Zyrina said tersely. Then I learned to have more respect. Hazej is out there risking his life to search for your brother. He might be Taken's only hope of making it home alive. Megari's shoulders fell, and Zyrina refilled her tea. That's a good girl. Now, continue practicing your music. I'll see that Lena returns to the kitchen. Before Megari could protest, Zyrina grabbed me by my sash and dragged me out. Once we were down the hall, she snatched the persimmon from my pocket. Stealing, are we? She lifted a hand to slap me, but I'd had enough of that from Mrs. Diane. I caught her wrist, holding it high, and her eyebrows shot up with shock. There we stood, in the middle of the cramped hall, locked in a furious standstill. I raised my chin, daring her to call for the sentinels. What I didn't expect was for her to drop the persimmon. It fell to the hard wooden floor, and she smashed it with her foot, pressing down with all her strength. When she stepped away, all that remained was a mess of pulp. Stunned, I let go of her hand, and she spun on her heel, knowing that in some unspoken way, she had won. Snow fell that evening, the first I had seen, but not the first of the season. A reminder that my birthday, the first day of winter, had passed during the week I'd been in the castle dungeon. I used to start counting down the days and weeks as soon as the autumn festival passed, but this year I had completely forgotten. I closed my eyes, pretending I was home and imagining the celebration banquet, the musicians and dancers, the entire palace smelling of pine and cedar, the roofs decorated with carpets of snow. I imagined arriving in a festive palanquin with plush silk satin cushions, attired in a scarlet jacket with a long brocade sash, and a headdress woven with silken plum blossoms and all the flowers of winter. And the food. Braised pumpkin with pork and ginger, rice cakes with pureed red beans, sea bass marinated in sweet wine with pickled carrots. It was so real in my mind I could practically taste the dishes. But my belly wasn't fooled, and the only guests at my birthday banquet this year were the rats squeaking around my slippers. To celebrate, I set aside the star stroke, giving my hands a day of rest. I lay in the fish cellar watching moonlight pierce the gaps between the bricks and catching the flecks of melted snow that slid through the roof slats. Only a few months ago, I had to remind everyone I was 16, not a child. If I were ever to return, I doubted anyone would make that mistake again. These last few months had stretched on like years. I could hardly believe I was only 17. Halfway through the night, something tickled my nose. I swatted at my face, thinking it was a fly. Is that how you greet me, Shirori, when I've come all this way to wish you happy belated birthday? Kiki. I bolted up. My little bird perched upon my hand, and I cradled her close to my chest. I missed you so much. I followed you, but she showed me her wing, which had become bent. From the storm. Oh, you poor thing. I straightened the crease, thumbing the silvery gold etchings on her wing, so delicate they looked like feathers. There, good as new. Kiki beat her wings gratefully, but when she spoke, her voice wobbled. I worried that boar of a sentinel might have killed you. He didn't, thank the eternal courts. But you'll never guess where he brought us. She rotated her neck and wrinkled the tip of her beak. To the fishmongers? I laughed silently. Welcome to my belated birthday banquet, I thought in my most festive voice, hosted this year in Castle Bushian's most luxurious fish cellar. This is Castle Bushian? She exclaimed. Ironic, isn't it? I thought wryly, but I thank Amirian that you're here. I could use some help getting out of this place. Getting out? The cold will kill you, Shirori. You should stay here until winter is over. Stay and finish the net, then reunite with your brothers in the spring. There's still time, I insisted. The Jinsa is right outside Iroh. They can't be too far. There's a reason the Jinsa is called the never-ending forest. Kiki burrowed herself into my hair, her voice close to my ear. Think, Shirori. What good is reuniting with your brothers without the net? They'll be looking for me. I'll spread word among the creatures of the forest that you're well, she interrupted. Your brothers should be searching for Raikama's name, not worrying about keeping you safe. You're a distraction to them, just as they are to you. How are they a distraction to me? Look at your hands. Kiki brushed a wing against the scars on my palm. Even that made me wince. Will you be able to finish the starstroke net without making a sound? Yes. I nodded staunchly. I will. That is because you have a strong will. But you'll need more than that to beat this curse. You'll need a strong heart, too. For all the joy your brothers bring you, you wouldn't be able to laugh with them, or joke with them, or talk to them at night. And in the day, you'd torture yourself with guilt when they became cranes. You'd be miserable, and the last thing you'd want is to work on the starstroke. She threw up her wings, her way of showing disbelief. Besides, do you really want to spend all winter cooped up in that cave? Deep down, I knew she had a point. Now that winter was here, the cave would be even colder than my cellar. But my heart was set on finding my brothers again and breaking our curse together. Nothing could sway me. You think this fortress isn't a cage? That my tasks here aren't a distraction? I retorted. Everyone treats me like a monster, Kiki. I can't even go to the river to look for Saria. I won't stay, not while there's still a chance. Kiki sniffed. Stubborn girl. It's a bad idea, I'm telling you so. If you attempt to escape, the best possible outcome is to end up back in the dungeon again. Don't say I didn't warn you. I won't, I replied silently, pulling the blanket up to my shoulders. I was 17 now. Wise enough to know that the only one to blame for my decisions was me. Chapter 20. The luck of the dragons was not on my side. The next day and the next, it snowed and snowed. Then rain came and turned the world into slush as the winds howled through shrunken trees outside my cellar. But it wasn't the weather that prevented me from leaving. The real problem was the gates. All I needed was the crack of an opening so I could slip out, but the iron doors remained stolidly closed and locked. Who do you think is going to come in and out of the fortress during the storm? Kiki posed. Still, I didn't give up, and on the third night, my patience was rewarded. I was pounding my nettles, chipping off their jagged leaves, and whittling off their fiery thorns, when the drums boomed. At first I mistook the sound for thunder, but a rhythm emerged, making the walls shudder. I stopped to listen. 3 more beats. Silence. Then the drums started again, faster this time. I sat up, my muscles tensing. Kiki, do you hear that? Kiki leapt off my shoulder and squeezed through the bricks to peek outside. Torches are going up on the watchtowers. I don't know what it means, but the guards are lowering the bridge over the river. Something's happening. What good fortune! If the guards were lowering the bridge, that meant someone was coming in. This could be our opportunity to escape. Hurriedly, I gathered my nettles into my satchel, slung it over my shoulder, and slipped outside. Do you have a plan? Or do you mean to wander aimlessly? Kiki asked tartly. I have a plan. Mostly. You know the stable I pass every day on my way to the kitchen? I'll steal a horse and ride out while the gate is still open. That's a terrible plan, Kiki exclaimed. They'll shoot you down before you even pass the gate. I have to try. I kept to the shadows as I scuttled across empty courtyards, dipping into the bushes when I saw movement ahead. Just like Kiki said. Guards, soldiers, even sentinels, all rushing to the north gate. Some had even brought their horses. They were moving fast, and the gate was already rumbling, the heavy iron doors grating against the earth. Archers sprang from the watchtowers, and horsemen rounded the fortress walls as rain washed down, churning the slush on the ground into muddy pools. Beyond the gate was complete darkness. Finally, I acknowledged that this had been a terrible, terrible idea. Now you see? Kiki whispered harshly. You think you can just dance out of the gate in this storm? Let's go back to the cellar before someone sees you. Come on. I bit my lip in defeat, hesitating only a moment before I picked up my feet and started to plod back to the fish cellar. Behind me, the guards yelled at each other, pulling the gate open. Make way! Lord Takken has returned. My pulse quickened in counterpoint to my halting steps. Takken was back? Arrows whined through the sky, heading for the fortress. I only caught flashes in the torchlight. Then they landed, chipping the castle's stone walls and stabbing the tiled roofs. More than a few skipped across the ground, landing not far from my feet. I jumped back in shock. The fortress was under attack. Kiki darted into a guardhouse for cover. As my bird hit on the wooden slats above the window, I crouched outside the door and squinted at what was happening. A horse charged through the gate, its rider crying out words I could not discern. There were 2 men on the mount, and I thought I glimpsed Takken, but I could not be sure. As the storm intensified, the sentinels swiftly worked to close the gate. But men on the other side still funneled through the crack, their horses splashing against the wet ground. Assassins, There had to be over a dozen of them, their blades gleaming. Rain pounded on my head, drowning out the sounds of the unfolding fight, but I crawled back inside the guardhouse. I pressed my cheek against a pillar. Outside, men fell. Lanterns shattered. Fear crept up to my throat as Kiki shrank behind my hair. Never thought I'd say this, Shirori, but I missed the fish cellar. I grabbed a stool, breaking off a leg to use as a weapon, and hid under the window. Flying arrows made the lanterns flicker. They were so close I could hear them slice through the rain. Help! A sentinel outside was yelling. Oriyu? Hazej? His cry was lost in the storm, the alarm bells, and the clamor of battle, but I heard him. I peeked out, recognizing the sentinel's horse as the one that had burst through the gate. An arrow shaft jutted out of the mount's flank, and now the sentinel was easing his companion off its back. Help! Lord Takan is wounded. My toes curled in my shoes. I had to do something. I had to help. Shirori, don't. Kiki yanked my hair. I was already darting out. Here, I waved to the warrior and grabbed Takan by the legs. Together, we hobbled back toward the guardhouse, evading arrows and falling debris. We laid Takan on a mat, his face twisted in pain. I tried to ask what had happened, but to no avail. Don't just stand there, girl, barked the sentinel. Help me remove his armor. I obeyed. I took off Takan's gauntlets, his boots, his sword, my fingers lingering only the briefest second over the carving on its sheath. His family crest, I could tell, even in the shadows. A full moon wreathed in plum blossoms. Carefully, we removed the steel-plated armor and the leather padding over Takan's torso. My hand jumped to my mouth when I saw the blood. It was bright even in the murky light, and there was so much I couldn't see where it came from. The sentinel drew a sharp breath. It's worse than I feared, he rasped, positioning his fingers to stanch the blood. The wound was just left of Takan's heart, a deep stab. You'll have to get the doctor. Tell Lady Bushian. An arrow pierced one of the wooden beams above us, and I jumped. But it was the suddenness of it that had startled me. I regained my composure almost instantly, plucking the arrow out. Never mind. You'll be killed out there if you go. You stay. The sentinel himself was injured. I could tell from the gashes on his armor and the blood smeared across his bare scalp, but his injuries were not as grave as Takan's. He rolled Takan onto my lap and set a small lantern beside us. Keep his side elevated and maintain pressure on his wound while I seek help. His life depends on it, do you understand? Yes. I didn't even notice him leave. Blood pooled where I pressed down on Takan's wound, red and vivid and seeming to have no end. The air had a sharp tang of copper, one that made my stomach twist and churn. He grunted every time I increased pressure, which was both a relief and a distress. I had Kiki catch rainwater with her wings and dribble it over his parched lips, but I wished I could do more for him. That's Radish Boy, isn't it? Kiki quipped. He looks different. I swept Takan's hair out of his face and touched his cheek, moist and cold. He looked younger than I remembered. His hair had been trimmed, his cheeks and chin tidied of stubble. Handsome by any measure, though most girls in court would find him too rugged. Were he anyone but Lord Bushian's son, even I would have found him handsome. But we couldn't change our bloodlines. In Tiani village, I'd thought him a stranger, a dutiful sentinel who'd taken it upon himself to search for the royal children, as many others across the kingdom must be. This was the first time I'd seen him and known who he was. Takan, my betrothed, the boy I'd despised, simply for existing. How many times had I selfishly, horribly prayed that he might die, that his ship might be lost at sea, or that he might fall into a well, just so I wouldn't have to marry him. Maybe I did deserve to have this bowl on my head, to never be allowed to speak again, to be sent far away from my family with little hope of finding my way home. I patted his cheeks, trying to slap him into consciousness. Come on, Takan. You can't die. Not here, not on my lap. You have to live, and when I break my curse, I can tell Father to unknot our strands, and you'll be free to marry whomever you'd like. You don't want your fate tied to mine, I promise. I leaned over him, pressing harder against his wound. You'll find some nice lady who loves the snow and the rabbits and wolves and whatever it is you northerners love. Come on, I pleaded. Please don't die. Both our lives might have ended right there, and then if Kiki had not noticed the assassin creeping up in the darkness. Shirori, she shouted. I scrambled for Takan's blade. I didn't have a chance to unsheath it before the assassin struck. My back slammed against the wall, the edge of the assassin's sword screeching against my hopeless scabbard. I grasped the hilt tightly, pushing back as hard as I could. My fingers were slippery with blood, my elbows digging into the walls. I couldn't see the assassin's face, but he had to know that one more strike was all it would take to end me. Kiki, my bird already knew what to do. She bounced onto the assassin's nose and covered his eyes with her wings. The assassin lashed out wildly, and I ducked. His blade sliced against the bowl on my head, a useful shield, it turned out. He cut at the air, his sword swinging into the wall and catching between the slats of wood. I rejoiced too quickly. As Kiki flew back to my side, the assassin grabbed one of the slats and knocked me down. His hands found my neck, and panic shot up through my chest. I kicked and punched, but it was no use. Air squeezed out of my lungs, and white spots danced in my vision. All at once my mind locked itself. I was drowning in the sacred lake again, trapped, dying. From the corner, Takan suddenly groaned. He kicked at the lantern rolling on the ground. With a rush, it came rattling toward me. Its rusted handle was the most delightful thing my fingers had ever grasped. Without a second thought, I smashed it against the assassin's skull. The flame spread quickly over his cloak, and he yelped. Ran outside into the rain. Within seconds, an arrow found its way into his back. He collapsed dead. Great gods, I nearly collapsed too. I breathed in and out, recovering from my shock. Then I remembered Takan was awake. I crawled back to him, terror clutching my heart when I saw that his movement had opened his wound further. Blood spilled onto the floor, and as I rolled him back into my lap, he reached for my hand, grasping my fingers weakly. "Close," he whispered. "Close it." His eyes shut again, and I choked back a silent cry. The blood wouldn't stop. no matter how hard I pressed on his wound. Demons take me. What should I do? I whirled, scanning my surroundings for some way to help him. Swords of all sizes, a whetting stone, a small jug of rice wine under one of the blankets. What was a guardhouse without medicine or supplies? I searched his pockets. Nothing. His knapsack, Shirori. His knapsack, the bag I'd searched when he came to Sparrowin. Had there been a needle and thread inside? My shaking hands grew slippery with sweat. The copper tinderbox, his canteen, I tossed those items behind me. There, I almost missed it, a bone needle tucked into a roll of muslin. For once in my life, I threaded the needle on my first try. Then I held it between my fingers, my heart racing as I brought the two ends of Taken's torn flesh together. Rain dribbled from the cracks in the wooden roof, pattering against my head as I rolled up my sleeves. At the last minute, I stuffed my apron into Taken's mouth. I had no idea what I was doing, but I had to clean the wound somehow. I opened the jug of rice wine and poured it over his wound, squeezing his fingers as he jolted. I was sure I'd just hurt him like mad, but he barely let out a whimper. Like me, he knew how to be quiet. I didn't know what I was doing other than closing the gaping wound before me. I'd never had the steadiest hand, and my fingers were even less deft now after my weeks of battling starstroke nettles. But I doubted Taken would care about the beauty of my stitches. The first stitch was the hardest. Poking through skin was nothing like embroidering silk. Skin was thicker, more slippery, more tender. Taken's fingers twitched, a comforting sign that I wasn't killing him. I sang my little song in my head as I worked. Shinari was a girl who lived by the sea, who sewed with a needle and some twine. Stitch, 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 the blood away. Breathe, 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 the night to day. My spontaneous lyrics weren't very good, but the rhythm helped calm me and kept me going, even when my fingers shook and fumbled the needle. I lost count of how many times that happened. At last I was done. Blood stained the thread, and some still oozed out between the stitches, but I'd stopped the worst of it. Taken's heart thumped under my palm. Beat by beat, it steadied. Thank Amurian, I hadn't killed him. I leaned back, my body sagging with relief. Outside, the rain had abated. The battle seemed to be over, and a spell of quiet had fallen upon the fortress. I finally released the breath I'd been holding, only to gasp a new one a few seconds later. Footsteps were approaching. Alandan assassins reported a gruff voice from outside. I stilled so I could listen better, my gaze fixed on the armored figure unfurling from the shadows. They followed Takan and Pow into Iroh. Shirori is that Kiki didn't have to finish. My stomach curdled with dread. Rounding toward the guardhouse, his face bathed in torchlight, Hazaj appeared. One was captured, he continued, flicking his blade free of blood, but he has committed himself to Lord Shuriman rather than speak. Where's my cousin? I stopped listening. I was already gathering my satchel. I couldn't risk anyone seeing me with my star stroke, least of all Hazaj. You there, he yelled as I darted out of the window. Stop. I ran as fast as I could, jumping over the wide puddles across the stone courtyards. The torches had long since gone out, extinguished by the rain, and I hurried back in near darkness. Hours later, I sent Kiki for news of Takan. She came back with nothing.